Welcome to Novel Love Hearing. We bring you hundreds of novel audiobooks covering every genre and every kind of story you can imagine. Action? We've got it. Adventure? Absolutely. Horror? Of course. Whether it's the legendary Uchiha Massacre or outrageous tales like stealing Naruto's and Sasuke's women, you'll find it here. From epic series like One Piece, Bleach, Fairy Tail, and Hunter x Hunter, to countless other adventures, our library has it all. Love novels but don't have time to read? No worries, just plug in your earbuds, sit back, and let the story take over. Good listening, and happy hearing. Zhang Yi laughed amused. What are you saying? Once again, Hakiki related the entire situation. After hearing it from her, Zhang Yi could more or less understand the whole situation. This was still within his expectations. Don't worry, it's just a few admission passes, right? They don't want to give us our share? Then we'll just go there on our own. Little Wang seemed a little startled. How can we go? Zhang Yi gave a smile and said, who wants to go? Me. Me too. Director Zhang, I want to go as well. Me too, me too. More than half of the staff raised their hands. Zhang Yi did a count and then nodded. Alright, let's meet at the convention center tomorrow. I'll arrange for your tickets. Little Wang said with amazement, Director Zhang, you even know people in the video game industry? Zhang Yi smiled in satisfaction. I know a few. Little Wang said, it's still Director Zhang who can get things done with his reputation. That's great. Thank you, Director Zhang. The next day. Saturday morning. September's Beijing weather was getting unpredictable. A large amount of rain had fallen on the first 2 days of the month and it became cold just like that. The weather was moody. Zhang Yi changed into a long-sleeve shirt and pants, ate some breakfast, then headed straight to the convention center. The National Convention Center was located in the north, and the name of this place sounded very grand as well. But this wasn't where the country's leaders held their meetings, it was just a place that was rented out. It was basically no different in concept from the National Agriculture Exhibition Center, just that the name of the place was more glorified and the area it covered was several times larger. When he got there, he was stuck outside the parking lot as there were too many cars. Zhang Yi waited in a line for a full 20 minutes before he could enter. After he found a spot and parked his car, he hurriedly called Hakiki and the others. Hello, where are you guys? Director Zhang, we're waiting at the main entrance. Where they check your admission tickets. No, the place where we enter the convention center. Oh okay, I see you guys. See you in a bit. After hanging up, Zhang Yi waved to them from afar. In their group, Hakiki, Little Wang, and the rest all saw Zhang Yi. They slowly pushed and squeezed forward against the stream of the crowd and walked towards Zhang Yi. Little Wang exclaimed, there's too many people. Hakiki gave a wry smile. I'm about to fall apart. Why are there so many people? Zhang Yi, who also underestimated the turnout by a lot, said, yeah, I spent almost half an hour trying to park my car. No wonder they limited the amount of admission passes sold. If they didn't, the halls inside would probably be fully packed to the brim. Then there wouldn't be any need to hold a gaming expo. Other than people's heads, we wouldn't be able to see anything. Saying that, he walked up to the front of the group and led them. Let's go and get our passes verified first. We'll go inside and see what to do next. Elsewhere. Outside the main entrance, Zhang Yuan also arrived at the convention center. He seemed to have brought his child with him, a teenager who looked to be 15 or 16 years old. He was sticking close to Zhang Yuan. A few employees of Central TV Department 1 who had arranged to meet up saw Zhang Yuan. Director Zhang. Director Zhang. You came too? Zhang Yuan nodded and said, I brought my son to have a look. Those several lawsuits in recent days had nearly driven him crazy. Now that he got the rare day off, he decided to come out and take a breather. Since his son kept asking for permission to come to the gaming expo, Zhang Yuan, who would be a little worried if his son went alone, decided to accompany him. They were lining up to verify their admission passes. At the same time, more and more people from Central TV also gradually started showing up around them. Yo, old Zhu. Little Zhu, you managed to get an admission pass as well? Yeah, many of my program team colleagues needed to work overtime, so I managed to get one. Director Sunday, hey, Teacher Chen Yi? Teacher Chen also came to visit the gaming expo. Chen Yi had also arrived. He laughed and said, I am here for work. I will be shooting some footage here to prepare for an interview program a few days later. Having said that, he ran over next to Zhang Yuan and greeted him. Director Zhang. Zhang Yuan nodded. You're here? Zhang Yuan's son greeted, Uncle Chen. Chen Yi smiled and said, hey, little Chi. School starting again? Chen Yi's appearance suddenly brought on a number of bystanders. As a famous host who had hosted the Spring Festival Gala, Almost everyone could recognize him easily. Oh. Chen Yi. Teacher Chen also came to take a look around the gaming expo. I think he came because of his job. Yeah, just look at the staff members and camera equipment behind Chen Yi. I spotted a celebrity. How exciting. Yeah, I've finally gotten to see him in person. Comparatively, Zhang Yi was keeping a much lower profile. He was wearing a face mask and sunglasses again, so unless it was someone who was familiar with him, it wasn't likely that anyone could recognize him. People were being admitted one by one after having their admission passes verified. But Zhang Yi had still been recognized by people from Central TV Department 1. Hakiki? Old Wu? Isn't that the Voices program team staff? That person wearing sunglasses walking right in front of the group is Zhang Yi? Those people from Central TV Department 1 felt a little shocked. How could it be? I thought they didn't get admission passes. Yeah, I heard about it yesterday too. They weren't issued any admission passes. How did they get in? Did they buy them themselves? The admission passes were no longer for sale. Where would they get them? Zhang Yuan frowned. Chen Yi also stared at Zhang Yi. When it was time for Zhang Yi's group to enter, he took out his cell phone and scanned it about 10 times. When everything was done, he led the group and walked casually into Hall 1. Once they were inside, Hakiki whispered, "Director Zhang, behind us are." Zhang Yi chuckled, "I know, I saw them too." Hakiki made a noise in acknowledgement, but did not say anything else. Little Wang, Wu Yi, and the others saw this and understood as well. They also pretended to not have noticed the Central TV Department 1 executives and colleagues. In any case, they had come here on their own, so it had nothing to do with Central TV Department 1. Right now, Zhang Yi was not interested in that bunch of people. The only thing he cared about was whether the game he suggested to develop could be catapulted to fame in this largest gaming expo in the country. He knew that the Plants vs. Zombies booth was located somewhere in Hall 2. However, Zhang Yi did not plan to head there directly. Instead, he wanted to take a look at how the other video game companies handled this event first, as well as assessing the games they were showcasing. This would help Zhang Yi understand how developed the game market of this world was and its circumstances. This exhibition hall mainly held the video game companies that published online games and Xianxia-type RPGs. When Zhang Yi's group came to the first games booth, they were stunned by the scene over here. Booth babes dressed in ancient costumes. These booth babes were all dressed in similar outfits as they gracefully danced in unison. This was for a game called The Immortals Descent. Other than their group, there was also a group of nerds watching as they surrounded the booth. All of them looked very excited. This is too exciting. They're really beautiful. And those legs are so long. This game is great. This game must be fun to play. Fuck, you haven't even tried it out, bro. I don't need to try it out. It'll definitely be fun. Hakiki, Wu Yi, and the others were also here for the first time. They were taken aback by what they were seeing. They might not know what the game was like, but the booth babes this exhibit employed were of exceptionally high quality and could make anyone's eyes shine. Their waists rotated sensuously as they danced. Even the female visitors couldn't help but watch them for a bit. Little Wang remarked in a stunned manner, "Is this what a gaming expo is like?" The youth beside her sniffed and said loudly, "We really made the right choice to come here today. This place is just like heaven." "Thank you, Director Zhang. Thank you for organizing this." He immediately went up, wanting to give the game a try, but the entire floor was quickly filled up by eager fans and a line was formed for the dozen or so consoles with demos. Regretfully, he came back to join the group. After that, they went to the next booth. This was the booth for an MRG with 3D graphics called Spiritual Realms, the First War. A group of people were all staring straight into the booth. It was yet another group of beautiful girls, this time dressed like fairies. Some of them even wore cat or bunny ears, wagging their tails and smiling to the visiting gamers. It left them wanting for more, especially when a few booth babes revealed a great portion of their long, slender legs. The geeks were all extremely excited by the sight of this. "I like that girl. I like the one who has the bunny ears on. She's so pretty. I want to try this game out." Suddenly, another large group of passers-by were attracted and ran over to take a look. Compared to the first two booths, it seemed a little quiet over at the third booth. Although the game consoles with the demos were all taken up, there was not much of a line there. The visitor flow was much more normal. When he looked at their booth babes, Zhang Yi understood immediately. There were only two booth babes employed by this game exhibit. One stood on the left and the other on the right of the booth, making them seem like greeter girls. Their costumes were not too outstanding either, but the important point was that they were wearing too much. As a result, the atmosphere at this booth was less exciting. Having looked at all this, Zhang Yi couldn't bear the heaviness in his heart. He felt that he had taken the gaming expo too lightly this time. Would a game become famous just because it was good? That might not necessarily be true. Look at this, just look at this. This is what reality looks like. It was the first time Zhang Yi had doubt about the debut of Plants vs. Zombies. How could a tower defense game like theirs ever compare to the booth babes these mercs invited? Slutty. Too slutty. Zhang Yi felt a sense of anger from within. This kind of an atmosphere was too disgusting, and was too unworthy of being promoted. It was little wonder that action had been taken against those gaming expo exhibits back in his previous world, where they had been issued with dress code restrictions. It was clearly for a good reason that they did something like that. Hakiki glanced at him. Director Zhang, what's the matter? Zhang Yi did not even lay his eyes on the group of beautiful girls and just said, let's go on ahead and see what there is. Okay. Wu Yi and a few other guys from the program team looked at Zhang Yi in a curious manner, wondering to themselves why Director Zhang did not even look at all these beautiful girls. They went on ahead. The fourth booth farthest on the left side was also bursting with popularity. This was the booth of a famous game development company's single-player RPG. The booth babes they showed off numbered a total of 17. Although, among them, there were some who were beautiful and some just average-looking, the main attraction here was their short skirts. All dressed the same, the gorgeous girls made those nerdy gamers who had gathered around this booth scream. With a loss of judgment, they urgently rushed up to line up to try out the game. Many of the reporters who were there also came running over and surrounded this booth, busily snapping photos. Attracting the attention of the media would be a great help to the marketing of the game. Zhang Yi was despising this. Shameless. Too shameless. Continuing on, they saw even more of such scenes. Zhang Yi's heart was getting heavier and he became even more pessimistic. Were they comparing to see which game's quality was better, or was it a competition of whose booth babes were less? Why aren't you all putting the focus on the games instead? Can you all not be so vulgar? You all are going to judge the game based on the beautiful girls and their long, slender legs? Where are your principles, people? Dirty. Too dirty. The more Zhang Yi saw, the angrier he became. It seemed like the debut of Plants vs. Zombies was going to just be a failure now, so he prepared himself for this worst possible scenario. It was now 9 a.m. After making a round in the large hall 1, Zhang Yi said to his fellow colleagues, let's roam around freely now. It's okay if we're separated, so feel free to line up and try out the games you like. Hakiki asked, what will you be doing? Zhang Yi said, I'm heading to Hall 2 to take a look there. Hakiki smiled and said, then me too. I'll go along with you. Little Wang said, I'll follow Director Zhang too. I want to have a look at the puzzle games there. I think Fishing Master 2 has come out. Zhang Yi, with a heavy heart, brought the two of them along with him to Hall 2. As they headed to the booth of Plants vs. Zombies, he looked at the surroundings filled with booth babes in all kinds of costumes. He could only denounce this vulgar atmosphere in his head, wondering if old Wu had any say in regulating these things. He wanted to give her some feedback about this, knowing that such an unhealthy atmosphere could not go on any further. He decided that it had to be firmly boycotted and resolutely eradicated from the scene. Otherwise, the consequences would be terrible. Over time, the nation would be in peril. Finally, they arrived at the exhibit of Plants vs. Zombies. When they had just arrived, before Hakiki could make out the title of this game or learn what genre it belonged in, what she saw left her utterly shocked. Also surprised, little Wang exclaimed, "Ayo!" There were gamers everywhere. A sea of gamers. A group of media reporters had also gathered around here, busily snapping away with their cameras. Then, they saw that there were 20 booth babes standing around the exhibition zone of the Plants vs. Zombies booth, divided into two groups. In one of the groups, they were dressed in bright colors of red and green, with floral patterns printed on their dresses. Some of these booth babes were also wearing hats with plants decorations on them and were in low-cut dresses. Among them, there were even two booth babes who did not even wear dresses and just stood there in their bikinis. They were basically showing everything. At the other side, the other group of booth babes were dressed like zombies. Some of their faces were stained with blood, some had rotting wounds on them. And their dresses were also rather torn and tattered, some so tattered that it was unable to cover much on the skirt end, while some of the others had blood stains on their tattered dresses. It was almost no different from not wearing anything, as their legs and bikinis were in full view. It was an image that would give people a nosebleed. Sexy. Revealing. With a tinge of gore. This was likely this year's National CG Gaming Expo's exhibition booth that most pushed at the limits. The gamers were dumbfounded. The media was dumbfounded. Zhang Yi was also dumbfounded. Fuck. What is going on with you all? Why are the booth babes you employed also wearing so little clothing? And they're even wearing less than the others? Even more revealing than the others? Fuck that. You all have simply executed it beautifully. Executed it way too beautifully. Hi readers, thank you for your support and love for Ira's Smile PVSZ is beginning. 759 The organizers are alerted. Chapter 759, The organizers are alerted, at Hall 2. In front of the Plants vs. Zombies booth. The crowd began to stir as countless nerds screamed over the dance music. Many of them nearly had nosebleeds as they stared fixedly at the booth babes' figures with eyes wider than a last, not wanting to miss a thing. Heavens! This is too exciting. I can feel my blood spurting out already. This is too exhilarating. These are what professional booth babes are all about. Hey, don't push. Stop pushing. Can the person in front please duck a little? I can't see a thing. Damn it, this is getting to be too hot. They're wearing bikinis right from the start? This must be a good game. It definitely has to be. I want to try playing the game. Hey, don't cut the line. Damn it. Compared to this game's booth, the other booths hold back way too much with their clothing choices. Everyone was bubbling with excitement as they crazily crowded their way inside. Some of them went to try out the game while others went straight to the booth babes and had their friends take photos for them as souvenirs. Little Wang stared, her eyes wide. This is too popular. Hakiki looked around and said, there aren't many people at the booths around here. Hey, those people have all been attracted to this game's booth instead. At the moment, the 4 or 5 game booths next to the Plants vs. Zombies booth were practically deserted and quiet. Only a few booth babes dressed rather plainly stood scattered around the area, while there were hardly any gamers there. The staff of those video game companies looked aghast and were left gnashing their teeth as they stared at the Plants vs. Zombies booth, unable to do anything about it. They could only watch helplessly as the large group of gamers was drawn over to the other side. In contrast, the difference in the popularity between them was poles apart. Over here. The staff at this booth were very busy. Please line up, please line up. One by one. Hey, don't cut. That guy over there, please keep your distance from the booth babes, thank you. Of all the Plants vs. Zombies staff, Zhang Yi had only seen 1 or 2 of them before, and did not know the rest. There was also no sign whatsoever of Fat Sis. But giving it some thought, as the CEO of the video game company, Fat Sis was probably not going to personally participate in prominent activities such as this. However, all the planning and the attires of the booth babes were definitely handled and approved by Fat Sis herself. Well done. This was exactly the type of effect that he wanted. Zhang Yi, who was standing not too far away, also looked very excited. Little Wang took out her cell phone and sent a message to her colleagues, come quickly to Hall 2. There are a lot of pretty girls in bikinis over here. It's definitely more popular over here than where you are. After just 5 minutes, Wu Yi and the others arrived. Where are they? What bikinis? Is it true? Holy shit, it really is true. This is heaven. I have a nosebleed. The Voices program team staff were all dumbfounded by what they saw. More and more people were gathered at this side of the hall, creating a commotion that only got bigger and bigger. Not only did they attract almost everyone from within Hall 2, even visitors from Hall 1 and 3 rushed over with curiosity when they heard about it. They wanted to see what the excitement was about. When they saw it, everyone was stunned with astonishment. Revealing. It was too revealing. Suddenly, those who were trying out the games in the booth also exclaimed loudly. This game is really fun to play. The creativity of this game is just godly. What a surprise. I thought this game wouldn't amount to much. Is this still a puzzle game? Surely not, right? Why does this game play like a real-time strategy game? Ayo, this game design is too awesome and so enjoyable to play. Old Liu, come here quickly. This game is awesome. Seriously? Let me try it. First, plant a sunflower to produce sun so that you can buy and plant other plants. Whoa, it can even be done this way? Yeah, this design is so cool. I've already completed the demo. Damn, why does it only have 3 stages? I haven't had enough. Which company's game is this? How did they make something so awesome? I don't know. I've never heard of the company's name before, so it probably hasn't been established long or have any well-known titles to it, otherwise I would surely have known about them. Hee, my friend, is this game really that fun? Aren't you exaggerating? You guys must be saying so because the booth babes are wearing so little, right? Fuck off. It really is fun to play. Right, if you don't believe us, wait for your turn and try it out yourself. It was a very lively atmosphere at the booth. It could be said that at this moment, this was the most popular game booth at this year's National CG Gaming Expo. The amount of people gathered here kept increasing and the scene was almost getting out of control. Zhang Yi, Little Wang, Hakiki, and the others who wanted to try out the game got into the line too, but there were already dozens of others in front of them. There were a total of 10 game consoles with demos and every line was similar. Judging by this, Even if they waited in line until noon, they still would not get to play. Moreover, at the end of the long lines, there were 2 lines of gamers that stretched all the way to the entrance of the other game booths, occupying their areas. The other video game companies were barking in anger. The staff at the booth to the east said, "This is too much." The staff at the booth to the north said, "It's only a puzzle game. Is there a need for this?" The staff at booth number 271 to the south said, "It's only skimpy clothing." Are they competing over the game's quality or fighting to see who can wear the least clothes? In the end, the organizers of the expo were alerted. The security guards came to disperse some of the crowd to maintain order. In the end, it wasn't known why, but even some of the organizers' managers arrived. They had a quick discussion after they witnessed the scene, then made several calls before finally ordering that the booth babes at the Plants vs. Zombies booth be withdrawn. The staff of the Plants vs. Zombies booth were not having any of this. But why? The organizer's manager said, "You have affected the other game booths. A lot of them have jointly lodged a complaint against your booth. Besides, your booth babes' attires have seriously violated the rules. They must go immediately. Her, and her. They can remain behind, but the rest wearing bikinis must go. Otherwise, we will penalize you and take away your rights to put on an exhibit here." They were just following procedure as the clothing of the booth babes at this booth had indeed crossed the line. It would not be a problem if there were only the gamers around, but since there were also many reporters from all over the country present, if they reported in the media about this matter, it would definitely attract quite a controversy. If they as the organizers let this matter slide, it would definitely affect them greatly as well. This was why they decided to deal with the matter at once. Upon hearing that, the players were not happy either. What's the matter? Isn't his great? That's right, it isn't easy for them pretty girls either. They're very well covered. I feel that they're dressed within the limits, so based on what are you asking them to leave? Don't make them leave. We still want to see them. Many of the nerds began to boo loudly. But the organizers maintained their stance and insisted on dealing with this matter as a violation. Zhang Yi was also extremely annoyed seeing this. Why are you treating this as a violation? What rules have they violated? Isn't this still quite acceptable? Don't they still have their clothes on? What's wrong with wearing bikinis? What's wrong with it? If this is unacceptable, then all the beaches in the entire country should be cordoned off. All the malls in the entire country shouldn't be selling bikinis anymore. What wrongs have the bikinis committed? What crimes are the bikinis guilty of? The bikini is one of the greatest inventions in human history. What you all are doing right now is an insult to the collective wisdom of mankind. It's a lack of respect for the masses. A conspiracy. There's definitely a conspiracy afoot. This is utterly despicable. Zhang Yi exploded with anger and cursed all 8 generations of the organizers' ancestors. As for him previously mentioning firmly boycotting and resolutely eradicating such behavior, and how over time the nation would be in peril, this guy had obviously clean forgotten everything he had believed. 760 An instant hit. Chapter 760, An instant hit, take them away, take them away. Hey, manager, please cooperate with us a little. Under the strong urging from the organizers, more than half of the booth babes of Plants vs. Zombies were withdrawn and only some girls with attires that could pass the regulations were left behind. The video game company's staff felt very down, but could not do anything about it since it was the official authorities who asked, so they could only do as they were told. As a result, after those booth babes left, a majority of the people who had gathered at this unusually popular booth started leaving in an instant. Everyone was saying how boring as they walked away. As for the game? What sort of crappy game was that? Plants vs. Zombies. When have plants ever been able to fight zombies? There was hardly anyone who could understand the casualness of the game's name and felt that it wasn't very attractive. In addition, when the visitors saw the banners introducing it as a puzzle game, many of them lost their interest immediately. Since they had spent a lot of money to come to this expo, if they were to find something, they would rather look at those large-scale RPG games or MMO games made by the huge video game companies. Who would come here to play some puzzle games, especially a demo version of it? As a result, without the gimmick of the booth babes, the crowd naturally dispersed with only a few of them remaining behind. Zhang Yi hated this greatly. Little Wang, who had also lost her interest, remarked, "Director Zhang, let's go too." Hakiki turned and pointed to a booth. "That's the display booth for Fishing Master 2. Let's go and have a look." This was the game that their entire program team was playing in the office. However, Zhang Yi said, "Go on ahead by yourselves. I want to walk around on my own." Hakiki looked at him and said, "All right. We'll come look for you in a bit." She walked off with Little Wang and the others. Zhang Yi remained standing where he was. He was still thinking about the promotion of his game with a heavy heart. A promotional event filled with positive energy and booth babes was spoiled by the organizers just like that. Their attire has violated the regulations? Bullshit. For show. This is all for show. If they only did things for show every day, then over time the nation would be in crisis. The crowd dwindled in numbers, with many of the gamers going over to the surrounding booths. Gradually, the game booths nearby regained some popularity. Zhang Yi heard some of the staff at the booth behind him saying things. Humphrey, such dishonest methods. It's a good thing that the organizers cleared up this mess in time. What plants and what zombies? They were just depending on their booth babes showing some skin to attract people, so how can their game be any good? If they have the time to plan that, they should be spending it on making the game instead. That's right. Just look, everyone has left after the booth babes left, right? Those staff were talking loudly without reservation. When he heard that, Zhang Yi got frustrated. He turned around and strolled over to that shooter games booth and glanced at the screen of the demo. He grunted, "What lousy game is this?" When a female staff member heard that, her eyebrows twitched, but she still greeted him with a smile. "Sir, you can try out the game first before giving your evaluation about it." Zhang Yi glanced at the screen again and snorted, "What lousy UI is this?" The female staff member's eyebrows twitched again as she forced a smile and said, "Although the UI is an extension of the design theory in a traditional shooter, our game's graphics are the industry's." Zhang Yi snorted again, "What lousy graphics are these?" The female staff. Seeing the booth of his game still lacking visitors, Zhang Yi could not help but feel a sense of anger and injustice. So he decided to stand around longer at this shooter's booth, one moment walking to the number 1 demo console to make some insulting remarks and the next moment strolling to the number 3 demo console to say a few words of criticism. The staff were driven mad by this. "Big bro. How did we offend you? What was all that about? Why did you trample on us the moment you got here?" Suddenly, Zhang Yi, having seemingly sensed or heard something, turned to look behind him. He frowned when he realized that his staff members had bumped into the staff of Central TV Department 1 and were in the middle of what looked to be an argument. "Isn't that person the secretary of Central TV Department 1's deputy director, Zhang Yuan?" Not knowing what was happening over there, Zhang Yi headed over immediately. In front of him, dozens of the Central TV Department 1 staff were gathered at the booth. Some of them were playing games inside the booth, while the others stood there looking at the group consisting of Hakiki, Wu Yi, and the others. Zhang Yuan's secretary said, "You all had better pay attention to who's around you." Hakiki retorted, "Why should we pay attention to that?" Little Wang said angrily, "Today's a day off and we bought the tickets by ourselves, so why can't we go around as we like? Do we still have to get approval from the station?" The secretary said angrily, "So you guys still remember the station? In the whole of Central TV, who doesn't know that you people have all been playing games during working hours? Those who don't know better might even think you all are working on the development of games." A veteran Central TV Department 1 staffer said, "Little Ha, your group is indeed in the wrong." Another middle-aged staff member in the Central TV Department 1 group said with a grave tone, "Your program team has caused big trouble this time. Just because of a small issue, it has damaged our Department 1's reputation, yet you all are still not working diligently to make up for it, but instead playing games or watching movies during office hours every day. And now, you all did not greet us after seeing us here and just pretended not to see us? It's not that I want to tell you people off, but I can't bear to see things go on like this any longer." Another person reprimanded them, "It's only because Director Zhang is taking his kid around the front that he did not see this. If he was here, he would definitely be angry at you all." It was clear that these fellows were determined to follow along in their leader's footsteps. Hakiki, Little Wang, and the others got a little bit angry, but as they were still considered inexperienced at Department 1, there were certain things they could not say, nor was it good for them to sass too much. However, at this moment, unknown to them, Zhang Yi appeared right behind them. "Whoa, who is telling stories to my people again?" Zhang Yi spoke without giving them any face at all. "Why don't you tell me a story as well? I really enjoy listening to stories." Little Wang called out happily, "Director Zhang." The Voices program team staff immediately straightened their backs as though they had gained a supporting pillar. When the group of Central TV Department 1 staff saw Zhang Yi, they were startled a little. Zhang Yuan's secretary said with a darkened expression, "Zhang Yi, what are saying? Your staff pretended like they did not know us and did not greet us when they saw us. What kind of behavior is that?" Zhang Yi looked at him and said, "Are you the country's president or the Secretary General of the United Nations? We still have to greet you if we see you?" The secretary was infuriated. "You." That old staff member said, "Little Zhang, how can you talk in that way? This is how I always talk." Zhang Yi had always spoken in a manner that did not give face to anyone, no matter their rank or qualifications. The several Central TV Department 1 people also knew that Zhang Yi was a thorn in everyone's side. Not even calling him a thorn was enough to describe him. This fellow had become the largest tumor in Central TV, so much less the several of them. Even the executives of Central TV Department 1 could not do anything regarding this person. Just a court case alone was enough to them pay Zhang Yi's salary in obedience, which was even 2 times the amount he was supposed to receive. So the several of them definitely weren't going to be able to do anything to him. As a result, they walked away quickly after lecturing them for a bit and did not bother to reason further with Zhang Yi. From a distance away, Zhang Yuan, who was bringing his son around, saw all that had happened. His heart turned cold. The freezing of Zhang Yi's career had already begun. Zhang. From this day forward, you can only watch helplessly as your popularity declines day by day. I want to see how much longer you can last like this. Let's see if you can still laugh in the future. Little Chi said, Dad, there's a Plants vs. Zombies booth over there. What an interesting title. I want to try out that game. Zhang Yuan's expression changed immediately, as he said with a kind expression, Sure, sure. The people of Central TV Department 1 walked off. Little Wang said to Zhang Yi, Director Zhang, thank goodness you came over just in time, otherwise, we would surely have gotten bullied by that bunch of people. Just because we didn't greet them, they use that as a reason to give us a lecture? That's too unreasonable. A female editor said while gnashing her teeth, Our program team has become a target for everyone now. Back then, when the voice was still being broadcasted, who wasn't courteous whenever they saw us? Didn't they always give us a thumbs up whenever they saw us? But look at this now, they are slaughtering the donkey the moment it leaves the millstone. Anyone can come and trample all over on us. Hakiki gave a grim smile and said, As long as Director Zhang is around, who would dare to trample on us as they please? Just look at what happened. The moment Director Zhang got here, that bunch of people ran away. Little Wang clapped happily and said, That's right, they only risked telling us off. When they saw Director Zhang, all of them ran off in fright. Zhang Yi said in amusement, Am I that frightening? Wu Yi put it in a nice way, Director Zhang is well known for his reputation. Everyone chimed in one after the other, but Zhang Yi's focus was not here. He was still thinking about the matter regarding his game. The reason he came by today was because of this business. In his current situation, it took a lot of effort to earn more popularity. After putting in so much effort, Zhang Yi definitely wanted to earn any popularity that the Plants vs. Zombies game could gain him. As a result, he had to ensure that this game could become an instant hit, otherwise he would actually let those people who were waiting to see him make a fool of himself get what they want. What should he do? The organizers had already left, so should he get those bikini booth babes to come back? Engage in a round of guerrilla warfare with the organizers. When the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy retreats, we pursue. Good idea. While this guy was fantasizing about what he could do, a voice suddenly came from the clamor not too far away. Old you, come quickly, come quickly. What's the matter? Fuck, this game is too cool. Plants? Zombies? What's with all of these? You'll understand when you play it. Hurry up and start lining up. The line will soon be long. Wah. Why are there so many people all of a sudden? It's because this game is really fun. Zhang Yi was stunned and quickly turned to look. He saw that the Plants vs. Zombies booth that was still rather empty a moment ago was now packed with a sea of people again. Ayo, this game is really the best. I didn't think much of it when I saw the name earlier, but how did this game turn out to be so fun? Yeah, I was also initially attracted to this booth because of the booth babes and thought this game was just going to depend on flashy showmanship to attract gamers. I didn't expect that I would get hooked on this game after I tried it out. This is definitely the best puzzle game I have ever played in my entire life. Besides, is this really considered as a small-scale game? This is the first time I've realized that puzzle games could actually be made into something like this. There is nothing about the innovative gameplay I can criticize. It's really fun. Brother up ahead, have you finished trying out the game yet? Can you please hurry up? A lot of us are still waiting over here. Is it my turn yet? Is it my turn yet? Not only were the gamers who wanted to try out the game joining into the long line, there were also countless gamers who joined the long line after they were tempted to try it out from watching others who played. When it was empty, there was not a single person, but as the amount of people increased, the resulting chain reaction was also becoming more and more obvious. With the ruckus and shouting over here, the majority of those visitors who had left after watching the booth babes' performance were coming back once again. Zhang Yi laughed as he saw this. Indeed, quality goods need no advertising. Like I said, for the most popular puzzle game of this bro's previous world, how could it not even cause a ripple in this world? 761 This game is a Zhang Yi creation? Chapter 761, This game is a Zhang Yi creation. There was an explosion of interest for the demo at the booth. Voices of unexpected surprise by the gamers were constantly sounding. Hakiki wondered and asked, "The booth babes have already left, but why are there still so many people?" Plants vs. Zombies. Little Wang hesitated for a moment, then said, "How can a game with such a title be any fun? Could these people be shills paid for by the video game company? Why are so many of them praising the game? How much money did they spend to employ them? Shills? Shills your sister." Zhang Yi rolled his eyes at her. Wu Yi came up from behind them. "Looks like there's a lot of praise for this game, I'm also gonna give it a try." Wu Yi went to join the line. When Little Wang and a few others from the Voices program team saw that, they were also itching to give it a try. Ultimately, they ended up joining the line to give the game a try as well. When it was their turn to try, their indifference at the beginning turned to shock. When the game started for Hakiki, she was startled for a moment. It was the same for Wu Yi. He immediately started clicking the mouse and was so focused on the game that he couldn't hear his colleagues talking even though they were right beside him. His full attention was squarely on the game. Little Wang even exclaimed, "This game is 10 times more fun than Fishing Master. Is this a new game or a sequel? Why haven't I heard about this game before if it's this fun?" Wu Yi marveled, "After just 2 levels, even a person like me who doesn't usually play games is getting a little addicted. This creativity, graphics, design, and the attention to detail. This should be a game made by some foreign company, right?" A female editor pointed at something. "No, look there. It's a domestic video game company." Wu Yi said unbelieving, "There's actually a domestic video game company that can create such an excellent product." Little Wang immediately waved to the area outside the booth. "Director Zhang, come and try it out." Zhang Yi laughed, "I'm fine here, thank you. It's super fun, really." Little Wang praised loudly. Thinking about it, Zhang Yi also joined the line. Of course he knew how good this game was. Back in his previous world, be it Plants vs. Zombies or Plants vs. Zombies 2, he had played them both. The reason he was going to give the game a try was mainly because he wanted to see how close to the original game Fat Sis's company had managed to make it. He wanted to know if they closely followed his plan and design. In addition, if there were any bugs he could inform Fat Sis to get them fixed in time. Once he started the game, Zhang Yi had a good grasp of it. The restoration level was very high. It was probably at about 90% of the original game. Knowing this, Zhang Yi began to feel reassured. He knew that Fat Sis and her staff had made this game in accordance to his design, without adding any modifications of their own. The design of the plants, the zombies' speed and health, the graphics style, every plant's cooldown times, they were mostly all the same as the original. At this moment, a few media representatives from a video game magazine and some newspaper publishers headed over when they heard about the popularity of this booth. Extremely curious of all that was going on, they also joined the line to give the game a try. As a result, the few of them ended up looking at each other, and could see the shock in each other's eyes. Immediately, they lowered their heads again and continued to research this game. Judging from their expressions, they were quite stunned with amazement at this Plants vs. Zombies game, and simultaneously felt that it was incredible. A domestic video game company. It's even a small, unknown video game company. And yet their game is fantastic. But no one has ever heard of a domestic video game company that had such standards. Which rock did they pop out from under? What exactly was a puzzle game? To the countless people in this world, their concept and understanding of a puzzle game would surely be simple graphics, simple gameplay, and simple controls. However, on this day, Plants vs. Zombies had made them open their eyes and made them get a renewed understanding of puzzle games. Real-time strategy? Combined with tower defense features. Looking at those demo versions with their grayed-out game modes, there was even an adventure mode included? Zen Garden? Mini-games? The depth of richness of this game and replayability was simply many times greater than other puzzle games. If puzzle games could be segregated into large, medium, and small, then Plants vs. Zombies was clearly considered as a mega-scale puzzle game. These video game media personnel were in disbelief. Around them, the gamers who had tried out the game also thought that this game was a great surprise to them. I have a feeling that this game will definitely be an instant hit. This is really uplifting for our countrymen. Yeah, can you think of a time when a video game company from our country made such an amazing puzzle game? In the past, haven't we always just been imitating the foreign games and picking up their leftovers? Although I don't wish to admit it, the development of our country's puzzle games is much poorer than puzzle games from other countries. Their game production standards are ahead of ours by 4 or 5 years, like that very popular Fishing Master which was developed overseas, and was only licensed by a domestic video game company. If I have to say it, then there are no puzzle games made by our domestic video game companies worth mentioning. But all of that has changed now. A worthy name has appeared. This game is definitely world-class standard. Not only that, I think that Plants vs. Zombies is even leading the overseas standards by a couple years. I've never heard of any foreign video game companies that could create such an excellent game. It's way too much fun. When does it go on sale? I can't wait. Fuck, I've always pirated games in the past, but I think I should definitely support the original this time. It's so rare that we finally get a game that can match a foreign-made game. At Hall 3. Some of the staff members at several game booths were chatting. Why is the crowd getting smaller and smaller? Yeah, where did everyone go? It's not even lunchtime yet. Weren't there a lot of people just a while ago? Why did it become so deserted now? It has never been like this in the past years, has it? Don't you all know yet? Know about what? A lot of the visitors have gone to Hall 2. I heard that there's a puzzle game being exhibited there, a game called Plants Hitting Zombies or something. It's such a hit that all the gamers have the booth surrounded. More than 20 of those video game magazines and media outlets have also gone over to take a look. It seems to be causing quite a sensation, but I don't know about the details myself. Puzzle game? How can a small-scale game like that be any fun? What? Rather than coming to try out our large-scale 3D graphics games, everyone went over there to play some puzzle game instead? How's that possible? Those people must be confused, right? I wonder about that too. At the booth of Plants vs. Zombies. Right now, this place was extremely packed, with the visitors gathering and extending to the outside of the booth for dozens of meters. It was basically full of people. When the organizers received news of this, they flew into a rage, thinking that this exhibit must have gotten the bikini booth babes to come back to their booth. They immediately brought a team of security personnel and rushed over, but when they got there, they were dumbfounded by the scene they saw. Rather than the bikini booth babes, they saw that the booth babes who were within the dress code had all been nudged out of the booth to someplace else instead. The entire booth was filled with gamers. A sea of gamers. What was this situation? Fuck, why are there so many gamers gathered around here? And they were still wondering why the other games booths in Hall 2 were so empty. So it was because everyone had game running over here? Are you guys giving out games or giving out cash? The popularity over here is getting too hot to handle. Inside the booth, Zhang Yi and the others made their way out from the booth after they finished playing a demo of the game. Only after they left did they notice that Zhang Yuan, his kid, and the dozens of Central TV Department 1 staff were all lining up to try out the game. Zhang Yuan also saw them, but did not make any direct eye contact. Central TV Department 1's relationship with Zhang Yi had completely broken down, and since they couldn't get their hands on the Voices Overseas copyright from him, the overseas license deal that they had already completed negotiations on with the foreign party worth was large sum couldn't be completed. Not to mention Zhang Yi's court case that everyone knew about and had embarrassed all of them. Whether it was a matter of image or interest, their relationship was ruined beyond all repair. The only relationship that the two parties had right now could only be described with one sentence: fight it out. Let's see if our Central TV Department 1's freezing of artists is more powerful or whether you, Zhang Yi, have more endurance. In Zhang Yuan's opinion, this battle was already decided the moment it started. No matter how many lawsuits Zhang Yi could win against them, he could not escape from the freeze they had in place for him. Making a celebrity lose their source of popularity in less than a year would definitely be a fatal blow to them. It was as good as a death sentence. Since it had already come to this, no matter how capable Zhang Yi was, Zhang Yuan could no longer be bothered by the sight of him anymore. He had basically caused so much trouble for them at Central TV Department 1 that the executives of Department 1 hated him to the bone. Dad, is it our turn yet? Little Chi asked impatiently. Zhang Yuan replied, it should be our turn soon. There's still 5 more people ahead of us. Little Chi said angrily, why are they so slow? Tell them to hurry up. Beside them, Zhang Yuan's secretary suddenly called out loudly, Director Zhang, let Little Chi come over to this line. It's my turn over here. Okay. Zhang Yuan let Little Chi run along. After a short while, a young staff member from Central TV Department 1 flanking him fawned, Director Zhang, come over to my line. I've got a spot for you. Zhang Yuan did not stand on ceremony as the console with the demo was coincidentally situated right beside his son. He strolled over casually and picked up the mouse to accompany his son to test out the game. Innermost of the booth, a woman who was in charge of the booth for Plants vs. Zombies finally freed up some time to welcome the media. Hello, everyone. Sorry to have kept you waiting. I will start accepting interviews from the media now. Looking at her, she seemed very excited, probably because she hadn't expected such an explosive scene today. She had just gotten off the phone a moment ago after making several calls to report to the company on the situation here. At this moment, more than 15 media outlets surrounded her. They included those from the video game magazines, newspaper firms, and even Central TV. A reporter from one of the top video game magazines in the country quickly kicked off the interview. This is just the first day of this year's National CG Gaming Expo, but your company's game is already getting all the headlines. You're even outclassing other titles like Spiritual Realms, The First War, The Immortals Descend, and other anticipated MMO and RPG titles that the gamers were looking forward to for a long time now. It could be said that this is the greatest dark horse to emerge in this year's National Gaming Expo. Can you let us know if you all had anticipated this? The manager smiled and said, "Our company is extremely confident about our game, but honestly." Her eyes swept across the booth. She gave a wry smile and continued. "We really hadn't expected this at all. Thank you, everyone, for your love." A reporter from the newspaper firm hurriedly asked, "How much money did you all invest into the game?" The manager hesitated for a moment. "I can only say it was in the tens of millions." A media reporter from Beijing asked, "I tried out the game just now, and it's absolutely amazing. Our country's puzzle games are still only in the infancy of development, but to suddenly have a product that is so amazing pop up from nowhere, can you explain to us how you all did it? Isn't this leap too great? What inspired your company to create this Plants vs. Zombies?" Hearing this, the manager could only smile. "Regarding the inspiration, I actually don't know about it either." Ah. The media personnel were all taken aback by this reply. The surrounding gamers were also in disbelief when they heard that. "You don't know about it either? The fuck? You're the publisher. If you of all people do not know, then who would?" The manager laughed and said, "This game was actually done with the aid of a patron." "Patron? What patron? Can you clarify what you mean by that?" Nobody could understand this explanation. Not far from them, little Chi was clapping and exclaiming, "This is so fun. Dad, this game is way too much fun." Also surprised, Zhang Yuan played 2 stages and commented, "Yes, this game is indeed different from other puzzle games. Even I, who has almost never played any games before, got the hang of it quite quickly. This game is really quite interesting. Quite interesting. Even the director enjoyed playing it." Zhang Yuan's secretary immediately observed, "Director Zhang, your evaluation of the game is spot on. This game truly is very enjoyable to play and easy to get the hang of. It suits people of all ages, whether they're young or old." Another person from Central TV Department 1 remarked, "I didn't know that puzzle games could also be this much fun." The person from Central TV Department 1 who had earlier clashed with Hakiki and the others said, "When it gets released, I'll be buying a copy for my son. He will definitely love this game." Little Chi said, "Dad, I want one too." Zhang Yuan smiled. "Sure, I'll buy it for you. Even I'm getting interested in this game after playing it. A game is just like a TV show. It depends on how innovative it is, which is where this game excels in. I wonder which company created this game that even got me interested even though I don't usually play games." Zhang Yi looked over. When they heard Zhang Yuan, his secretary, and the rest of the group praising the game non-stop, Hakiki, Little Wang, and the others who were standing outside shot them a glance. But suddenly, the next line from the manager who was taking questions from the reporters about Plants vs. Zombies astonished everyone at the scene. In the face of all the media outlets' microphones and cameras, the manager chuckled and said, "The patron. Well, since I was just coming to it, let me make use of this chance to make an announcement here. Plants vs. Zombies will officially be launched next week, and for the endorsement of the game, we have already discussed with a big shot celebrity. That person is teacher Zhang Yi, who will be acting as our spokesperson." Before the crowd could react, she threw out another bombshell of an announcement. "Teacher Zhang also happens to be the patron I just mentioned. I myself really do not know what inspired this game, because it was all from teacher Zhang Yi. He contributed to the game's name, Plants vs. Zombies, the character models, the graphics palette, technical support, mathematical attributes, level designs, and many other things. The entire concept of the game was by teacher Zhang Yi, so you can say that this game was a collaboration project between teacher Zhang Yi and our company." At that moment, the entire venue burst into an uproar. "What? Damn. Teacher Zhang came up with a concept? Ah. Fuck, is this for real? Did Zhang Yi cross over to the video game industry as well? What the hell? It's Zhang Yi again? It's Zhang Yi again?" The media was stunned. The gamers were dumbfounded. No one knew how to react anymore. Hakiki was staring with her eyes wide. Little Wang stared dumbfounded at Zhang Yi, who was next to her. Wu Yi shouted out fuck and went into shock. Then, after the shock, Hakiki, Wu Yi, and the others suddenly turned their sights in unison to Zhang Yuan, his secretary, and the entire group who were still playing the Plants vs. Zombies demo. They looked at them without batting an eyelid. Zhang Yuan's face turned green. Zhang Yuan's secretary let out a swear and dropped the mouse in his hand. The other Central TV Department 1 staff, who were just praising how good this game was, were all staring at each other with their mouths agape. Their faces flushed red and paled at the same time, their expressions looking somewhat distorted. Zhang Yi's? Having praised the game so much, they discovered now that this game was created by Zhang Yi? Suddenly, a few gamers in the crowd suddenly cried out. Hey, look at that person who's playing the game. Why does he look so familiar? Isn't that the person who was fighting the lawsuit with Zhang Yi? Oh, I remember. I saw him on television a few days ago. He is Zhang Yuan, the Deputy Director of Central TV Department 1. The Central TV Department 1 executive who did not issue teacher Zhang's salary to him, and even tried to steal his copyright. Surely not? He was really enjoying the game just now and even praising it to the high heavens. Yes, that's him. That's definitely him. Zhang Yuan. His secretary. When those words were said, the entire venue quieted down. Everyone was staring at Zhang Yuan and the people from Central TV Department 1 with subtle looks in their eyes. Silence. Dead silence. At this moment, it was as though the sound of face smacking was reverberating out from nowhere, as the invisible hand smacked across the faces of Zhang Yuan, his secretary, and their group of people. Hakiki's mouth twitched. Little Wang held in her laughter until her face turned red. The Central TV cameraman who was holding the camcorder up for the interview was also dumbfounded, as he stood still where he was. Wu Yi also stood there in amazement for the longest time. He had seen before how director Zhang face smacked others, but this was the first time he was witnessing such a harsh face smacking. This was far too ruthless. This face smacking was so hard that it nearly left its victims shitting in their pants. Right now, Zhang Yuan only had one thought. If there was a sewage pipe in the ground, he would have definitely crawled inside to escape all this. Zhang. Fuck your grandpa. 762 How lively it was. Chapter 762, How lively it was, Zhang Yi became famous. Plants vs. Zombies also became famous. And yes, even Central TV Department 1's Deputy Director Zhang Yuan became famous along with them. Monday morning. Zhang Yi arrived at Central TV Tower for work. However, he discovered that his colleagues of Central TV Department 1 gazed in awe at him. Those who usually stayed an arm's length away from him were now avoiding him like the plague. It was as if anyone who walked within 10 meters of Zhang Yi's vicinity would experience an imminent disaster. Among all of them, it was the Central TV Department 1 staff who behaved the most prominently in this manner, looking like they couldn't want for more than to stay at least 100 meters away from him. Zhang Yi was made speechless by this, thinking to himself that they must be insane. Did you guys really think that I had deliberately wanted to smack the face of Central TV Department 1's deputy director? It was just his bad luck that he appeared in the wrong place at the wrong time, so what could I have done? Thinking back on the scene that happened at the gaming expo, Zhang Yi couldn't help but find it funny, too. Zhang Yuan was indeed very unlucky. To be fair, Zhang Yi hadn't really planned on giving him a face smacking, he hadn't even intended to do so. That was because all he could think of that day was the reception Plants vs. Zombies would get, so how could he have been bothered by anything else? Yet Zhang Yuan had to bring his people along and put themselves in the line of fire. It was just a coincidence that on this occasion, the venue and the setting of everything was just right. So who could be blamed for what had happened? By now, news of this incident had spread throughout Central TV. At the main entrance, in the elevators, in the offices, this topic was constantly brought up in discussions. Who did you think Director Zhang has offended this time? PFFT, looks like this incident has really blown up quite a lot. Be quiet, don't let people hear us talking about this. I know, everyone knows that. Hi, Central TV Department 1's Zhang Yuan has really suffered a big loss of face this time. How many times does he have to suffer a downfall at Zhang Yi's hands? The face smacking he received, even I'm beginning to feel painful on Director Zhang's behalf. Yeah, I saw it on the news yesterday. Even though the footage was focused on the manager of the Plants vs. Zombies booth, Director Zhang, his secretary, and some other people of Central TV Department 1 could all be seen on the left side of the shot. At that time, Director Zhang was even playing Plants vs. Zombies with a delighted expression, having fun as he tried out the game. He looked like he was full of praise for the game. When I replayed it a few times to watch again, I felt the pain as well. It was too painful. The pain from that slap on the face is unlikely to fade for Director Zhang and the others for several months at least. Yeah, I agree. So many of the people at the station who saw the footage cried with laughter. This is really going to be fun to watch from now. How do you think Central TV Department 1 will get out of the embarrassing situation this time? They can't. Face-smacking Zhang isn't called face-smacking Zhang for nothing. But it's really not Zhang Yi's fault this time. It was seriously bad luck on the part of director Zhang. He put himself into that situation. Let's stop talking about this already. If we go on any longer, I won't be able to hold it in anymore and will feel like laughing. Just how on earth could it be so coincidental? Zhang Yi too? How did he end up going to the video game industry and stirring up something again? Since Central TV Department 1 has already put him into cold storage, what else can he do except take up another side job? I heard that the game is really fun to play. That's right. A colleague from my office went to the expo. And I quote directly from him, "I've never seen such a classic puzzle game before." His praise for it was that high. That teacher Zhang, he's really a godly person. He might be a godly person, but we better steer clear from him to be safe rather than sorry. Yeah, that guy is gonna tear Central TV Department 1 apart soon. Suddenly, a car arrived outside. The people who were just arriving for work were slightly startled. They immediately stopped their discussions. It's Director Jiang's car. SHH, the main character has arrived. Let's stop talking. Even though no one said anything, they could not help but turn their attention Zhang Yuan's face as he got out from his car. It was an extremely stern expression. Other than being stern, there were no traces of any other emotions on his face. At first, this stern expression helped in his show of strong mental fortitude. However, after he got out of his car and noticed countless eyes focused on him, even with over a decade of experience as a boss who had acquired a thick skin, he couldn't help but lose his footing while dropping his stern expression. "What are you all looking at?" Zhang Yuan shouted, getting angry from the embarrassment. Everyone dispersed immediately. His driver, also his secretary, got out from the driver's seat afterwards and was also visibly angry, so much so that his neck even turned red. How embarrassing. This was too damn embarrassing. If not for the exception of a meeting today, the secretary would surely have asked for the day off. In all his life, he had never felt so embarrassed. He was even shown on television as they got hit with a resounding slap under the watchful eyes of all the citizens in the country. No matter how thick their skins were, they couldn't take such a forceful slap. Upstairs. When Zhang Yi stepped into the office, he heard Hakiki, Little Zhang, and the others gossiping. Little Wang laughed loudly. "It sucks that you guys didn't go. You missed a once-in-a-lifetime show." Wu Yi said, "The images and scenes at that time, well, they would really be difficult to describe in words. We went to visit the expo with Director Zhang, but who could have expected to witness a face-smacking as well? That trip was well worth it. Hella worth it." Zhang Zuo regretfully patted his thighs. "I didn't go because I'm not interested in games. If I had known, I would have gone even if my whole body were broken." Those from the program team who did not go to the National CG Gaming Expo all badly regretted it. The way they had been treated by Central TV Department 1 in recent days could be seen by everyone. As such, they were so angered that they already had a list of grievances they could not air, and hated Zhang Yuan and the rest of the executives. Now that such an incident had occurred, it brought them great joy. But the only awful thing was that they didn't witness this face-smacking with their own eyes. This gave them a great deal of regret. Suddenly, someone interrupted, "Whole body broken? Wouldn't that just make you cremains?" "Director Zhang." "Haha, Director Zhang is here. Director Zhang, quickly tell us about that event." "Yeah, how the hell could they be so unlucky?" Seeing that Zhang Yi had arrived, everyone was even more fired up. Zhang Yi laughed and said, "I don't know why they were so unlucky either." Zhang Zuo quickly asked, "Then how did you get into video game development?" Zhang Yi casually answered, "A friend asked me for help, so I just did them a favor." Just doing a simple favor like that has probably caused a big commotion in the gaming industry. Hakiki said flatteringly, "Right now, on the internet and in the media, everyone is discussing Plants vs. Zombies." Zhang Yi blinked. "Is that so?" Little Wang said, "Just have a look for yourself online." When he went back into his own office, Zhang Yi had Little Wang get him a cup of tea and then turned on his computer to browse the internet. Sure enough, news of the game was raging like a storm online. There were already plentiful of reviews of the game, Plants vs. Zombies, and analyses of its items. The demo of the game was released last night over the internet and the number of downloads was constantly increasing. "It's truly a good game. Recommending it with my life on the line." "How cool, this is how a game should be." Yes, after I finished playing Plants vs. Zombies, when I take a look at all the puzzle games that I played in the past, I find that those games were really out to scam us and take us for a ride. A product of Zhang Yi's. Is surely a product of good faith. Why did Zhang Yi jump over to develop games now? That guy has never done things by the book. Who knows what goes on in his head? Though I am appreciative that he chose to be such a jack of all trades this time. Otherwise, from where would we get such a good game? Actually, I was wondering at the start why such a good puzzle game could have originated from a domestic video game company. I knew that our domestic market did not have the capabilities to create something like that. But it was only after I watched the news that I realized the game was actually produced by Zhang Yi himself. Only then did it dawn on me that a puzzle game of this standard could only have come from the mind of Zhang Yi. Did you guys read the first-hand reviews by videogames.net? They gave Plants vs. Zombies a score of 9.9 out of 10. It's the top score in the history of puzzle games. Videogamereviews.net also gave them 9.8. I'm just waiting for the official release of the game now. Yeah, whatever scores it gets are all for nothing. What matters most is still its sales. I heard that it will be launched in another 2 days. I wonder how it will fare. A creation of Zhang Yi's will surely do well. That's right. Just based on Zhang Yi's name on this game, I'll definitely buy it. Online, the video game fans were applauding the game with wave after wave. As the celebrity spokesperson of Plants vs. Zombies, Zhang Yi would naturally do his best for it. After logging into Hueco, he immediately posted a promotional review regarding the game. Meanwhile, news of the game was appearing all over the place. Puzzle game comes out on top at National CG Gaming Expo. Reviews of Plants vs. Zombies are out. Likely to set off a flurry of domestically produced puzzle games. Zhang Yi makes his move into the gaming industry. Citizens express their shock. Even before his lawyer qualification certificate has been filed away, Zhang Yi breaks into the gaming industry. Zhang Yi, a versatile celebrity? Of course, there were also some tabloids that were fearless and unafraid of trouble, daring to write any kind of headline. Central TV Department 1's Deputy Director Zhang Yuan drops by personally to support Zhang Yi's new game. Pictures included. Approving even after losing a court case. A leader's love for his employee. Face-smacking Zhang smacks faces again, Zhang Yuan flees with his minions from Gaming Expo. Central TV Department 1 begins placing him in cold storage, but Zhang Yi strikes with another slap across Department 1's face. There were all kinds of headlines. How lively it was. 763 Launch Day. Chapter 763, Launch Day, -noon. Fat Sis called him. Zhang Yi had just finished eating lunch at the cafeteria and was taking the elevator to go upstairs. In the face of several of his Central TV Department 1 colleagues who saw him as the god of plague while looking down and whispering to each other, Zhang Yi was not affected by it and did not bother them. When he reached his floor, he got out from the elevator alone and answered the call. Zhang Yi, Fat Sis. The moment Fat Sis started to speak, she no longer addressed Zhang Yi the same as before. It was becoming even more casual now. Zanger, the demo of our game has created a big splash. Zhang Yi laughed, haha, I saw it. Fat Sis was very emotional. Right now, the public media is promoting our game for free. I guess this is all down to your influence. Those reporters and media outlets all seem to shoot up whenever a story gets linked to you. The gamers are also giving you a lot of face. When they heard that you were the game's designer, they were all very supportive of it. In the past, Big Sis did not know how many fans you had, but looking at it now, it seems like you really have a lot of fans. Zhang Yi, everyone's just giving me a little face. Fat Sis, the game will officially be launched 3 days later. Zhang Yi, okay. I'm just waiting for that day to come. Fat Sis, the entire company is looking forward to it as well. What are your expectations of the sales? Zhang Yi, what is the distribution method? Fat Sis, for the company's previous game, we did it the traditional way by distributing the game by physical CD-ROMs. As a result, we suffered a loss on our base costs, so let's not mention that anymore, fuck. This time around, we will definitely not do that again, since I can see that sales of physical media is just going to go downhill. This is the world of the internet now, so the distribution of Plants vs. Zombies will be via internet downloads. The download itself is free and will be free to play for 3 days, but after that, there will be a requirement to register to purchase a serial code. However, we've been thinking about what to set the price as for a long time now. We feel that a price between 5 and 15 RMB would be more suitable, but that has not been decided yet, so I would like to listen to your opinion about this. Zhang Yi thought over it for a bit and replied, then let's set it at 5 RMB. A higher price would affect the popularity of the game, so why don't we go for quantity over profit margins? And lay the foundations for this game first? With a solid foundation for the game, there will be other ways to seek profit in the future. Based on what you're saying, do you mean that there will be a Plants vs. Zombies too? That's a must. Ha ha ha. Good. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves now. Nothing is confirmed as of now. I understand. We've already laid out all the preparations, so now, it all depends on this last step. The company has put everything on this, we even took out a loan for it. If Plants vs. Zombies does this not sell well, then the company will have to be shuttered. Damn, surely it won't come to that, fat sis. I know, I'm just readying myself for the worst case scenario. But I, of course, have also made plans for the best case scenario, haha. After putting down the phone, Zhang Yi went back to his office and sat down, crossing his legs. In his mind, he went through the entire process once over. Generally speaking, he was quite optimistic and was full of confidence for this game, Plants vs. Zombies. He distinctly understood that this game had a good lead on all of this world's puzzle games, which had been verified by the video game market in his previous world. But even though the game was good, the sales figures definitely wouldn't mirror that of the originals. This world had its own rules and also slight differences. For example, the distribution channels. The debut country of the game's release. The business model. Both worlds had its differences and Zhang Yi could only guarantee a 95% similarity in game replication of Plants vs. Zombies from his previous world. But he could not dictate the distribution channels and regions in accordance to his previous world. He did not have the power to do so either. This was a game that was made by foreigners in his previous world, but he couldn't possibly choose to launch this game in an overseas market first, right? As such, Zhang Yi could only do his best and leave the rest to the market forces. Have crossed into a new industry this time, Zhang Yi was undoubtedly placing great importance on his game, knowing that he couldn't afford to make a mistake. Having been put into the freezer for so many days now by Central TV Department 1, his popularity was already slipping. Right now, he could only depend on Plants vs. Zombies to help him achieve another rise in his popularity. In the B-list celebrity rankings, the competition at this level was so fierce that an industry outsider couldn't understand it. If a celebrity was a B-lister, their name would be very well known to the people. Basically, more than half the country's people would have heard of or been able to say their names. This was a level of stardom that had an established fan base, so the unpredictability in standings was also greater. Who knew when one of these B-list celebrities might suddenly get a break in their acting career and star in a popular movie with a box office earnings of over 1 billion RMB? If that happens, their popularity would surely skyrocket. It wasn't an uncommon or unusual occurrence at all. Zhang Yi naturally knew this and understood the principle of not progressing but instead regressing in popularity. In the world of entertainment, what did people compete on? To put it bluntly, it was just a competition of popularity. Zhang Yi could not let himself have no progress at all. On Hueco, a group of haters suddenly appeared out of nowhere, discussing about things that were about Zhang Yi but were targeted at discrediting Plants vs. Zombies instead. Are you all blind? What's so fun about this game? Just look at the graphics and you'll know. It's such a rubbish game. Plants fighting zombies. That's a bunch of nonsense. Only a retard would play this type of games. If this game sales cross 500,000 RMB, I will jump off a building. Haha, you're thinking too much. 500,000? If it even gets 200,000, they would be laughing already. Don't be taken in by those video game magazines that praise the game to the high heavens after trying out the demo. When it gets released and sold, not many people will bother to buy it. Even if anyone wants to play, everyone would rather download the game after it has been cracked and pirated. When a person gets popular, gossip will fly. This saying applied to games too. Quite a number of supporters of Plants vs. Zombies immediately launched a counterattack, and both groups of people started flaming each other. It was bustling with activity online, but it was not quiet at other places either. Like in the entertainment circle, many of the industry insiders were following this matter very closely. They talked about all sorts of things in private. I don't even know what to say anymore. Why did this guy go and dabble in games now? I've never come across such a disreputable celebrity before. He's totally unpredictable. I think I already understand what's going on. Zhang Yi's main profession is actually being a jack of all trades. Starting from last year, I couldn't quite figure out what Zhang Yi's main profession is. But then again, this Plants vs. Zombies game is really very fun. Zhang Yi might have offended lots of people before, but he's still a really capable person, I gotta admit that. The gaming industry was also getting noisy. That Zhang Yi is already a big shot celebrity, so why did he still come over to try and take our jobs? Who knows what that guy is thinking? This game is being praised by everyone right now, but the sales might not necessarily turn out well. The market for our domestically produced games is rather weak right now, especially in the puzzle game genre which just built itself up not too long ago. Although everyone has said many good things about Plants vs. Zombies, and have built up a lot of anticipation, the domestic game market has always been rampant with piracy. It's mainly foreign video game companies and publishers dominating the market, so if we're hoping that a domestically produced puzzle game can stand out in this market, difficult. It is going to be extremely difficult. Indeed, the sales figures probably won't be too high. But it's still a good start. At least our country can still produce a puzzle game that we're proud to show off. Even if it is fails, it's fine. This is still a moral victory for us. That's right. There definitely has to be someone to open up the market for our domestic games. Even if it loses money. We can only wish them luck on their release. The sales might not turn out badly either. Who knows? Our domestically produced game might be able to create a miracle this time. Who is to say that our domestically made games will always perform worse than foreign games? There were also some unfriendly voices against Plants vs. Zombies in the gaming industry, but the majority of the industry professionals still strongly supported it. In fact, the CEOs and game designers of several video game companies even publicly showed their support for Plants vs. Zombies on Weibo by giving likes and forwarding it. It was very rare that Zhang Yi's crossover into another industry was not met with a call for boycott or doubt, but instead received the blessings of countless video game industry professionals. The reason was simple. Due to the current state of the domestic gaming industry, domestic games basically weren't mainstream. They only accounted for about a quarter of the market share. The rest was dominated by foreign video game companies. Those who were selfish might think that Zhang Yi was here to steal their jobs, but anyone with a little bit of common sense would know that it wasn't the time for an internal conflict in the domestic gaming industry. For only a quarter market share, what was there to fight for? Even if someone won the fight, so what? What they needed to do now was get the market share back from the foreign companies, and with Zhang Yi's astounding puzzle game, this was their chance to carve out a bigger market for domestic games and also an opportunity to increase the size of the pie. This battle was not only for Zhang Yi to fight alone. This battle was between all domestic games fighting against the intrusion of foreign games. The laypersons watched the buzz, while professionals examined the skills. Almost all the industry professionals in the gaming industry had given the demo of Plants vs. Zombies a try, while some of them had played it over and over to research it. Although this was just a demo and the full version of the game had not yet been seen by anyone else, just this tip of the iceberg had already given them a boost. If they had to pick a game to compete against the foreign games, then from the creativity, graphics, gameplay, and many other aspects of the game, it was without a doubt only Plants vs. Zombies that would stand a chance. All of the video game industry professionals had very high expectations for it and thoroughly anticipated the day the game would be launched. They wanted to see what kind of results that famous and legendary Zhang Yi could bring after crossing over into their industry. The industry professionals were all waiting to see what would happen. The media was looking to fan the flames of hype. The gamers were all gearing up in anticipation. The focus of everyone, Plants vs. Zombies was about to usher in its launch day. 764 Rave Reviews. Chapter 764, Rave Reviews, Launch Day. It was still an hour away from launch. In the morning, Zhang Yi held in his hands the documents that FATSAS had sent to him. He went through it several times in earnest, analyzing the information for domestic sales of puzzle games in recent years. In the data, it not only included the domestically produced casual puzzle games, but also an abundance of foreign puzzle game titles. Flying Leopard. Casual domestic puzzle game. Price, free. Sales numbers, 800 downloads on launch day. Kamikaze. Japanese turn-based strategy puzzle game. Price, 9 RMB for mobile version. Not available for PC at the moment. Sales numbers, 16,000 downloads on launch day. Fishing Master 2. Country of origin, America. Price, 19 RMB for PC version, 6 RMB for mobile version. Sales numbers, 95,000 downloads on launch day. And so on. This was the current distribution of numbers for the casual domestic puzzle games in China. It could clearly be seen from the data of the 27 titles of games the disparity of the domestically made games to the foreign-made ones. The domestically made game, Flying Leopard, had apparently taken a year's time and a cost of 10 million RMB to develop and was temporarily free to play only managed a figure of 800 downloads on launch day. Describing it as a miserable result was already a nice way to put it. Then, looking at the foreign-made games, most of the titles had downloads crossing 10,000 on their release days, with the best performer being Fishing Master 2, which built on the success of Fishing Master 1. Its popularity showed with their market share in addition to receiving close to 100,000 downloads on launch day. With this momentum, Fishing Master 2's sales figures would cross 1 million downloads in only a matter of time, and shouldn't be difficult to achieve either. Of course, the results of Fishing Master 2 still couldn't be compared with those large-scale, famous RPG series, among other popular titles. Nor should they be mentioned in the same breath, since how could you compare a game that was measured in megabytes to one that was measured in gigabytes? And that was the status of puzzle games. The Fishing Master series had an absolute dominance in the puzzle games genre, and was also one of the most popular puzzle games as well. After reading through the document, Zhang Yi had a heavy heart. The situation was grim. The domestic games market did not have much hope. Now, it just depended on how Plants vs. Zombies would perform. Not only did he want to make a stand for himself, he also wanted to help domestically made games make a stand for themselves. Although it was true that Plants vs. Zombies itself was a foreign-made game to begin with, but then who would know about that in this world? Humphrey. If this bro says that it is a domestically made game, then it is a domestically made game. You gonna buy me? The countdown toward the release began. 3 minutes. 2 minutes. 1 minute. At 8 a.m., Plants vs. Zombies was officially launched as the resources were made available for download in this world, done in accordance to this world's market conditions with a new method of distribution. Zhang Yi clicked to download the game. The internet speed was quite slow and the game that was only several hundred megabytes actually took 5 minutes to download and even got stuck at 90% downloaded. Sitting at his computer, Zhang Yi did not feel like there was any progress at all. But unknown to him, at this moment, many other people were experiencing the same issue. At a game download website, an uproar kicked up in the comments section. Why can't Plants vs. Zombies be downloaded? My gosh. Why don't you try a different downloader? I can download the game. Me too, but it's really slow. It's slower than a glacier. What's going on? Same for me, and I have a fucking 100 Mbps connection. But why does it feel like I am back in the era of dial-up? 5 kilobytes per second? Just how slow can it get? Fuck, there are too many people downloading this. Let's switch to a mirror and try. There should be many other servers providing this game for download. Don't bother, it's all the same. I came over from a different server, but the speed over there is about the same. Hi, let's just wait a while. Hahaha, my download is done. I'll go ahead and play first. Fuck you, previous poster. Flips table. What dog shit server is this? Who the hell is causing this internet slowdown in my home? It's so slow that I'm crying. There were countless comments. The swearing from tens of thousands of people was a very shocking sight. At Beijing television station. In the program team office of Do You Remember? A loud shout of surprise rang out in the office. I succeeded in downloading it. It was huge. After his exclamation, he quickly proceeded to install the game. It didn't take long for the game to be installed. Within 30 seconds, he was at the game's menu. In that moment, Dafai, Hudi, Zhaolu, and a few others all surrounded him immediately. Zhaolu said in frustration, "We're all on the same network. Why is my download taking so long?" Hooch chuckled, "It's down to character, our character." Dafai urged, "Hurry up and start the game." Hudi said, "I can't wait any longer. Since this game was produced by Teacher Zhang, it definitely has to be fun. I've even resisted playing the demo." Hooch clicked his mouse with a swagger. It's starting, it's starting." The game commenced. Unlike the demo, this full version of Plants vs. Zombies did not bring the player directly into the game mode. Instead, there was a tutorial mode to help players become familiarized with game, and the game character that appeared to guide the player made Zhaolu, Dafai, and everyone else freeze. Was this Zhang Yi? An NPC? Crazy Zhang Yi? Looking at that 2D cartoon character that vaguely resembled like Zhang Yi, everyone suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why is Teacher Zhang also appearing in the game as a guest character? Seems like this video game company really respects Teacher Zhang a lot. No duh. This game was designed by Zhang Yi in the first place. Do you think it would be difficult for him to make an appearance in it? Hehehe, Teacher Zhang's pretty smart about it, even endorsing himself all the way into the game. Can you imagine if this game really blows up? How much would Teacher Zhang's popularity increase by? This is goddamn equivalent to pervasive soft advertising for him. You can't shut him out even if you wanted to. I was still wondering why Teacher Zhang crossed over to making games. So it was because he had ulterior motives instead. Who says that Teacher Zhang is being too much of a jack of all trades? In fact, I think that rather than a jack of all trades, he knows exactly what he is doing. Even though taking the bar exam and making games do not seem like logical moves, all those activities actually affect his popularity and exposure to the media. Stop rambling and just play the game. Peking University. School had reopened, but on this day, the campus was quieter than usual. The people who would usually take a stroll beside the artificial lake were nowhere to be seen. Some students who were passing by the area were surprised at this. Hey, why is it so quiet around here today? Everyone's in their dorms. In their dorms? Aren't they going to get breakfast? Don't you know? Today is the launch day of Plants vs. Zombies. Ayo. It's today? So do you understand now? Teacher Zhang has always been good to us in the past, teaching us his knowledge and leading us to scold the foreign dignitaries. Even during the recent student recruitment, he helped Peking University stop Tsinghua University's antics. Knowing this, who among us do not appreciate him? Who wouldn't be moved? We don't know when Teacher Zhang can come back to teach us. Since he's releasing a new product now, we must support him even if it kills us. The vice chairman of the Student Council of Peking University and a few other officers of the council have already started calling on everyone to show their support for Plants vs. Zombies. That's right. I won't acknowledge any teachers in the school except Zhang Yi. We must give our support. No two ways about it. Fuck, I better get back to my room then. I have to download the game and purchase a serial code as well. At one of the female dormitories, crosstalk actor Yao Jiankai's daughter, Yao Mi, had already started playing Plants vs. Zombies with a few of her friends. All that could be heard coming from the dorm room were exclamations, laughter, and excited voices. The zombie is approaching, it's approaching. Are you stupid? Plant the pea shooter. Haha, you got the zombie. Another wave is coming. I don't have enough sun anymore. I have no resources. Why are you guys so terrible? I've already passed the 3rd level. Yao Mi was the first to pass the first 3 levels of the game. After she had completed the 3rd level, a pop-up appeared and prompted her to enter a serial code. She needed to buy a serial code before she could continue playing. Without even hesitating, Yao Mi immediately made the payment online. It was only a few yuan, an amount that not too many people would care about. Afterwards, she continued clicking her mouse excitedly as she began the 4th level. The more she played, the more addicted and excited she got. This is so fun. I can't stop at all. Mimi, tell us why our teacher Zhang Yi is so awesome. A video game company in Beijing. The gaming research department employees had arrived early for work today. No one was idle as all of them were here to do the same thing, download Plants vs. Zombies. Other people might play games for entertainment and leisure, but for them, it was for work, in order to learn from the experience of others. In the office, the game's soundtrack reverberated. Hi, the full version of the game is quite different from the demo. You've only just realized? There are so many game modes, but they're still grayed out at the moment. The levels are also different. They're much richer than in the demo. I was just mentioning that if the levels are just going to continue on so monotonously, the repetitive levels will surely cause gameplay fatigue. But after I said that, the next level immediately went into night mode. There's a difference in the strategy of fighting and the type of plants that can be planted in night mode as compared to day mode. How interesting. The person who designed this game must definitely be an expert. If you go on further in the game, there's even a pool mode. Reading from the introduction, there's also a roof mode. There are different strategies for fighting in each mode, so not only does that increase the playability of the game, it also does not cause gameplay fatigue to the player. Is this really a creation of Zhang Yi's? Without 7 or 8 years of experience in game design, how can he possibly have grasped the mind of a player so well? The demo was already amazing, but this full version is even better. After completing a level, I want to go on to the next one immediately. I think that after this level, it's be enough. But then somehow, I still go ahead and click to start the next level. If this game doesn't go viral, I could never justify that. Zhang Yi is indeed just like his reputation. Who knows, Plants vs. Zombies could really lead the charge for our domestically developed video games. This is such a godly game. It's really too goddamn godly. There's actually a day when our domestically made games could come up with such a godly work. How encouraging. The industry insiders were exploding with excitement. The internet also exploded with comments from the netizens. This is so fun. So the demo really was just the tip of the iceberg. Is this really a game made by a domestic video game company? Did Zhang Yi really come up with the entire design of this game? This is too incredible. I can't believe this. A boost for our domestically made games. I've already recommended it to friends and relatives. This game truly is constantly full of surprises. The more I play it, the more fun I have. There were also celebrities who posted on Weibo. A C-list singer named Wang Kiki posted a link to Plants vs. Zombies with the accompanying words, "It's so good I'm crying." A movie star named Chen Chi posted, recommending a good game my friend recommended to me. It's called Plants vs. Zombies. Please support domestically made games. Zhang Yi did not know those two people, neither had he come across them before. The reason for their recommendation posts was clearly because this game had truly touched them. Naturally, Zhang Yi's friends did not idle around either. Chen Guang and Fan Wenli highly recommended it. Yao Jiankai highly recommended it. Dong Shanshan highly recommended it. At the same time, the media was also making its moves. A few video game websites had already published their analyses and review of the full version of Plants vs. Zombies. The reviews were very good, just like how the industry insiders rated it. Websites, newspapers, and other entertainment media's reporters did not idle around either. A puzzle game that clearly had nothing to do with the entertainment circle had actually been pushed to the front page or into the headlines as the topic generated massive interest. It was like a wildfire. An amazing, classic domestically created puzzle game. Can Zhang Yi continue writing his cross-industry legend? Some industry insiders' frank opinions, not optimistic of Plants vs. Zombies sale figures. Good but unable to attract an audience? A legend of a domestically made puzzle video game might have begun. Possibility of poor sales? Don't be too pessimistic, don't speak too soon, just remember. The creator of this game is Zhang Yi. The turnaround of domestically made video games? 765 This guy is actually a professor? Chapter 765, This guy is actually a professor. The internet was flooded with positive comments. At home. After Zhang Yi finished playing a few levels of the game, he exited from it with great satisfaction. When he browsed through the comments and news online, he was delighted. Seeing that everyone had actually given him so much face, he suddenly rolled up his sleeves and shook his hands about as a simple warm-up. Without wasting any time, he got into his spokesperson of Plants vs. Zombies mode immediately, except that this spokesperson kind of didn't have much moral integrity. On Weibo. A idealist female actress with a Weibo handle of beautiful little Fangwa posted on Weibo with an attached picture of steamed buns and bin gruel. What a sumptuous breakfast. Thank you, Mom. It's so delicious I'm crying. When the post was just submitted, the sofa was immediately snatched. 1. Obviously, the female actress did not close Weibo straight after posting, but waited to see the comments from the netizens. Who could have expected that, just a second after she posted, someone immediately commented on it. Whoa. Aren't you reacting too quickly? That female actress giggled as she lowered her head to read, but she was shocked by what she saw. This name. This person. The person who snatched the sofa turned out to be a celebrity as well. The person who was the focus of attention everywhere, Zhang Yi. However, the comment posted by him couldn't be any more shameless. SHH, don't make a sound, don't make a sound. Let me quietly share with you a secret. There's a new game called Plants vs. Zombies that is extremely fun to play. I am telling you this, but don't you go telling anyone else. That female actress immediately felt overwhelmed by this. This was Zhang Yi. He was the infamous and most miraculous person in the entertainment industry right now. Although he had a terrible reputation, he was still a true B-list celebrity who was popular throughout the country. He was obviously not at the same level compared to her, a small-time actress who hovered around in the D-list rankings. Seeing that it was the legendary Zhang Yi who snatched her sofa, she felt very flattered. She replied frantically, "This game recommended by Teacher Zhang must be fun." Further down in the comments, her fans were also shocked. Ah. Teacher Zhang? Ayo. We have met a god. Haha, Teacher Zhang. Do you have any shame? This game is obviously made and endorsed by you, so should you be promoting your game in this way? As they were messing around and joking there. Elsewhere, Zhang Yuanqi also had some activity on Weibo. She posted a picture of an airport. I have just arrived after my flight. Thanks for the warm reception from my fans. However, the sofa was snatched by Zhang Yi again. SHH, don't make a sound, don't make a sound. Let me quietly share with you a secret. There's a new game called Plants vs. Zombies that is extremely fun to play. I am telling you this, but don't you go telling anyone else. Zhang Yuanqi. Her manager, Fang Wang. The two of them replied with a string of ellipses, showing how speechless they were. At yet another place. Crosstalk actor Tang Dazhang, who had a great enmity with Zhang Yi, posted on Weibo, "The weather in Kunming is quite nice. It's so enjoyable to perform here." Many of Tang Dazhang's fans saw the update on Weibo at the first moment were ready to reply. But after they had just finished commenting, they were shocked to find that they did not get the sofa. The first comment had actually appeared within 2 seconds of Tang Dazhang posting on Weibo. Who was it that was so fast? Are you trying to take off from the runway? When they saw it, Tang Dazhang's fans were all stunned. Isn't that Zhang Yi, the fucking adversary of teacher Tang Dazhang? Zhang Yi posted, SHH, don't make a sound. Don't make a sound. Let me quietly share with you a secret. Tang Dazhang nearly vomited blood. Tang Dazhang's fans, Zhang. Why are you shameless? Why are you so shameless? Back then, you derided Teacher Tang in the crosstalk competition, yet you still have the cheek to come to Teacher Tang's Weibo to promote your game? How can you be so fucking shameless? I've seen hooligans before, but I've never seen such a hooligan as you. Following that, another crosstalk actor who had a past grudge with Zhang Yi was struck by this misfortune. That crosstalk artist posted, "Recently, the weather has been cloudy and rainy. I can feel my arthritis acting up again." Zhang Yi once again snatched the sofa for this post. SHH, don't make a sound, don't make a sound. Let me quietly share with you a secret. That crosstalk artist. From 9 a.m. to 10 a.m., Zhang Yi snatched the second floor on more than 20 celebrities and public figures' Weibo posts. All of them were the first to reply to each post and the content was all the same. He used a sneaky tone that was employed in marketing talk for medicinal treatments to promote Plants vs. Zombies. All the celebrities were totally lost for words. The netizens also fainted one after another. Teacher Zhang. That's enough, that's really enough of you. PFFT, do you have to have such low moral integrity? Damn, just how fast is your reaction speed? I'm so shocked that I peed my pants. What the fuck is this reaction speed? He managed to snatch the sofa every time? Teacher Zhang, can you stop constantly appearing and disappearing so mysteriously? How much of an endorsement fee did you actually receive? You're working so hard. You're being way too professional. Ha 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 ha. Godly reaction speed. What the hell? Kneeling down. I've been shocked into a daze. Teacher Zhang, are you on drugs? They had seen celebrities doing promotions before and had also seen them sparing no effort and working hard to promote their works or products they'd endorsed. But Zhang Yi's shameless promoting style was the first time everyone had witnessed something like this. This really lacked morals. It would have been fine if it was some average D or E-list, small-time celebrities doing this, but you are a very well-known and famous big shot, B-list celebrity. Even within the fiercely contested industry like the entertainment circle, you belong in the top tier, so you are far too. However, Zhang Yi did not feel embarrassed at all and was still tirelessly going around to carry out the great cause of snatching the sofa. In the following stretch of time, to the amazement of the netizens, one after another, celebrities were met with Zhang Yi's violent sellout. The most impressive thing that left everyone full of admiration was how Zhang Yi always managed to snatch the sofa successfully from under the noses of the celebrities' millions of fans each time. If it happened one time, it might have been accidental. If it happened 2 times, it might still have been accidental. But what about 20 times? 50 times? The netizens and celebrities from the entertainment circle were shocked. First, they were shocked by the speed of Zhang Yi's fingers. Second, they were shocked by his qualities of persistence and shameless perseverance. Shendu. At an entertainment company. A B-list female actress and singer, who had met with Zhang Yi's violent sellout on Weibo earlier, turned to look at the staff member beside her with a stunned face. As she was not particularly familiar with Zhang Yi, she pointed with a blank expression at her cell phone screen showing the Weibo interface. This guy is actually a professor at Peking University? The staff member smiled wryly. Yes. The female actress asked again, a literary artist? The staff member exclaimed, yes. The female actress asked for the 3rd time, part of the judiciary? The staff member closed his eyes. Yes. The actress wiped her sweat away and said, I didn't study much, so don't try to fool me like that. 1. In Chinese net speak, the overpowered is known as first floor, while the first to comment is referred to as the second floor, or SF. When translated to English, this acronym is sometimes referred to as Shafa, which means sofa. Another explanation is that whenever a post is made, the first person to reply usually comment with so fast, which is usually irrelevant to the content posted, and just for the sake of getting first. Thus, so fast is simplified to sofa, and when a netizen snatches the sofa, it just means that they got the first comment or reply. 766 Selling like crazy. Chapter 766, Selling like crazy. There were traces of Zhang Yi all over Weibo. He was everywhere. He was like a shadow that followed you everywhere. The only reason he could snatch the sofa on these celebrities' posts was naturally because he had a method to do so. First off, this fellow was a hacker, the most wanted hacker with the highest bounty in the world, so he definitely used some underhanded means to help himself snatch the sofa. Second, the key reason was because Zhang Yi's hand movement speed was now a far cry from the past. Ever since he had eaten at many fruits of agility, his reaction speed had greatly improved. It was the same reason behind his reciting speed, his hand movement speed had also reached a peak. Therefore, no common netizen was able to snatch the sofa from him. Zhang Yi's promotions had performed beyond expectation, with countless netizens watching on in laughter. Regarding the launch of Plants vs. Zombies, more and more people knew about it by now. This joker. Zhang Yi's messing around again, haha. Even though he has been put into the freezer, Teacher Zhang is still so entertaining every day. Is it really a fun game? I'll go and try out Plants vs. Zombies as well then. Supporting Zhang Yi. This promotional campaign is simply astonishing. I'm pretty sure there will be other celebrities doing the same in the future. It's low cost, has a low barrier to entry, and has good effects. This campaign of Zhang Yi's has really touched into a new field of advertising. It's impossible. Who can imitate this style of promoting their products? Such promotional techniques might look very straightforward and simple, but in fact, in the entire entertainment industry, only Zhang Yi alone could carry it out. Even if other people followed his strategy down to the letter to do their promotions, they couldn't achieve much of an effect. The reason was simple. First, you needed to have the technique and speed to ensure that you could snatch the sofa successfully. If your comments were a few pages down, who would notice? Even if people noticed, the effect wouldn't be as great, so a majority of those who would want to use this method were already be eliminated. Second, you'd still need to be somewhat of a big shot to do this. A small-time celebrity couldn't carry out such a method of promoting their products. If you were a D or a nihilist rookie and quite unknown in the entertainment circle, would you try and snatch the sofa of those big shot celebrities' posts and use their platforms to promote your own works? This was obviously not going to earn you any fans. This way of doing things would only devalue the efforts, furthermore, it could possibly offend others. But if you were a big shot, then it probably wouldn't happen this way, since even if everyone did not know each other personally, they would still give a certain amount of face to each other. Even with good hand movement speed and celebrity status, there was still the final requirement to manage something like that. That is, you'd need to have thick skin, reaching to the point of shamelessness. With a large enough celebrity status. With a quick enough hand movement speed. Add on shamelessness to that. None of those factors could be missing. The only person with these three qualities right now in the entertainment circle was Zhang Yi. That was why this promotional technique could only be managed by Zhang Yi and no one else. Noon. Zhang Yi's antics finally caught the attention of the official Weibo staff. They had probably noticed him early on, but chose to let it slide at the beginning, thinking that his promotions for the game would stop soon after it started. But as it turned out, Zhang Yi did not even have to thought of stopping. From the morning, he had been snatching the sofas of posts, all the way until noon. It was as though his account had turned into a sofa snatching specialist account. The Weibo staff found it both funny and annoying. They asked for instructions from their department leader, then grit their teeth as they issued a soft ban on Zhang Yi's Weibo account, stopping him from posting any further. The reason for the ban: advertising spam. When Zhang Yi, who was at home, saw that he could no longer post any comments, he silently cursed under his breath and decided to stop since he had been banned. He shook his tired wrists and then went to get a glass of water. He was actually getting tired already. He had now done all he could. The rest was up to Plants vs. Zombies itself now. At Fat Sis Company, everyone was up to their ears with work. Has Dayu Video not submitted the animated promotional trailer yet? They said that they'd get it done today, Fat Sis. Go and hurry them up. I've already paid yet they're not getting our jobs done. What the hell? Yes. Fat Sis, quickly have a look at Weibo. Teacher Zhang has been advertising everywhere on Weibo by stealing the sofa on those big shot celebrity posts for the past 3 hours. He's even sacrificed his account and gotten a soft ban. Look at Teacher Little Zhang. Dedicated. He's totally dedicated. Come on, everyone. We have to learn from Teacher Little Zhang and get things moving now. Today is the launch date of our new game, and an important day for the game. The results we'll see in the future will all depend on the effort we put in today. No one should screw up at this critical juncture. Yes. Rest assured, Fat Sis. Everyone replied in unison. Fat Sis asked, have the download numbers been calculated yet? A person said, not yet, but Little Who is already contacting those game download websites, since we don't have access to their data and can only get it from them one by one. In any case, even if we calculate the data, it's only the statistics for the past 4 hours. Fat Sis said, 4 hours worth of data will provide enough of a clue on how we're doing. The players will only need to pay after the first 3 levels of the game. We're only 4 hours into the launch now and there are still many players who might have downloaded the game late and not passed the 3rd level yet, so there's no point to look at the serial code sold for now. It won't be an accurate reflection of the numbers, but the most important thing to know right now is still the number of downloads and popularity of the game. The number of people who download, the number of accounts created, those are the most direct and the most reliable numbers we can check, and those are what I want to know. I will only be able to stop worrying if it can exceed Fishing Master 2's number of downloads. Alright, I will go and hurry Little Who up. Go on. Fishing Master 2 was this year's most popular puzzle game, and since their game was also in the same genre, they definitely had to use it for comparison. Fishing Master 2's launch day downloads numbered close to 100,000, which was the figure for the 24-hour window. So if their Plants vs. Zombies could manage around 20,000 downloads in a 4-hour window, then they could say they had succeeded. If it outperformed and got close to 30,000 downloads during that time frame, then they could say for sure that their game had brought some vindication to domestically made games by outdoing Fishing Master 2's results. But how did they do? No one knew at this moment. Everyone was desperately busy and feeling very nervous. Whether their company could be revived all depended on this day. The company had bet everything it had on this release. Suddenly, a scream sounded from the office across theirs. Fat sis. Fat sis. It was Little Hu from the operations department. Everyone looked over at that instant, only to see the office door bursting open and Little Hu stumbling into the office. As she was running too quickly, she did not watch her step and even bumped into the door frame, making her clench her teeth in pain, but not enough to slow her pace, as she ran into the office. She held the data documents with excitement, looking overwhelmed. Fat sis quickly asked, "Is it out already?" Little Hu said with a pant, It's out." Fat sis immediately asked, "How many downloads?" "Speak, quick." A deputy CEO of the company also asked anxiously, "Spit it out, Little Hu. How many downloads are we up to at this moment?" Everyone's eyes were fixed on her. Little Hu's face was flushed, not from the running, but from her excitement as she waved the documents in her hands and said, "The number of downloads for the 4 hours after launch is .47000. When everyone heard this, the large office suddenly burst out in jubilation. 47,000? Heavens! Ha 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 ha! It's a success. We did it. We really did it. Why are my eyes turning red? I think I'm gonna cry. We've returned back to business this time. It's a hit. Teacher Zhang is way too amazing. I'd said that this game would be no problem. That it would definitely be popular. In the future, let's see who still dares to look down on our domestically made video games." Everyone was yelling in surprise. Someone even threw all the documents in their hands up into the air. They were all too excited and no one could control their emotions. Even the company CEO, Fat Sis, had tears in her eyes. She smacked her hand on the table and repeatedly shouted, "Good. Good. Good." The company's deputy CEO nearly shed a tear as he said in a trembling voice, 47,000 downloads in 4 hours. Then wouldn't that mean we would definitely surpass Fishing Master 2's 100,000 downloads after 24 hours? However, just as they were all celebrating, Little Hu from operations interjected, "No. No. Fat sis, CEO Chen, it's not like that." Everyone froze. The deputy CEO said, "What do you mean by it's not like that?" Fat sis was also scowling. "Did you report the wrong statistics to us?" Everyone thought that this better not be it, otherwise they'd have been happy for nothing. Little Hu hurriedly waved her hands and said anxiously, "No, I haven't reported it wrong. It's just that you all understood it incorrectly." She quickly handed over the documents to Fat Sis. "The 47,000 downloads in 4 hours are not our game's total downloads, but the figures from just one of the game download websites, called 77gaming.net. I still have not managed to get a hold of the other websites for their number of downloads. They have not sent those over to us yet." When she said those words, the entire office fell silent. Fat Sis was startled. "Say that again?" Little Hu said, "This is just one of the website's download statistics." The deputy CEO looked shocked. Did you get it wrong?" Little Hu wiped away her sweat. "I thought it was calculated incorrectly too, so I asked 77gaming.net several times for it, but the numbers they sent to us were always the same." Silence. It was silent again. 47,000 downloads was just one figure from the website of a company among several dozen other companies? No one could believe this. Because this was too frightening to be true. If it were real, then the figures were totally unimaginable. Fat Sis gasped, "Let's go. Lead the way." Little Hu knew that they did not believe her, so she quickly led everyone over to the operations office to reconcile the data. The other employees could no longer be bothered with the work they had on hand. They marched over to the operations office together and filled that office entirely, both on the inside and outside. Fat Sis personally handled this matter, even calling 77gaming.net's manager to verify the situation. In the end, the statistics were verified to be true. There was nothing wrong with the numbers. On top of that, during the time she spoke with them, the internal calculation at 77gaming.net for Plants vs. Zombies total downloads had already gone up to 50,000. Fat Sis put down the phone dumbfounded. All the company's employees were also dumbfounded, not saying anything for a long time. Then, gradually, all the other partner websites began sending over their download statistics. Fang.net, 30,000 downloads. A certain download host, 70,000 downloads. A certain software search engine, 26,000 downloads. Etc., etc. etc. These were all the statistics for the 4-hour window since launch. Just 4 hours worth of data. It was selling like crazy. Plants vs. Zombies. Was selling like crazy. 767 steamrolled. Chapter 767, steamrolled. Is that real? Oh my god. These statistics are too exaggerated. Aren't we defying all logic with this? I have a hunch that our company is going to create a shockwave both domestically and overseas this time. Everyone sucked in a breath as some stood still, while others were clutching their thumping chests, and some were so excited that their hands were trembling. They didn't know how to express themselves at this point anymore. At this moment, they felt that even if they screamed or cheered, nothing would come out, because these statistics were so unbelievable that this group of people couldn't regain their senses to cheer due to the shock. The deputy CEO shivered and said, "Fat sis." Another deputy CEO was sweating profusely from his forehead as he sought for instructions. Should we publicly announce these statistics? Announce it now. Fat sis had at least twice the mental fortitude they had, yet at this moment, her forehead was also sweating profusely. She wiped away her sweat and said, "Don't announce it yet. No one will believe it even if we announce it now. Let's just keep a low profile for now and finish all the promotions and work scheduled for today. We can announce the overall statistics after 24 hours instead." Okay. I understand. Fat sis suddenly remembered. Oh yes, inform Teacher Little Jong about this. He's the biggest contributor and has a share in this game, so there's no need to hide it from him. Yes, ma'am. Fat sis gave a wave of her hand. Hurry up and get back to work. Her voice trembled slightly and sounded a bit weak. This was clearly because her heart was beating too fast, which caused her blood flow to increase too quickly, which resulted in this adverse effect. Keishaku. At Zhang Yi's parents' house. Zhang Yi immediately received a call from Fat Sis's company and was informed about the number of downloads for Plants vs. Zombies in the past 4 hours. After hearing this figure, Zhang Yi took a deep breath as he knew that it was a foregone conclusion from here. No one could stop the rise of Plants vs. Zombies anymore. However, he did not gasp in shock like the group of people at Fat Sis's company. First, Zhang Yi had experienced more things in the past, none of which were less impactful than this event. As a result, his mental fortitude was naturally quite good. Second, Zhang Yi was likely the only person in this world who knew about the background of Plants vs. Zombies. Back in his previous world, be it however much money this game had earned or the amount of downloads, he knew it all quite well. Online. The heated discussions kept increasing. Hurry up and download Plants vs. Zombies. It's so fun. I guarantee this on my honor. I'm Nam. Who were the ones who trash-talked this game 2 days ago? That person kept saying how this game was garbage, but when I downloaded the game to try it out, I ended up getting hooked after playing. Previously, playing such puzzle games were just for leisure and to relax ourselves. But Plants vs. Zombies is no longer simply for relaxation. You'll get addicted to it. It's comparable to playing a real-time strategy game. How satisfying. How many downloads has it gotten? I don't know. Who has any idea? Please reveal it to us. They haven't even announced it yet, so who would know what the exact numbers are? I feel that the number of downloads of this game definitely won't be lower than Fishing Master 2. The worst outcome is that they will be on par. Otherwise, I could never justify that. Many of the netizens downloaded the game and had an enjoyable time playing it. On seeing the overwhelming discussion about Plants vs. Zombies online, everyone knew that there were a lot of people playing this game as well. However, they did not know exactly how many and could only wait for the statistics to be released, which would be the most reliable information. Many people were waiting to see the results of Plants vs. Zombies. At around 3 p.m., a staff member at a game download website suddenly updated with a post on Hueco. Everyone should prepare themselves mentally for the number of downloads for Plants vs. Zombies, as it has probably exceeded everyone's expectations. I don't have the overall statistics for the number of downloads of this title with me, but using the number of downloads and traffic flow to our website, we can make a rather accurate estimate. Don't blame me for not warning everyone, so everyone better be mentally prepared for it. When the netizens saw this, they pounced onto it right away. Just how many is it? Damn it, don't keep us guessing. Are you trying to cliffhanger us? What are the number of downloads of a game on your website? Your sister, hurry up and tell us. Why must we be mentally prepared? Could it be that Plants vs. Zombies might exceed 200,000 downloads on launch day? Aren't you thinking too much? The downloads for Fishing Master 2 on the first day were only about 90,000, but Plants vs. Zombies might be double that? It can't be that much, right? I know that Plants vs. Zombies is very fun, but Fishing Master 2 is a classic sequel from the Americans and is also inheriting the success of Fishing Master 1. It's not just some pushover. Why are you only telling us half the story? You're really cliffhanging us. Could it really reach 200,000 downloads on the first day of launch? Fuck, if it's really like that, then wouldn't Plants vs. Zombies be defying all logic? Or it might only reach 150,000 downloads. Even 150,000 downloads would be considered very high. Everyone was left guessing at what would happen next. A few gaming industry insiders appeared as well and joined in the guessing and analysis together with everyone. However, those people who had the information stayed silent at this moment and did not say a word. A reporter at a video game magazine called out the website operator to make an inquiry, but the reply they got was to be mentally prepared, without getting any exact figures. This was too suspenseful. But the more they felt this way, the more curious they became. 1 hour. 2 hours. There were some things that could be hidden from gamers but not industry insiders. As professionals in the same circle, each of them had their own network of contacts. Very quickly, many industry insiders obtained the information on the number of downloads for Plants vs. Zombies through various channels. At this moment, the gaming industry suddenly went quiet. It was as though the mute button had been pressed and everyone immediately fell silent. Under this very odd atmosphere, the critical time period of the first 24 hours of launch was ushered in for Plants vs. Zombies. The next day, at 8:20 a.m., under the focus of the entire country, the video game company that produced and published Plants vs. Zombies officially announced the figures of the total downloads across all the game download websites. The download figures for the 23 websites were listed one by one, with the total downloads of Plants vs. Zombies after 24 hours tallying 1,580,000. It's released. The results have finally been released. I nearly died from the waiting. How much is this? Why are there so many zeros? Wait, let me count the number of zeros. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. 1 million? With the initial glance, everyone still could not grasp the big picture, but when they started to count the zeros one by one, everyone got a fright from the numbers in front of them. What? Holy fuck. 1.58 million? These numbers. Gee, go to hell. Why is it so fucking high? What kinds of numbers are those? The gamers were dumbfounded. The media reporters were dumbfounded. Even those industry insiders who were already mentally prepared were also dumbfounded. This was obviously not an amount of downloads that a small-scale puzzle game should have received. Let alone puzzle games, even those famous RPG, action, and FPS games, their first-day sales couldn't achieve such a volume either. Much less a casual puzzle game for niche audiences. More than 1 million downloads. If the statistics weren't wrong, then it must be the gamers who had gone crazy. Wasn't Fishing Master 2 a great game? It was the most popular puzzle game nowadays, and the number of downloads for it on release in the domestic market was only about 100,000. Moreover, the game could only set that kind of heaven-defying record because it had accumulated a high amount of popularity from the prequel. But Plants vs. Zombies. It was a brand new game made by a video game company that no one had heard of before, and it was even a domestically made game? The number of downloads on release day had even surpassed Fishing Master 2's downloads by a factor of 10. The video game industry was in an uproar. The gamers exclaimed in disbelief. In recent days, the reputation of Plants vs. Zombies was very well known and widespread. The feedback after trying out the game was also great. A lot of people commended endlessly about it and the industry's appraisal of it was very high. But even so, after these results were published, the people were still stunned, and nearly even fainted from shock one after another. More than 1.5 million downloads on launch day. Ignoring all the puzzle video games published in the world this year, just from looking at the launch day statistics of all the puzzle games in the history of this world, there had never been a result like this either. This had broken all records in the history of puzzle video games. And it had broken the old record by several times over. The closest result to this record by Plants vs. Zombies was set 5 years ago by a game called My Orchard. It was released in America and the number of downloads on launch day locally was 420,000. It was the best-selling casual puzzle video game in the history of the entire world. But Plants vs. Zombies was between 3 and 4 times more downloaded than this long-standing, #1 puzzle game in history. Oh my god. Oh my god. The internet blew up with countless shocked comments. Their domestically made games had actually scored a victory over a foreign-made game? And it wasn't simply just a victory, they were fucking steamrolled. According to calculations from the downloads on launch day, could it be that Plants vs. Zombies might have a chance to head toward 100 million downloads within 6 months or a year? Thinking of this, everyone was stunned again. 100 million downloads. Is this even a fucking puzzle game anymore? Is this still a puzzle game meant for an extremely niche audience? 768 pirated copies start appearing. Chapter 768, pirated copies start appearing, on the same day. The news of this was appearing all over the place. Plants vs. Zombies latest attack. Launch day downloads set new record. Industry insiders predict Plants vs. Zombies to reach 100 million downloads within 6 months. Zhang Yi, a person who keeps rewriting his legend. Zhang Yi gives invaluable boost to domestically developed games. The future looks bright for domestically made puzzle games. Plants vs. Zombies steamrolls all similar genre games in this quarter. Zhang Yi has written his name into the annals of China's gaming industry. An insurmountable achievement for puzzle games that others may never beat has been made. All of the media was harping about it. The game was selling like crazy. Newspapers were also selling like crazy. What a great feeling. We've really given the foreigners a run for their money this time. Those sales numbers, they're too damn unbelievable. Those other foreign-made games that went on sale in the same period were still boasting about how they wanted to achieve sales of several million or tens of millions during their promotions, but look at this now. They didn't even get close to Plants vs. Zombies. Plants vs. Zombies is on fire. Zhang Yi is also on fire. Thinking about how Central TV Department 1 was trying to put Zhang Yi in cold storage, it really feels like they have been living in their own world all this while thinking that it could work. Zhang Yi is such a godly person. Whichever industry he goes to, he can always shine. How do you stop someone like that? How can you stop someone like that? How laughable are those Central TV Department 1 execs, thinking that they could have the last say in things. Yeah, even the Sarft couldn't keep him down, so who does Central TV Department 1 think they are? Right, if Teacher Zhang intends to keep his popularity, he can just make a game every 2 months. Not only can he maintain his popularity, he might even gain a significant amount of popularity. It's just a pity about Zhang Yi's program planning talent. Hi, I really like those variety shows he created. I like them too, but I guess there's no way to avoid that. Central TV Department 1 has already cut off his path in the area, so there's no hope that we'll see Teacher Zhang's programs for at least the next half a year or more. We'll have to wait until his contract with Central TV Department 1 runs out. Hi. So during this period, Teacher Zhang will have to find other, unconventional ways to keep increasing his popularity. In the following few days, the download numbers for Plants vs. Zombies continued to soar. The speed at which it increased made the netizens and industry insiders watch while somewhat aghast. 2 million downloads. 5 million downloads. 8 million downloads. The numbers were skyrocketing. Ignoring the outsiders, even the staff of the video game company that made Plants vs. Zombies were shuddering at this. It was like they were in a dream, afraid they would wake up at any moment. Many of Zhang Yi's friends congratulated him. Big Saber Bro, Teacher Zhang has created yet another glorious achievement. Dong Shan Shan, congratulations. Fan Wenli, a milestone for domestically made games. An insurmountable achievement. Yao Jian K, Zhang Yi, get me serial code for the game, quickly. There were also a few gaming industry insiders who left their comments for Zhang Yi. Yellow Star Games Deputy CEO, Plants vs. Zombies has opened the door for the gaming world. I have never been so confident of our domestic games market than I am today. A famous video game producer, this is our domestic games market's counterattack. In the past, their understanding was that casual games were only meant for niche audiences. This was true both domestically and internationally. Many people don't seem to take such puzzle games seriously, believing that they were made by small, indie game companies that did not have the resources or money to develop a proper game. But today, Plants vs. Zombies had changed everyone's mindset with a flick of the wrist. A niche genre? Puzzle games were definitely not a minor genre. It had a massive market that no one could have expected in the past. Looking at the number of downloads of Plants vs. Zombies, would a minor genre video game create such a miracle? Therefore, puzzle games were also part of the mainstream video game genres, although the barrier to entry was low, and the price of such games was low or even free. These were exactly the advantages that puzzle games had. Due to its lighter weight size, with the games taking up some tens of megabytes to over 100 megabytes or so, it made it very convenient to download. If you felt like playing, you'd only take a minute to download and install it. On top of that, the low-cost model of such games also attracted a larger group of players, making small profits but with a large volume. The budget needed to produce a puzzle game definitely wasn't going to be greater than that of a large-scale RPG or MMO. In the past, everyone thought that the puzzle game genre was niche because they did not have Zhang Yi's capabilities to make a game that was like Plants vs. Zombies. Not because this genre was underperforming. The gaming world couldn't be more excited. Zhang Yi had opened up a path for them, a path that would help them disrupt the movement of foreign games. Due to the differences in technical standards, they were still temporarily unable to create those exquisite 3D rendered, large-scale games. Other than having a slight advantage in the domestic games market with their Xianxia genre video games, they were no match for foreign video game companies in the genres of first-person shooters, fantasy, action, etc. Compared with them, they were of a different class, as some did not have the budget, while others did not have the technical capabilities. However, it was different for puzzle games since they did not have much of a technical barrier to them. What did these games depend on? Creativity. It was creativity that would brighten your eyes. Plants vs. Zombies had given them a good start and let those domestic video game companies struggling on the verge of bankruptcy see the light at the end of the tunnel. On the fourth day after the launch of the game, Fat Sis officially invited Zhang Yi to a celebratory feast held at the Peninsula Beijing Hotel. All 30-odd employees of the company were present as well. There was an abundance of dishes. There was no lack of alcohol either. Fat Sis raised her wine glass and declared, "Zanger, a toast to you." The two deputy CEOs of the company chorused, "A toast to you." "Let's not stand on such ceremony." Zhang Yi clinked his glass with theirs. "This is the collective effort of everyone, not mine alone, so let's not give a particular toast to anyone and just drink together." One of the deputy CEOs had taken just a sip of white wine and his face had immediately flushed red. "We've really done ourselves proud this time." Fat Sis asked, "Zanger, do you think that Plants vs. Zombies can exceed 100 million downloads?" Zhang Yi laughed. "I don't know, but I think there's a good chance." A female staff member said excitedly, "It's definitely not going to be a problem. We've already reached 8 million downloads today. I think we can finish the week with 10 million downloads." Another staff member added, "Yeah, the sales figures are also out. Paying customers stand at 47% of all users and there are literally millions of yuan coming in every day." Their company had initially developed their previous game with an investment of a few million RMB. But after Zhang Yi made his changes to it, although the outlook of the game had changed drastically in Plants vs. Zombies, the core game engine was still the same and there was no need to rebuild the game from scratch. Therefore, even though the publicized investment amount of Plants vs. Zombies was over 10 million, it was just a figure of speech and did not reflect anything too accurately. If they were to exclude Zhang Yi's endorsement, copyright, and production fees, the entire sum the company invested was just several million RMB, which was also the maximum amount that their company could afford at that time. But now, their returns were obviously going to be much greater. The daily earnings of Plants vs. Zombies were almost about to offset the entire investment into this game. The remaining sales were pure profit. This time, they were going to earn big. During the dinner, the atmosphere was extremely warm and the staff were all visibly excited. After some pushing around of wine glasses, Fat Sis looked at Zhang Yi and brought up the matter of the endorsement fee again. "Zanger, the game is selling like crazy because of you. You were the one who designed this game, but we have yet to talk about your endorsement and copyright fee. We had a management meeting at the company yesterday and touched on this matter. Whatever is between you and me shall remain private, but we still have to keep business as business and make everything clear beforehand." Zhang Yi gave a wave of his hand. "Fat Sis, we can talk about this in the future. I don't have any need for money right now, nor do I have anywhere to spend it on." "But still," Fat Sis replied. "Why don't we do it this way?" Zhang Yi smiled. "When I need the money in the future, I will ask you for it." Fat Sis thought about it and decided, "Fine. I will convert some shares for you and make you one of the company shareholders. As for the amount of the share, I will discuss this with my sister and see how to suitably deal with this. Once I have the details, we can meet again and discuss it. If there are any requests you may have, you can let me know as well." Zhang Yi bluntly responded, "There's no need to discuss this with me again. Just talk to old Wu about it and I will listen to her." These words sounded a little strange. Fat Sis gave him a look and asked, "You seem rather close with my sister." Zhang Yi, realizing what he'd said, quickly added, "Yes, old Wu is my old boss, so whatever my old boss says, I definitely have to accept." Only then did Fat Sis realize. Suddenly, a phone call came in. Fat Sis answered it. "Hello. Yes. What?" After she got off the call, Fat Sis did not look too good and everyone gathered around her anxiously. The deputy CEO asked, "What's the matter?" Zhang Yi also asked, "What happened?" Holding back her anger, Fat Sis said, "There's a pirated version of Plants vs. Zombies that's appeared online." "Ah. How could that be? How did it happen so quickly?" "This is bad news." Everyone's faces turned pale. Pirated version? These were the words that a video game company feared hearing, something that was as bad as taking their livelihood away. The domestic games market already wasn't good to begin with, so if their games were pirated, then what would there be left to make money from? Their earnings would surely take a hit and they might even end up with nothing. Actually, they had already made preparations for this before the release of the game. Piracy was not a stranger to any video game company, and they knew that it was impossible to avoid it. But even though they were prepared, they couldn't have expected the pirated copy to come so quickly that it caught them off guard. Fatsis said, previously, our company's released games would take a very long time to get pirated, with some taking up to 6 months or so. That was because our games did not sell well and there weren't exactly many players either, therefore there wasn't any commercial viability for the pirates to spend too much time cracking those games. However, this time, Plants vs. Zombies has become so incredibly popular across the country that those pirates and opportunists must have laid their eyes on this game immediately. They're out to steal our livelihood. Those bunch of bastards. Zhang Yi frowned. They can play even without the serial code now? The group of employees beside them started checking online for more information. Fatsis nodded. After the first 3 levels of the game, they don't need the serial code for the game to work anymore, but that only works until the 6th level. Right now, this pirated copy of the game is not fully cracked and there are still a lot of bugs in it. Many of those who play the pirated version will have the game crash to desktop once they complete the 6th level, which is why we don't need to be too worried for now. One of the deputy CEOs said, we can't not be worried. This game has only been released for a few days and there's already a pirated copy going around. It's only a matter of time before they crack the entire game. Besides, now that many of the players who had intended to purchase the game know about this, who knows if a majority of them will decide to not pay for it anymore and just wait a little longer for the pirated sources. This will affect our sales so much that it's surely going to be a devastating blow to us. Fatsis nodded and said, yes. Everyone's hearts felt heavy. Plants vs. Zombies was only just budding, with the media and industry both holding such high hopes for it that they even announced that the game would be able to get 100 million downloads. But as it turned out, it took just a few days for the pirates to come and destroy its potential. If the game was fully cracked, then how many more official sales of their serial codes would take place? If they depended on domestic market physical sales, there would still be sizable earnings. Together with advertising and other partnerships, they could receive an income from those channels, but the sale of the game's serial code was still the most basic source of earnings for the company and also the largest chunk of it, so this was a channel that they couldn't afford to lose. At least, they couldn't lose it so quickly. What should we do now? Those bunch of wicked pirates. Fuck their ancestors. Faced with this unexpected bad news, many of them began cursing. They were no longer in a celebratory mood. With this bad news, the progress that Plants vs. Zombies had gained for the company would all come to naught. Grasping the situation, Zhang Yi thought for a moment and then stated with a smile, why don't we do this? I'll give it a try and see if we can bring the piracy under control. The deputy CEO was taken aback by this suggestion. What are you going to do? The other deputy CEO replied, you can even bring piracy under control? How are you going to control it? Zhang Yi did not answer them and just said, I'm going to make a call. Like I said, we can only give it a try. 769 The Pirates Piss Their Pants. Chapter 769, The Pirates Piss Their Pants. Many netizens already knew about it. Something bad has happened. Plants vs. Zombies has been cracked and pirated. I can't play. It's always crashing to the desktop. There should be a fully cracked version in a few days. Plants vs. Zombies is in danger. Those software pirates are very ruthless people. We should have guessed. The video game company that made Plants vs. Zombies is just a small, unknown company that has limited technology and is inexperienced. Their anti-piracy techniques are definitely not comparable to those big companies. So it wasn't surprising when that step of purchasing a serial code to continue playing Plants vs. Zombies got cracked so quickly. The encryption technique of Plants vs. Zombies must be at the most basic level. If it were the other, bigger companies, they'd have ensured that their game wouldn't be pirated for the next 3 months. It's too late to say anything now. That's right, since the pirated version is already out, we can't expect this version of Plants vs. Zombies to be able to make much money anymore. At most it can only earn some reputation. Outside, Zhang Yi found a spot with no one around and leaned on a rather clean wall in the corridor. Then he took out his cell phone and browsed through the names, finally pressing the name Dong Ziqian. Do. 2 rings later, the call connected. Dong Ziqian laughed heartily on the other end of the call, a rare guest, Teacher Zhang. What made you suddenly think of me that you would give me a call? Director Dong, are you busy right now? Zhang Yi laughed too. Dong Ziqian replied, kinda. There haven't been too many major cases in recent days. Zhang Yi asked, is everyone doing well? Everyone is fine. They're still talking about you when they're free, especially Fan Yuni-un. Dong Ziqian asked, why? Is there a reason you're looking for me? Dong Ziqian, director of the National Internet Surveillance Bureau's first department. Previously, in order to help Zhang Yi avoid custody, Rao Aizen asked her junior to help him get attached to the Internet Surveillance Bureau's first department to work for a short period of time. He even experienced the Sino-Korean hacker war together with them, so their relationship was really quite good and they still kept in contact with each other. However, they were still in the dark about the role Zhang Yi played in the Sino-Korean hacker war. Fan Yinian, also known as Big Saber Bro or Fan, worked in this department too. With several levels of relationships, nobody considered each other as outsiders anymore. Zhang Yi said, "I wouldn't come to you if I didn't have something to ask of you." "Hi, actually, I should have paid you a visit personally, but because the issue is quite urgent, I had to call you instead. There's no need to be so polite with me. If there's anything you need help with, just say it," Dong Ziqiang said without hesitation. Zhang Yi said, "It's like this. Didn't I create a game called Plants vs. Zombies recently?" Dong Ziqiang happily replied, "I know about it, of course. The entire team is playing it in the office every single day. Since there is not much work to handle now anyways, I turn a blind eye and let it slide. There's already a pirated version of the game out." "This fast?" "Yes, so I hoping to ask for your help. Can you strike a blow at the pirates?" The software pirates these days are too rampant, so there should be a serious crackdown on them. You've worked with our Internet Surveillance Bureau before, so you should know that this area doesn't fall under our jurisdiction. Frankly, ours is the Serious Crime Unit for Network Security. We're all dealing with international network crimes, cyber financial crimes, and national security defense, Dong Ziqiang said, a little bemused by this. "For pirated games." Zhang Yi refuted him, claiming, "Don't you look down on piracy. This is a very severe issue and will cause harmful effects to the safety of the people. Do you know how rampant the pirates are now? Whether it is games, movies, or novels, no industry can prevent piracy from happening. Because of piracy, the economic losses every year are in the valuations of billions or tens of billions of yuan. Meanwhile, how much money can a cyber financial crime involve? If it's tens of millions of yuan, it will be labeled as a major case, right? But what about piracy? It costs several billion in losses. So this is a major case for sure. It's an earth-shatteringly major case." Dong Ziqiang. "Earth-shatteringly major case? What? Do you know how many families and people's lives have been destroyed because of piracy? Do you know how many people became homeless because of piracy? My heart is grieving, Director Dong. This really makes me heartbroken. This kind of crime should not be tolerated, as it is not only a loss of personal earnings but a loss of earnings for the country as well. Faced with this sort of behavior, we must have zero tolerance for them. We must strike them with a hard blow. We absolutely must not show any mercy to them. I volunteer myself to lead from the front and be the vanguard. We will make an example out of the piracy of Plants vs. Zombies first." Initially, his claims were somewhat true, but the longer he went on, the more unreliable his argument became. Dong Ziqiang also knew about Zhang Yi's eloquence, as they were already old acquaintances, so he immediately interrupted. "All right, Teacher Zhang, I understand what you're getting at. Why not? Since there aren't many major cases to handle for the next few days anyways, I'll get the employees to handle this matter. Since it's for you, they'll surely be diligent in handling it." Zhang Yi replied, "Alrighty then. Thank you, Director Dong." Dong Ziqiang laughed, "You are a brother of our Internet Surveillance Bureau's first department, so why are you being so courteous with me? Just treat everyone to a meal after it's settled." "That's for sure." Zhang Yi stated, "You all can pick the place." Since Director Dong agreed, Zhang Yi knew that there would definitely be no problem. The Internet Surveillance Bureau was well known for its reputation, and Zhang Yi knew that only he had such a privilege to seek help from them. If it were other people, there would be no chance that they could get help like this. Even it was just a simple task, a serious crime unit like the Internet Surveillance Bureau would not be bothered to handle cases like online piracy. When he returned to the room, everyone started questioning him. "How'd it go, Teacher Zhang? Can you really get our game's piracy under control? Has it been settled?" Zhang Yi said noncommittally, "It should be settled soon. Let's just wait for the news." That afternoon, at 4 p.m., a district police station in the suburbs of Beijing suddenly received an order from their higher-ups to cooperate with the Internet Surveillance Bureau's first department to arrest a criminal suspect in their area of jurisdiction. As for the exact details of the case, the higher-ups did not specify it to them. Internet Surveillance Bureau's first department? That serious crime unit in the National Internet Surveillance Bureau? The same Internet Surveillance Bureau's first department that had uncovered the transnational Internet criminal network, involving 5 deaths and over $1 billion yuan worth of funds some time ago? The district police station suddenly went on guard, as though they were facing with a formidable enemy. Everyone became nervous and were put on high alert. "Hurry! We've been dispatched. Don't inform the local police post, our district police station will handle it directly. We have to ensure that the information does not leak. Everyone, hand over your cell phones and all communication devices. Contact the armed police force immediately and ask them to deploy 10. No. Deploy 20 armed police officers. Remember, everyone is to wear their bulletproof vest. Be careful and protect yourselves. I repeat, collect your arms and put on your bulletproof vest. Be careful and protect yourselves. We have a major case on hand. Everyone, let's move out. With a command from the captain of the district police station, a wide net was cast immediately. At 5 p.m. in the afternoon. Inside a house in the suburbs of Beijing. When Zhang Guangwen was surrounded by more than 30 armed police officers, he was left staring down the barrels of all those guns in tears. He pissed his pants. He truly pissed his pants. The captain of the district police station asked coldly, "What is your name?" Zhang Guangwen trembled and said, Zhang Guangwen. The captain of district police station shouted, "Put your hands behind your head and squat down." Zhang Guangwen didn't know what to do and kept flailing his arms about. "Policeman bro, policeman uncle, what is this?" Seeing him still moving about with his hands touching his pocket at times and looking like he was reaching for a weapon, all the police officers brought up their guns in alarm and shouted, "Don't move. Do not move. We're warning you. Put your hands behind your head immediately. Otherwise we will shoot." There was a policeman holding an unknown equipment sweeping through the room nervously. He seemed to be sweeping the place for explosives. Zhang Guangwen began to cry. He acknowledged that he was not a good person, but he couldn't be considered an evil person either. The most he did was to dabble around with technology, cracking some games when he had nothing to do and selling them to the pirates to make some money. He swore that he had never committed any heinous crimes before. The present situation in front of him had nearly scared the shit out of him. More than 30 armed police officers wearing bulletproof vests had came to arrest me? I am done for. This is going to end with a death sentence. And it's not even going to be a normal death sentence. This is going to be an execution with me getting shot several times until I die. My life is over. Zhang Guangwen's eyes rolled backwards and he fainted. At this moment, a call from the Municipal Public Security Bureau arrived. The head of the Municipal Public Security Bureau asked, "Have you arrested the person yet?" The captain of the district police station answered, "Yes, we have caught him. We are searching for weapons or bombs in his house at the moment." The head of the Municipal Public Security Bureau was stunned. What weapons? What bombs? The captain of district police station was also stunned. Isn't his person a wanted international criminal? This bunch of fugitives can do anything and it would not surprise me if there were weapons in his house. The head of the Municipal Public Security Bureau said, "What weapons are you talking about? He's just a person who cracked and pirated some games. The Internet Surveillance Bureau's first department wanted to give the pirates a warning. That's why I issued an order for you all to arrest and interrogate him." Ah. They are software pirates of games? Fuck, why didn't you say so earlier? We even put on our bulletproof vests for this. The officers of the district police station vomited blood at this all at once. %. Didn't the National Internet Surveillance Bureau's first department only specialize in major or serious crime cases? When did they responsible for arresting pirates? When did they become so close to the citizens? Meanwhile, on the internet, the pirated Plants vs. Zombies download resources suddenly and completely disappeared within the hour. Not even a trace of it could be found anymore, as though it had never appeared to begin with. There were even 4 pirated game download websites that had been shut down and were totally inaccessible now. Several other pirated game download websites were still accessible for now. All the other games were still available online, except for the cracked version of Plants vs. Zombies, whose game resources had all been deleted and the game discussion board was also shut down and deleted. It was like a land beset by war. The pirate websites were facing a monstrosity of an enemy and even the managers of the websites were scared shitless after the Public Security Bureau or Internet Surveillance Bureau paid them a visit. Since they were in this business to earn their living, they couldn't have not heard of the famous Internet Surveillance Bureau. They did not know whose foot they had stepped on that warranted such a mighty organization like theirs to be alerted. Later, when the pirates knew they were being investigated regarding the piracy of Plants vs. Zombies, the choice of these pirates and pirated games hosting websites was clear. Delete all related resources. They could not afford to offend such a serious organization as the Internet Surveillance Bureau. This was an organization involved with major international crime. If the pirates offended them, they might just get framed for some major international crime which they could not possibly bear the accusation of. Hence, their networks were cleaned out. Except for the insiders, no one knew what was going on. Some of the netizens were still wondering. What the hell is happening? Why are the pirated sources of Plants vs. Zombies all gone? Fuck, how absurd it is. They really are all gone. Even the pirated resources of Plants vs. Zombies hidden in my cloud storage host can't be found anymore. Is this a crackdown on piracy? That can't be. Why can I still find other pirated games then? That's right. Why is it that only the pirated version of Plants vs. Zombies is gone? Holy shit. Even the pirates are selective on the games they pirate? Maybe they saw that Plants vs. Zombies could take up the difficult task of propping up and reviving the dreams of our domestically made video games, so they have all collectively removed the pirated resources of Plants vs. Zombies. Because they want to support domestically made video games? My eyes are getting teary. Previously, I was prejudiced against pirates, but today, this matter has made me change my opinion of them. Their hard work behind the scenes without asking for returns has seriously touched many people. I thank you on behalf of Teacher Zhang Yi. You guys are the best. You guys are the heroes behind the scenes, the conscience of the industry. The piracy issue was solved. The number of downloads for Plants vs. Zombies continued to increase rapidly again. 9 million downloads. 9.5 million downloads. What followed next was Zhang Yi's rise in popularity. A few days ago, after Zhang Yi's period of being placed in cold storage had started, his popularity had been stagnating for a while and had even showed signs of declining. But after the release of Plants vs. Zombies that became popular throughout the country, Zhang Yi's popularity curve on the celebrity rankings immediately reversed, with the curve turning around and going upwards as his popularity rose steadily. He moved up another spot in the B-list rankings again. He surpassed a B-list movie star and was now occupying a spot firmly in the middle of the B-list. Moreover, under the continued popularity of Plants vs. Zombies, even though his popularity did not explode by a lot, it at least guaranteed that Zhang Yi's popularity would not fall in the coming couple of months. Taking advantage of the inertia of the game's popularity, Zhang Yi's popularity would be able to maintain an overall upward trend. Since he had been put in cold storage by Central TV Department 1, he had finally found a temporary solution for his source of popularity. All this made it extremely worthwhile and not in vain for Zhang Yi to have taken the world-famous game from his previous world and brought it into this world. 770 Inviting Old Wu Home Chapter 770, Inviting Old Wu Home, Saturday. It was a little after 6 a.m. in the morning. The fresh autumn air made for unusually good weather. Zhang Yi was still sleeping in under the covers when he was awakened by clattering coming from the living room. Shortly after that, his bedroom door opened and his parents were standing at the door with Chenshin, dressed to the nines. His father called out to him, "Little Yi, we're leaving now." Zhang Yi replied helplessly, "You guys were actually serious about going to Tianjin to play? Didn't we tell you yesterday?" His mother said with a laugh, "Since we have nothing to do during the weekend anyway, we just wanted to bring Chenshin out to enjoy ourselves. If you get hungry, order some takeout for yourself." Chenshin asked, "Zhang Yi, do you want to go?" Zhang Yi mumbled, "I would like to, but you have to ask my mom if she'd let me." His mother leered at him and picked up her suitcase. "Why would you go? Just stay at home. If you follow us around, could we still enjoy ourselves? You'd attract too much attention and get us surrounded by people wherever we go. They would definitely want to ask you for your autograph, making it difficult for us to move around. So you should just stay at home and sleep all you want. We will be coming back on Sunday night anyway." Zhang Yi turned back around to continue to sleep. He said, "Okay, I understand." Dong. The door closed. His parents left. Only Zhang Yi was left in the house. He actually felt quite tired since he didn't get enough sleep, but after his family left the house, he somehow couldn't fall back asleep. After he tossed and turned and yawned several times, Zhang Yi patted his mouth a few times before grabbing his cell phone from the nightstand. He went onto the internet and browsed around casually. Now that Plants vs. Zombies had solved the pressing issue of his source of popularity, which had now stabilized, Zhang Yi was no longer too worried. He had taken the past few days off and did not go to work, unafraid of getting into any trouble with Central TV. This fellow was in fact hoping that Central TV Department 1 would fire him, so that his contractual issue could be solved and so he could go seek a new job at another television station. However, he knew that Central TV Department 1 would never allow him to leave. With his popularity constantly rising, and the freedom to take days off, this wasn't too bad. Suddenly, his cell phone vibrated. DD. There was a message from his instant messaging app. The message came from the alias Water Lotus Moon, which was Wu Zeking's online username. "Water Lotus Moon, are you up?" Zhang Yi took a look and broke out into a smile as he replied, "Just now, how about you?" "Water Lotus Moon, same here. Big Sis is still lying in bed right now." "Zhang Yi, is it your day off today?" "Water Lotus Moon, Yes. Is there anyone beside you right now? Zhang Yi, there's no one here. What's up? Just as Zhang Yi was wondering why old Wu was asking him that, a DD sounded and one picture was sent over, followed by a second, a third, a fourth and... He was about to reply when he received an invitation to join a video call. Zhang Yi quickly tapped to answer, and a moment later he could see Wu Zeking on the cell phone screen. Old Wu, Zhang Yi said with a rather dry throat. Wu Zeking put her hair up. Did you get it? Zhang Yi nodded furiously. Yes, I did. It was very nice. Wu Zeking nodded. I feel like I've slimmed down a little recently, so I wanted you to have a look. Did I slim down? Yes, a little, but it's not that obvious. Zhang Yi gulped. You look good no matter what. Old Wu, how have you been recently? Zhang Yi, I've taken a few days off and been recharging myself with this break. Everything's great. Old Wu, do you really not want me to help regarding the issue with Central TV Department 1? Zhang Yi smiled and said, there's no need to. Our relationship is not public and it's not really suitable. Besides, I have my own ways of handling it. I'll let nature take its course, so don't worry about it. Old Wu nodded. Alright then, Big Sis will respect your decision. Zhang Yi, wanting some approval, asked, the Plants vs. Zombies game that I made should have brought quite a lot of fame to your older sister's company, right? I'm sure they at least won't be forced to close now. Wu Zeking smiled in the video call. My sister came to ask me yesterday about how many shares she should give to you, but since I don't have a grasp of such things in this area and I don't understand it well either, I did not decide for you. Zhang Yi sighed, it doesn't matter how many shares I get. Your older sister is also my older sister, we're all family. If we talk about money, it won't be good. Actually, I've never cared much about money. You should know that as well. What I care about is whether it brings me any fame, whether it aids my development in the entertainment circle. Everything else is secondary. I actually have to thank your sister this time. If not for her company which had already created the skeleton of the game and their entire team's trust, Plants vs. Zombies couldn't possibly have been made so successfully. And my popularity wouldn't have gone up so quickly either. In fact, it would have gone down instead. Old Wu said, my older sister and my nephew both owe you one. Zhang Yi waved it off and said, look at you. You're my girlfriend. Why do you keep harping about owing this and owing that? You make yourself sound like an outsider. Then he immediately changed the topic. Why are we still video calling? About that, my parents went to Tianjin for a short trip and there's no one at home. Why don't you come over for a bit? Old Wu said gently, now. Zhang Yi replied, I haven't had breakfast yet and I'm getting a little hungry. In the video call, Old Wu turned her head, probably to take a look at the clock, and then turned back to say, alright, send your address to Big Sis. I will get ready and take a shower first. It will probably take an hour for me to get there. Zhang Yi said, don't be like that. Our places are so near to each other. It shouldn't take an hour to get here. It's just a 5-minute drive away. Don't bother showering. Even if you go a year without a shower, you will still be beautiful. Just come over straight away, you can make something for me to eat when you get here. This bro is so hungry that he could faint at any time now. I can't wait any longer. Old Wu held her hair in front of her eyes, checking to see if it was dirty, then said, alright, Big Sis will be there in 20 minutes then. What do you want to eat? Zhang Yi, anything is fine. Old Wu, okay, I'll be hanging up then. On the screen, the image was shifted to Wu Zeking's lower lip and chin before a click tone sounded and the video was cut off. Putting his cell phone aside, Zhang Yi took a deep breath then rolled out of bed. It was a little cool inside the house now, so he took out a pair of long johns and changed into them before stepping into his slippers to head outside to wash his face and brush his teeth. Afterwards, he scrambled about to arrange the stuff in the living room and bedroom, sweeping the floors and mopping them, doing it all very diligently. Thinking of, this was actually the first time he was bringing his official girlfriend into his house, so he thought that he should at least leave a good impression on Old Wu. 771 Marrying Old Wu next year? Chapter 771, Marrying Old Wu next year, not long after. The doorbell rang. Zhang Yi looked at his watch and saw that it wasn't even 7 a.m. yet. It was only a little more than 10 minutes since he had gotten off the phone with Old Wu. He hurriedly went to open the door. Sure enough, Wu Zeking was standing at the door. Old Wu was dressed simply but elegantly, with her hair in a bun, looking very demure and gentle. Zhang Yi exclaimed, that was fast. Old Wu smiled and said, didn't you say you were hungry? Come in, come. Zhang Yi moved aside to let her into the house. Old Wu wiggled the steamed buns in her hands and said, I bought some steamed buns from downstairs. Eat them in the meantime. Big Sis will cook something nice for you around noon. Saying that, she glanced around at the surroundings. Zhang Yi laughed and said, "My home is rather small and can't be compared to your place." Wu Zeking looked around the living room. "It's quite nice. What would you like to drink?" "I'll help myself." "Sure, just treat this place as your own home. No need to stand on ceremony around here. You're my boyfriend. Why would I stand ceremony with you?" "Great. There's tea and coffee on the coffee table. I'll leave you on your own over there. Let me have something to eat first." Zhang Yi was already taking the steamed buns over to the table. Without even getting any chopsticks, he reached out his hand to take a steamed bun to eat. However, Wu Zeking slapped the back of his hand with her hand. "Have you washed your hands yet?" "I brushed my teeth and washed my face just now," Zhang Yi said. Wu Zeking made him put down the steamed bun. "Go wash your hands first." "Let me eat one first." "Go and wash your hands first." "Fine, I'll do as you say." Zhang Yi couldn't refuse her and just did as he was told. He went to the bathroom to wash his hands. When he came back out, he saw that Wu Zeking had placed the buns onto a plate and even placed a pair of chopsticks down for him. Old Wu had always been that considerate in her actions and did things in a very thoughtful way. After lunch, Zhang Yi led old Wu to his bedroom. "This is my room." Wu Zeking looked around and commented, "The wall looks a bit yellow. It's time to repaint it." "Hi, it's because of my smoking. We'll talk about it again when we renovate." Whenever Wu Zeking was beside him, Zhang Yi felt very relaxed and calm. He naturally laid down onto his bed, rubbing his temples and yawning uncontrollably. Old Wu said, "You're tired?" Zhang Yi said, "No, I was woken up by my parents early this morning. I got up too quickly and have a headache now." Wu Zeking nodded, then smiled and said, "Come here, let me massage your head." Zhang Yi faked concern. "Is that appropriate?" "Then forget it," old Wu said. Zhang Yi coughed and shifted himself closer to her. "Don't say forget it. I was just being polite. If you insisted a little further, I would have accepted it. Why are you speaking in such an unpredictable way? Come, massage me." Old Wu smiled and placed one of her hands into his hair and squeezed it gently. "Are you still in a deadlock with Central TV Department 1? Zhang Yi nodded. "For sure." Old Wu asked again, "Do you need me to help you handle it? Didn't we talk about this last time?" "I don't need your help on this matter." Zhang Yi waved it off determinedly and said, "You've probably already heard about the game that I made. The popularity of Plants vs. Zombies is constantly rising, even though it can't be compared to the popularity brought on by The Voice or other TV shows. But it isn't that bad at all. It should at least help me maintain my position. Do you think it will be that easy for Central TV Department 1 to put me into the freezer? This bro has worked in the entertainment industry for some time now. If it's that easy to bring me down, then this bro had better not continue on in this profession anymore. Old Wu, don't interfere with this matter. You promised me before." Old Wu nodded. "Okay, Big Sis will not interfere for the time being." Zhang Yi laughed and asked, "What do you mean for the time being?" While Old Wu rubbed his head, she calmly replied, "If Central TV Department 1 really pushes it too far and violates the regulations, Big Sis intends to give them a warning. They've resorted to removing the dissidents with unscrupulous means to achieve their political objectives. All that is making the industry an unhealthy and messed up place. Although Central TV Department 1 is not directly under my charge, the SARFT is still responsible for them. As Big Sis has been transferred over there for some time now, I've created a network and it shouldn't be a problem if I need to deal with them. You don't have to worry about troubling me. Big Sis is not someone who's afraid of trouble." "I understand. What is your plan after the puzzle game?" "I haven't thought of it yet." "Haven't thought of it?" "Yes, with the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, I'll think about it after the festival." Zhang Yi was not one who would plan beforehand and very seldomly prepared for rainy days or mapped out a strategy before he did something. This was his style and he did everything by instinct. As such, Zhang Yi appeared somewhat odd to outsiders. He varied between being intelligent and stupid from time to time and had a one-track mind. Only Wu Zeking, a few of his family members, and some friends understood him well, while other people were unable to truly figure out Zhang Yi's approach to things. All they knew was that this fellow had a spirit that would kill anyone who stood in his way, even if they were God or Buddha. "Old Wu, have you been busy recently?" "Well, not too bad." "Is your health alright?" "Yes." "Have you been sleeping well?" "Yes." "Have you been eating well?" "Yes." "Shall we get married next year?" However, Wu Zeking did not get trapped by those words of his. She just ignored his last question, but lifted up her head to look at him with a smile. "That will depend on the situation." Zhang Yi blinked. "What do you mean by depending on the situation?" Wu Zeking replied with a question, "What suddenly made you bring up the matter of marriage?" "I was just saying, ahem." It was just a joke. Zhang Yi was used to speaking nonsensically and was actually not mentally prepared for marriage either, but he was worried that such a good woman like old Wu herself would leave him one day, and delaying the event only increased the chances of that happening. To that, old Wu said, "Why don't I arrange a day for you to come meet my family at their place?" Zhang Yi said excitedly, "That would be good." But thinking about it, he started to doubt himself a little. He asked, "But the way that I am, would your parents like me?" Old Wu shook her head. "Big sis does not know." Zhang Yi asked again, "Then do you like me?" Wu Zeking laughed. "You're passable." "What do you mean by passable?" Zhang Yi nearly vomited blood. Old Wu replied, Listen to what you're asking. If Big Sis did not like you, would I have agreed to be in a relationship with you? Would I have let you into my house?" Zhang Yi nodded vigorously. "I like hearing that." Then he said, "But I really lack confidence in myself. I'm afraid that your family members will object to our relationship, so I was hoping to meet your parents only after I'd achieve more, like becoming an A-list celebrity or something. Otherwise, I don't think that I'm worthy of you." Old Wu said gently, "My family members and I are just normal people, what's there to be worthy of? If we really discuss about marriage next year, Big Sis should be the one worried that your family members will not take a liking to me. After all, I'm much older than you and it's somewhat improper. Would your parents not have any ill feelings? If it were anyone else who said that, it would definitely mean that they were being modest or saying comforting words." However, when Wu Zeking said those words, it didn't sound fake at all. Old Wu was precisely the kind of person who would do the things she said, and the things she did were exactly what she thought. She did not look down upon others and didn't think too highly of herself either. This was the quality that Zhang Yi most liked about old Wu. Zhang Yi said flatly, "That won't happen. You are so beautiful, if my parents knew that you are my girlfriend, they would surely die happy." After saying that, perhaps not feeling too confident about his words, he added, "That's probably what would happen." Old Wu smiled, did not say anything, and continued to rub his head. Suddenly, Zhang Yi stretched out his hand, wanting to hold old Wu's other hand that was on the bed. But as he was leaning towards the side of the headboard, the distance was a bit far and he couldn't reach her hand. So, he tried again, but still could not reach it. When Wu Zeking saw that, she moved her left hand forward slightly and considerately placed it at a spot where Zhang Yi could reach. Only then did Zhang Yi grab hold of her hand and he couldn't help saying, "Old Wu, if we want to be together in the future, there will surely be a lot of trouble and obstacles ahead of us, so don't you run away in advance, okay?" In turn, old Wu patted his hands. "Didn't you say that you will become the greatest superstar in the world? I will accompany you all the way to the end of this journey." Zhang Yi clutched her hands even more tightly. "That's fantastic." 772 awarded the Abel Prize. Chapter 772, awarded the Abel Prize, morning. 8 a.m. Zhang Yi, who was currently having an intimate chat with old Wu at home, suddenly received an unexpected phone call. It was so unexpected that he did not even manage to get prepared for the sudden news. "Hello, is this Teacher Zhang?" A young man's voice sounded from the other end. Zhang Yi said, "Yes, that's me." "Who is this?" The young man said, "Hello, I am an administrative staff member at Peking University." Zhang Yi said in an uncertain tone, "Peking University? Oh, hello." The young man sounded very anxious. "I would like to ask if you're currently in Beijing?" Zhang Yi said, "Yes, I am." "That's great then. Could we have you make a trip to Peking University right now?" The young man said immediately. "We just received a notification fax a few minutes ago from the American Able Math Foundation saying that you have been selected as the recipient of this year's Able International Math Prize. The contact who is overseeing this nomination is already on the way to Peking University, and we have already informed the University Board and the School of Mathematical Sciences. Everyone is already on their way here." Zhang Yi was a little taken aback. "Able Prize? Congratulations, Teacher Zhang." The young man said happily. From the tone of his voice, it was not just a complimentary happy voice but one that sounded very excited. "You have really done everyone at Peking University proud this time. This Able Prize is very well known in the international mathematics scene. Ever since its introduction, you're the first Chinese citizen to receive it. In the past 40 years, there has never been a Chinese person awarded it." "Really?" "Yes. Thank you. Alright then, I will be over in a bit. Don't delay any longer. It's best that you leave your house immediately. Dean Pen and the others have already heard the news and have cancelled their day off to come back to the campus." "Sure, I'll be right there." "Okay, we'll be waiting for you." After hanging up, the Dean of Peking University's School of Mathematical Sciences, Pan Yang, also called. "Professor Zhang, have you heard?" Pan Yang sounded very excited as well. Zhang Yi laughed and said, I just found out. I don't know how to react right now. Pan Ying laughed heartily. Same here. I still thought that for an international prize like this we would have to wait until your proof of Dale's conjecture had been verified before there would be a chance to be selected. Who knew that it would come so early? But then again, this is how it should be, since even if Dale's conjecture hasn't been completely proven, the basic train of thought has already been set. The few proofs by contradiction methods that you raised in the process have all contributed greatly to the worth and meaning of mathematics. That alone would have been enough to earn you a selection for the award. Awarding you the prize before the conjecture has been proven isn't going overboard at all in this case, since you have solved one of the most difficult mathematical conjectures in the world. Being praised so highly, Zhang Yi also became rather polite and said, "It was all thanks to Dean Pan's guidance." Dean Pan said happily, "Don't put it that way. I wouldn't dare take any credit for this. Still, congratulations to you." "Congratulations to you too," Zhang Yi said. Dean Pan said, "I'm almost at Peking University already, so you should hurry up and get over here as well. We'll discuss further once you're here. Oh yes, remember to dress nicely. The media has been notified, so there will also be many people here." "Sure." Zhang Yi ended the call. In his room, Wu Zeking understood just from listening. "You've been awarded a prize?" Zhang Yi smiled proudly and said, "They mentioned it was called the Able Prize or something." Old Wu nodded and turned around to open his wardrobe. She found him a suit and handed it to him. "Hurry up and go then. Wear that suit so that you'll look more formal. Where's your tie?" "In the lower drawer." Zhang Yi pointed. After getting dressed, he checked himself out in the mirror while old Wu helped put on his tie in a meticulous manner. She tied it quite nicely the first time round, but was somewhat unsatisfied with it, so she undid and tied it twice before she was satisfied. "It's good now," old Wu said. Zhang Yi felt a little embarrassed. "I just invited you over but I have to go out now. Why not you stay around and wait for me since it's also your day off? I'll be back in the afternoon once I'm done over there." Wu Zeking agreed. "Okay. I'll be going then. What do you want to have for lunch?" "I like everything you cook." On the way to Peking University, while he was stopped at a traffic light, Zhang Yi picked up his cell phone to check on the so-called Able Prize to find out what it was about. Perhaps the people of this world were very familiar with it, but Zhang Yi was not the same. Strictly speaking, he was not someone of this world. It was revealed online that this prize was not the most prestigious award in the field of mathematics. But even if it was not the most prestigious, it was still a very well-known international award. Its value was worth its weight in gold and the selection process of its recipients was very strict. This was essentially standard practice for all international awards. If you did not have an achievement that was greater than someone else's achievements, you didn't qualify for the award. On top of that, this greatness mainly stemmed from being a foreigner, or more specifically, a Westerner. For a Chinese citizen qualifying for this award, the qualities assessed were even more stringent and you'd need to be greater than great to have a chance to receive the award. To quantify all past international awards recipients, if it was down to two people, a Westerner and a Chinese citizen who had similar achievements, then the chances of the Westerner getting the award was 10 times greater than the Chinese citizen's chances. There was still a chance that the outsider might win, but if anyone were to say that there was not prejudice, Zhang Yi would not believe it. In the decades since the founding of the nation, Chinese mathematicians had obtained some achievements and awards in the international arena. But for an important international award like the Able Prize, it was still very rare with almost no one ever getting them. The Chinese mathematicians had only ever received some secondary awards on the international level, or a mathematics award that was given out domestically. Many of the prominent mathematicians on the Grandmaster level had always missed out on those international awards. Because of this, now that Zhang Yi was about to receive this Able Prize, it was truly going to be a great achievement. This would also be the first time that a Chinese citizen would be receiving this award in history, so it had an even greater historical meaning to it. If it had to be put in a nicer way, then it could even be said that this was the first great step the Chinese mathematics field had taken into the international arena. At Peking University, when the car drove up to the school gates, there was already a huge crowd gathered. "That's Zhang Yi's car. Professor Zhang is here. Professor Zhang." When the more than 20 reporters from the media who had rushed to Peking University saw Zhang Yi's car, they rushed like mad toward him and stopped him just outside the school gates. Further up at the school gates, many of Peking University's students and staff were holding up a banner. It was a large red banner which was freshly printed with something like a warm congratulations to Peking University's Associate Professor Zhang Yi from the Math Department on being awarded the Able International Math Prize and so on written on it. The banner was already secured on the left end while the right end was currently being held up by several people on a ladder, trying to secure it to the school gate. As there wasn't much time to react, the turnout was relatively low, yet the atmosphere was very warm. Those Peking University students who lived in the dormitories had come out to witness the commotion. The people sent by the media also gradually arrived in droves. Many of those reporters had driven their cars here and had to run over after parking. They arrived while they were still panting, obviously because this piece of news had come too suddenly, leaving everyone with very little reaction time. Seeing this, Zhang Yi naturally did not just drive straight to his destination. He found a spot on the roadside and parked there. "Professor Zhang, congratulations!" a female reporter from Beijing News Channel shouted. Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Thank you. I've also just found out about this news." A reporter from a newspaper firm raised an audio recorder and asked loudly, "Professor Zhang, what are your thoughts on becoming the first person in Chinese history to be awarded the Abel Prize?" As Zhang Yi held many different posts, when faced with different situations, the reporters would all address him differently. Sometimes, they would call him Teacher Zhang, other times Professor Zhang. Zhang Yi answered, "I've only been selected for the award. I haven't received it yet." A reporter laughed. "All that is left for you to do is to fly to America to receive it. Why don't you first tell us about your thoughts?" Zhang Yi laughed heartily at that. "I will talk about it afterwards." Then he squeezed past them to go inside. If it were another mathematician here today, a low-key academic worker would surely not be used to such a scene and might not even be able to handle all of these media personnel. But it was different for Zhang Yi, since this fellow not only dabbled in mathematics, but was also a big-shot celebrity in the entertainment circle. Facing these reporters was part and parcel of his job, and whether it was an entertainment reporter, a news reporter, or an academic journalist, he could handle them all. Soon after, a group of Peking University math department's teachers and professors came to welcome him. Dean Pan led the group. "Haha, Professor Zhang, congratulations, congratulations." The teachers and professors from the School of Mathematical Sciences behind the dean also offered their congratulations. "Congratulations to you. Professor Zhang, you've really done those of us at Peking University proud. This award came so unexpectedly and surprisingly too. We've all come out to welcome you, Professor Zhang." Everyone was in a joyous mood. The honor of Zhang Yi's achievement in the global mathematics field was also an achievement for the Chinese mathematics field. Similarly, it was even more of an honor for their Peking University's math department, thus, everyone felt very excited about it. The glory that Zhang Yi had brought to their math department was clearly not just any glory. Even the Chinese Academy of Sciences, which had so many math fellows, had never been selected for the Abel Prize. But today, Zhang Yi had been given the nod for the award, so what kind of glory was that? Zhang Yi felt very flattered and quickened his pace. "Don't put it that way. I haven't done that much to deserve all of you senior teachers coming out to welcome me. Everyone is praising me too much." An old professor from the math department said while stroking his beard and laughing, "Don't be so modest, kid. If you go out there and get more international math awards for our Peking University, I'd be more than willing to welcome you here every day." Pan Yang said with a smile, "Old professor son, the award is not for our Peking University. That's an individual award he is getting." The old professor stared at him. "Isn't little Zhang part of Peking University as well? If little Zhang gets an award, then it means that we get the award too. We're all family, what's the difference?" Everyone from the math department laughed, thinking no one else would dare to claim things as they wanted, like how he just did. However, they all knew that old Professor Sun didn't mean any disrespect. He was just an old man who was truly happy for Peking University and also for their Chinese mathematics field. How many years had it been since China had someone as talented as Zhang Yi appear? A level that even many of them old veterans could not reach had now been reached by a 20-something-year-old mathematician. The validation of the proof for Dale's conjecture was still ongoing, so it wasn't yet time to say that the conjecture had been proven. But thinking about it, it was really just a matter of time before Zhang Yi's proof of Dale's conjecture would be validated. At that time, without a doubt, Zhang Yi would surely reach an even higher level. It might even be possible that by then, the highest award in the global mathematics field might no longer be just a dream. They would even stand a chance to fight for it. Amid the celebratory atmosphere, the leaders of Peking University also arrived one after another. There was even a head of the school who rushed back to the university when he heard about the news, despite being down with a flu and had originally taken a few days off to rest at home. Several of the school heads met up outside the school gates. "Is the news true?" "It's verified to be 100% true. We have confirmation from the Abel Foundation." "That's great. From now on, there will no longer be any doubt about our Peking University's place in the Chinese mathematics field. Even internationally, our rankings will surely leap forward." "What about Zhang Yi's suspension?" "Reinstate his classes. Get it done immediately." "Yes. Quickly get in touch with the school's administration and get this settled immediately." Remember, don't put today's date as his reinstatement date and use last month's date instead by keying it directly into the database. Otherwise, if the media finds out about this, it won't look good for us. As for the resuming of classes, we will let Zhang Yi decide it himself. We can't schedule his classes at fixed times, so let's just leave the schedule to him. If he has the time, he can come back to Peking University to hold classes or talks. But if he doesn't, we won't force him either. There's no need to arrange his class by time, just give it some freedom. Okay, I'll have someone get it done. After exchanging a few words, Zhang Yi's reinstatement as a teacher of Peking University was settled. At this point in time, no one would have the nerve to demand that Zhang Yi continue his suspension from school. On this point, the suspension had actually been given to protect him in the first place, so that the incident involving the insults to the foreign dignitaries would blow over. Otherwise, if they had the intention to fire him, they wouldn't have needed to take an extra step by suspending him. As for those teachers and leaders of Peking University who had conflicts with Zhang Yi, they wouldn't dare oppose the school's decision to reinstate Zhang Yi at this point in time either. There was an abundance of teachers at Peking University, so it wouldn't matter to the school if they were around or not. However, for a teacher like Zhang Yi who could qualify for an award like the Abel International Math Prize, there was only one of him. It was so clear that even a fool could see who was more expendable. 10 minutes later, the Mathematics Association's personnel arrived. Another 10 minutes later, even people from the Chinese Academy of Sciences came to offer their congratulations. 773 Zhang Yi turns hostile. Chapter 773, Zhang Yi turns hostile, at Peking University. More and more people came to congratulate him. Old Wu's childhood friend, Xinye, was here. Fellow Liu and fellow Qi of the Chinese Academy of Sciences were also here. Finally, even the people from the Education Bureau and the Beijing Municipal Committee were here as well. They were all out-and-out ranked officials. This clearly showed how authoritative the Abel Prize was to be able to attract so many people into coming here. An auditorium was open to the public and used to accommodate the people of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Mathematics Association, media reporters and members of the public. It could be considered the public meeting ever held here. This was not a press conference because the Abel Foundation had only selected Zhang Yi for the award but not yet convened the award ceremony for this year. Therefore, they could not announce to the public that Zhang Yi had already received the award for the time being, and it was still too early to hold a press conference or something similar. That would have to wait until after he received the award. Professor Zhang. Xinye found him. Zhang Yi looked at her. Oh, it's Professor Xin. Xinye simpered. Congratulations to you. When Zhang Yi saw her expression, he did not try to sound friendly either. Thank you. Noticing this, a female teacher from the math department standing beside them could not help but laugh. Professors, are the two of you still bearing a grudge against each other? The recent incident between Tsinghua and Peking University fighting over the recruitment of students had caused quite a stir. Zhang Yi argued with Xinye at Tsinghua University's main entrance and he even smashed a few of Tsinghua University's cars. Who still did not know about that incident. So when the two of them met on this occasion, many people's attentions were focused on them in concern. Xinye grunted, how would I dare to bear a grudge against an Abel Prize laureate? Upon seeing this, Pan Ying smiled as he walked over to smooth things out. Professor Xin is here too? Of course I have to be here. Xinye gave a disdainful look and said, this person has written out the entire conjecture proof and left all the verification process to our group of mathematicians to work on tirelessly day and night. Now that he has won an award, shouldn't we also get some credit for it? How could I not come? The verification process of the proof to Dale's conjecture has been ongoing all this while. Except for those mathematicians from abroad, Xinye was one of the main driving forces among the local mathematicians and had given much help in the verification process of Zhang Yi's proof to Dale's conjecture. A Peking University math teacher said, Professor Xin definitely has some credit in this process. Professor Zhang should treat you to a meal afterwards. That's right. Dean Pan also smiled and said, get little Zhang to treat you. Xinye glanced at Zhang Yi. Will you be treating then? Zhang Yi looked at her. Sure. What are we going to have? Xinye asked. Zhang Yi replied, why don't we have some stewed meat? Xinye said. I've worked incredibly hard for you during the past 6 months and you're just going to treat me to some stewed meat that only costs a dozen yuan? Zhang Yi said, a big bowl worth 20 RMB is fine too. Xinye nearly fainted hearing that. What's the difference? Zhang Yi said, there's 2 more pieces of stewed meat. Xinye. %& carrot hash %& carrot hash. Everyone came to help smooth things over. They thought the relationship between Zhang Yi and Xinye was very bad, but in fact they did not know there was still a level of relation with Wu Zaking between them. Although the two of them snapped at each other, they bore no grudges. With old Wu between them, They definitely wouldn't get into a real fight and just bantered instead. At around 10 a.m., the person from the Able Foundation arrived. This person was named Johannes. He had pale skin and a big nose and looked to be in his 30s. He was an American, but he did not fly here from America today as he was already in China. He was also one of the better mathematicians in the American mathematics field, and although he had never received any awards on the international level, his standard was still extremely high. The reason why he was already in China was because he had been participating in the verification process for Zhang Yi's proof to Dale's conjecture. As Zhang Yi was selected for the Able Math Prize this time and Johannes was also one of the committee members of the Able Foundation, this coordination work naturally fell on Johannes's shoulders. Moreover, it was said that his wife was a Chinese American, so Johannes knew how to speak Mandarin very well. "Hi, Johannes," Zinja greeted him. Johannes nodded in acknowledgement. "How are you, Zin?" Zinja said with a look of surprise. "I did not expect that you would be here." Johannes smiled and said, "My research lab is located at the Able Foundation. I'm also one of the administrators there responsible for matters on academics." Although they had both worked together on the verification process, they were not familiar with each other as they did not communicate much. Finally, Zhang Yi met Johannes. They went to a quiet spot by themselves, probably because they had some matters to settle and did not want others to disturb them. "Hello, Zhang." Johannes looked at him. Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Hello. How should I address you?" "I'm Johannes." Then Johannes proceeded to say, "First, there's something I need to say before anything else. I was part of the selection process for this year's Able Prize and I have also participated in the verification process of your proposed proof to Dale's conjecture, but all of us know that the verification is not complete yet and that there's still a lot of validating work to do. Therefore no one can claim that you have solved Dale's conjecture for now. At the very least, we will have to wait until the final step of the validation work is completed and re-examined before submitting it to the International Mathematical Union for approval before it can be confirmed. In the current global field of mathematics, Dale's conjecture is still not considered as solved yet, so I would like you to know that this is an exceptional case for the Able Foundation to award the Able Prize to you this time. It was a rather forced nomination for you to get the award and there's even a chance that it will be withdrawn if any errors are found in the verification process making the proof invalid. The Able Foundation is also taking a risk here, and well, Zhang, please forgive me for putting it so bluntly but this is how it is." Initially, Zhang Yi was still smiling nicely. When he heard that his wife was a Chinese American, he had quite a good impression of him. But in the end, when he heard those words from him, Zhang Yi's expression became indifferent and he gave him a sidelong glance. "Oh. Then why did you all still select me for the award?" Johannes explained, "In recent years, there haven't been too many people with outstanding contributions to the field of mathematics. Because of how famous Dale's conjecture is, the proof that you came up with has naturally gained the attention of the world's mathematicians. Because of this recognition, an exception was made by the Able Foundation to select you for the Able Prize. Otherwise, based on your age and experience, it would be impossible for them to hand out this award to a person in his 20s, especially when said person is a Chinese citizen." Zhang Yi gave a dry laugh and said, "Do you have a problem with China?" Johannes shook his head. "No, I don't. What I meant was that the Chinese mathematics field's contributions to the international mathematics scene have never been much. Besides, my wife is also Chinese, so I'm not prejudiced against China at all. Regrettably, she's an American citizen. Sometimes, good and bad impressions could change very quickly." Zhang Yi then smiled and said, "When a Chinese person gets American citizenship, I don't consider them a Chinese citizen anymore." Johannes replied, "I don't have other meaning by saying all this. I was just conveying a fact to you and did not want you to misunderstand that the barrier to entry for our Able Prize is very low." Zhang Yi retaliated, "Which one of your ears heard me say that the barrier to entry to the Able Prize is low? Right from the beginning, you were the one who kept mumbling to yourself, imagining that I thought that your award's barrier entry was low, imagining that I was thinking about this and that. Why are you being so ridiculous, bro?" He spoke those words rather quickly and they even carried a Beijing accent. Johannes did not fully understand him, but did not bother to take it up with him either. He got straight to the point and explained the various things he needed to take note of during the award ceremony. First, he had to speak in English when he was receiving the award. Second, he had to give a general overview of the proposed proof to Dale's conjecture before receiving the award. There was no need to illustrate the entire process, just an introduction of some of the more important points in the process to the mathematics field guests who were there. To put it bluntly, other than this unverified proof to Dale's conjecture, Zhang Yi had no other contributions to the field of mathematics. In addition to that, he was also too young. As a 40-year-old veteran mathematician, Johannes was on the committee for the Able Prize. This time, he represented the Able Foundation to inform Zhang Yi of his nomination for the award, so he would naturally throw his weight around, thinking that it was rather appropriate to warn a junior like Zhang Yi. In fact, if there were other, better alternatives or suitable candidates, they would not have chosen such a young, Chinese person like Zhang Yi as one of the 3 recipients for this year's Able Prizes. If Dale's conjecture were confirmed to have been proven and acknowledged internationally, then the situation would have been different, but that was not the case at this moment. As a committee member, why wouldn't they be allowed to give advice to a laureate in private? Unfortunately, Zhang Yi did not take that lying down. Regarding this so-called Able Prize, he did not even have the slightest respect for it. To put it bluntly, it was not even the most prestigious award in the global mathematics field. There are other international math awards more prestigious than yours. Who do you think you are? To Zhang Yi, what he needed was only the popularity from receiving the Able Prize. Since he had never seen himself as an academic, why would he have any respect for an academic award organized by foreigners? It's bullshit. As a committee member, you think you can insult me? I still have to listen to what you're saying? You even thought that you had something on me? Whoa. Why are you so funny? Who do you think you are? You came up to me and tried to show off, acting like a know-it-all? Johannes was just touching on the things he needed to take note of for the award ceremony when Zhang Yi interrupted. Are you done talking? Johannes was stunned. I'm still talking. I only hear you talking, so let me say something too. Zhang Yi stared at him and stated, I did not beg for you all to give me the award, so don't think that you are doing me a big favor. No one is forcing you. If you people are willing to give me the award, then do it. If you're not willing, then forget it. Saying that, this fellow turned around and walked away without even looking back. He left Johannes flabbergasted and furious after that. What sort of person is he? How could he talk like that to me? Outside. Everyone still did not know what happened inside. Seeing that Zhang Yi came out, Pan Ying smiled and said, You've finished talking with him? Zhang Yi just smiled and replied, Yes. Dean Pan said, It's almost noon, but don't go yet. Let's have no offense, Zhang Yi spoke quickly, but I have something with my family and already promised them that I would be back for lunch. We can arrange to meet up again on another day and I will treat everyone. Sorry, but I really can't make it today. Dean Pan understood. Your family will definitely want to celebrate with you. Alright, some other day then. 774 Something big has happened again. Chapter 774, Something big has happened again, Keishaku. After he got out of the car, his mother called him just before he headed upstairs. Son. You won an international math award? His mother asked, sounding very thrilled. Zhang Yi said into his phone, How did you learn of this? His mother said, It was reported on the news, who wouldn't know? When are you receiving the award? Zhang Yi chuckled, a few days later. How's your trip going? His mother said, Didn't we just reach Tianjin a while ago? If I had known that something like this would happen, your dad and I wouldn't have gone on the trip. I heard that you're the first Chinese person to receive that Able Prize or something? Zhang Yi made a sound confirming that and said, Take good care of the kid and have fun with dad. There's nothing much to worry about here. My passport and airline tickets will be taken care of by someone. He pressed the doorbell. After a moment, the door opened. Zhang Yi sniffed and smelled the fragrance of stewed pork. Wow, that smells delicious. It's stewed pork ribs. Wu Zeking smiled at him. Hungry? Zhang Yi's appetite was whetted. I wasn't hungry at first, but I'm hungry now. After closing the door, Wu Zeking asked concerned, How did it go over there? Have all the procedures been completed? What procedures can there be? They just congratulated me. There were even people from the Chinese Academy of Sciences who came to offer me their congratulations. I was so flattered by it. Zhang Yi looked at old Wu and continued, Only the person from the Able Foundation left me a little frustrated. This bro did not even offend them, but that bastard started criticizing me instead, claiming that I didn't have the qualifications and it was only down to luck that I managed to be selected for the award. He also claimed how they had to specially handle this matter and were being generous, as though telling me that their award's barrier to entry was very high and how I should be grateful for it. Hey, I was so amused listening to him say all that. Old Wu asked, Then what did you say? Zhang Yi pouted and replied, Do you think that I would have anything nice to say to him? True, Old Wu giggled. In the end, I just said a few words to spite him and came back home, Zhang Yi clarified. Suddenly, a call came in from Dean Pan. Zhang Yi curiously answered, Dean Pan, didn't we just say goodbye? What's the matter? Are you looking for me for something? Dean Pan wondered, Did you offend the person from the Able Foundation? No, I didn't, Zhang Yi pretended even though he knew it clearly. Then that's strange. Dean Pan said, That Johannes seemed like he was rather upset after speaking to you. He looked quite angry and even declined to attend the press conference afterwards. Besides, who doesn't know about your temper? You often offend people, so being worried, I called you to check about it. Being nominated for the award this time, you have done our country and Peking University very proud. I don't think you need me to remind you just how important this award is, but it definitely has a place in the top 6 international awards for math prizes, so don't mess this up. After hanging up, Zhang Yi waved his cell phone around and told Wu. Look at this, talking to me about such small things. He sat down and added, I can't bother with them anymore. Let me have something to eat first. I'm so hungry. Wait a while longer. You've worked hard, old Wu. The food was served and every dish looked sumptuous. Zhang Yi was watching the news together with old Wu as he tucked in heartily. As for Zhang Yi being awarded the Able Prize, the satellite channels of every province were reporting about it. Even the news channel of Beijing television did a special report about this matter in a segment that lasted over 10 minutes. 10 minutes might seem short, but realize that the duration of a news program was not long to begin with. Whether it was the afternoon or evening news, the entire duration of the report would not exceed 30 minutes. So dedicating 10 minutes to report on this news exclusively showed just how important it was. At the beginning, Beijing television's news channel started introducing in detail the origin and name of the Able Prize. Then they listed the previous laureates, talking about how each and every past laureate was either a famous mathematician or had been famous before. As the first Chinese citizen and person to be awarded this prize, Zhang Yi was undoubtedly a very prominent recipient. In the middle of the special report, there was an interview conducted with some of the profession's experts. Dean Pan and a fellow from the Chinese Academy of Sciences were both interviewed. From the footage of the interview, it could be seen that it was done at Peking University. It was probably sent back to Beijing television station immediately after the interview was done so that it could be used for the afternoon news report. At the end of the special report, there was an interview conducted on the streets. The Beijing television station's reporter asked the people some questions on the streets. Reporter, can you tell us your views on Professor Zhang Yi being awarded the Able Prize? The interviewee was a young man. When he heard the question, his spirit was perked up. That is so awesome. I'm still worked up from all the excitement. The shot cut to a young female university student being interviewed. I am a student from the math department currently in my second year of studies. I would never have thought that one day a mathematician from China would receive the Able Prize. Teacher Zhang is my idol and as my goal is to become as good as him in the future, so that I can help mathematics flourish as a subject like he did. I want to be just like Teacher Zhang and bring glory to our country. A middle-aged man said, my first thought was how awesome this is. Zhang Yi indeed lives up to his name. Then, yet another person was interviewed. When I just found out about the news, I was rather shocked too. But after thinking about it, if Teacher Zhang could even prove Dale's conjecture, then what was so shocking about him getting the Able Prize? Congratulations, Teacher Zhang. You've made history again. A third-year student at a high school said, I will be taking my college entrance exam next year, but was still undecided on which institution and degree I wanted to pursue. However, after I learned about Teacher Zhang Yi being selected for the Able Prize, I immediately decided that I wanted to join Peking University's math department. Teacher Zhang is way too amazing. Every television station was showing similar things, rushing to report about this important piece of news. All with the exception of one station. The channel that was the most authoritative and should be reporting about this news at this moment dropped the ball. Central TV Department 1. It wasn't that they did not report about it, since this was big news and they couldn't have possibly missed out on it or make no mention of it. Instead, their report about it was limited to several words only. To put it plainly, Central TV Department 1's afternoon news only gave the news a few seconds of coverage, with a news anchor summarizing Zhang Yi's nomination for the award into just a single sentence. There was no follow-up to it, much less an interview. There wasn't even any live footage from the site or an insert of the university's picture, with his report being casually skipped over, leaving the audience greatly surprised. But Zhang Yi was not surprised at this. He knew that Central TV Department 1 was now increasing their efforts to freeze and suppress Zhang Yi. From this point forward, Central TV Department 1 was not just going to keep Zhang Yi out of work, they were even going to keep him out of the news. This was an extremely ruthless move by them. Zhang Yi sneered at this mentally. He could no longer be bothered with this bunch of people. He knew very well that he had never done Central TV Department 1 any wrong, working on his show without any rest for several months straight. He hardly went home during the production of The Voice, living and eating at the office just so that he could spend more time on the new show. Having put so much effort into the show and making it popular, it ended with those people turning greedy instead. Zhang Nation, Zhang Yuan, and the other executives of Central TV Department 1 were so greedy that Zhang Yi couldn't help fighting back. Was he in the wrong? His conscience was clear. Enjoy your antics for now. I will settle the score someday. The next day, many of Zhang Yi's friends called to offer their congratulations. Little Zhang, congratulations. Thank you, brother Hu. Seeing you doing better and better with each passing day, as an elder brother, I am really happy for you. Hoof, Yao Jiankei, Dong Shanshan, Hakiki, etc. Everyone sent their regards to him, but the one worth mentioning was from Zhang Yuanqi's manager, Feng Wang. She got someone to send a basket of flowers to his home with a congratulatory card, making it look very formal. When he received it, Zhang Yi hurriedly gave her a call. Sister Feng, I've received the flower basket, Zhang Yi said. Feng Wang laughed. It's good that you got it. Congratulations again. Zhang Yi said, thank you very much. But that was such a formal congratulation. It's my first time receiving something like that. It's only proper. This is not a small award that you're getting, but a well-recognized math award. It's even one of the top international awards, and besides, you're the first Chinese person to receive it and gain glory for our country, so of course this asks for a more formal congratulation. If we just called, it wouldn't be that sincere anymore. Furthermore, you should not be thanking me since it was Sister Zhang who asked me to arrange it. The congratulatory message was all in her exact words, Feng Wang said. Zhang Yi said with surprise, then I am truly honored. Alright, please help me give my thanks to Sister Zhang. The news of Zhang Yi receiving the award was getting hyped up. Abel Prize, no longer just a playground for the Westerners. The Jack of all trades Zhang Yi debuts on the world stage. Abel Prize, the award that our countrymen have looked forward to for over 50 years. Online, in the newspapers, on television, every media outlet was rushing to report this news. The people's congratulatory messages were also coming in overwhelmingly. As this was a matter of glory for the country, involving an international award, there were no naysayers coming out to sing a different tune. Even Zhang Yi's foes did not say much about this event. But right at this moment, an incident occurred. Because there wasn't much time left until the award ceremony, the matter could be considered rather urgent. Zhang Yi had already handed his passport over to the administrative staff at Peking University to handle since he did not have his own management team. It was also the first time he had encountered something like this. Therefore, the school administration at Peking University formed a team to handle communication with the Abel Foundation, and the original plan did not require much effort on Zhang Yi's end. At most, he would be required to show up at the embassy, yet somehow, Zhang Yi and the school administrative team encountered some issues while applying for his visa and were rejected by the embassy staff. The visa application was denied. The reason given was that the paperwork was incomplete and the supporting documents submitted by the Abel Foundation were also incorrect. The administrative team of Peking University were confused and quickly called Dean Pan to let him know. Dean Pan was startled by this and said, "The paperwork was incomplete? It can't be." The school administrative staff said, "That's right, we did everything in accordance to the procedures and even checked the procedures of the Abel Foundation as well. They have already sent us the invitation documents and I believe Johannes has also communicated beforehand with the embassy. So why didn't the application get approved? They just straight up denied the visa application? There was no room for any discussion at all? If we have to reapply after the rejection, there will surely be a delay. If we don't hurry, Professor Zhang won't be able to make it in time to America to receive the prize." Dean Pan hastily asked, "Where is Professor Zhang?" The school administrative staff said, "Professor Zhang is beside me right now. I'll go check again. I suppose there was something we missed while communicating with them." Dean Pan hung up the call and immediately contacted Johannes. After that, he made several more calls to the embassy. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi stood outside having a smoke. He did not know this world's visa regulations, so did not say anything. Shortly, Dean Pan called back. The school administrative staff came outside to tell Zhang Yi and they went back into the embassy. They tried to do the application again but were unable to finish it for the entire afternoon. In the end, they had to settle for the embassy staff's request for them to get the Abel Foundation to resend them the supporting documents and for them to get an official stamp from several agencies. That barrage of requests left the few school administrative staff grasping to understand it all. This was not the first time they were handling such visa applications, since many staff members and some academics or professors would often have to go overseas on official business. However, a visa application was something that was very straightforward to handle and it was just a matter of procedures. They had never met with a case like this where Zhang Yi's visa application was incredibly difficult to get approved. Besides, Zhang Yi wasn't just going overseas for business. He was in point of fact invited by the Americans to go over. There was no reason for the visa application to be this troublesome. Okay. If the Able Foundation's supporting documents were missing some information, then why don't we do it another way instead? We will apply for a work visa as Peking University. That should make things work, right? With this decision, the school administrative staff immediately made a call back to urgently prepare a draft stating that Zhang Yi had some business to attend to in America. After signing and putting a stamp on it, they got someone to deliver it to the embassy immediately. However, the resulting application was the same. They were still rejected with the reason given as how they were not allowed to make an application for 2 different types of visas within the same week. Only then did the people from Peking University feel that something was amiss. Zhang Yi understood even better why it turned out this way. This was definitely Johannes or someone from the Able Foundation purposely trying to trip them up. Zhang Yi had seen enough of such underhand methods before to know, but this wasn't the style of the Americans but felt closer to the style of the Chinese. Knowing that Johannes' wife was a Chinese American, and how he could speak Mandarin fluently as well, Zhang Yi was no longer doubtful. The Peking University people were beginning to feel anxious. Reapply after a week? The yellow dailies would have already been frozen by then. The award ceremony would be over and done with by then, so what would we reapply for? The Able Prize required the nominee to be there to receive the prize in person. The embassy staff were having none of that and did not budge no matter what was said. The school administrative team hurriedly contacted Johannes, hoping that he could help to coordinate on this matter. Hello, Mr. Johannes, we seem to have met with some trouble over here at the embassy, the school administrative staff member explained the situation to him. Johannes pretended to be surprised on the other end. Something like that happened? That can't be. The school administrative staff member said, at the moment, teacher Zhang Yi is unable to get his visa approved. We're all waiting over here at the embassy. Do you think you can make a trip here? Johannes said, it might be that the foundation did not communicate this well enough to the embassy, causing there to be some problems. But I have something urgent to attend to and I am out of the country at the moment. Ah. The school administrative staff member said, out of the country? Johannes replied, I definitely can't make it back today. Why don't you contact me again tomorrow? Zhang Yi guessed right, the situation was indeed created by Johannes. Right now, Johannes was actually in a business suite at a hotel in Beijing. Beside him were his wife and 2 friends from America. They were currently having steak dinner with wine in the suite. When she heard Johannes say that he was overseas, his Chinese wife smiled slightly at that. Haha, let's drink up, a blonde American said. The Chinese woman shushed him while smiling, gesturing for them to be a little quieter. Yesterday at Peking University, as the official contact person of the Able Foundation here, Johannes had been rebuked by Zhang Yi and that gave him a grudge. After he came back to the hotel, he started complaining to his wife and friends about how Zhang Yi did not know how to behave and was too cocky because of his achievements. After hearing that from him, his wife was also fuming mad, so came up with this idea. Johannes then made a call to a friend who worked at the embassy and another call to someone at the foundation, all of which led to today's situation at the embassy. Johannes wanted to use this to regain some honor and to give Zhang Yi a scare. Of course Johannes knew how important the Able Prize was. From the media coverage and news in China for the past 2 days, he knew just how great the Chinese and Peking University felt about Zhang Yi receiving the award this time. The message Johannes wanted to send to Zhang Yi today was that he was in charge of managing things at the Able Foundation and also the main contact person this time. The entire itinerary of events was controlled by him, and if he did not want Zhang Yi to get his visa, then Zhang Yi couldn't even make the trip to America, much less receive the award. Because a lot of the awards in the global mathematics field were not administered by one single entity, there were specific regulations for each type of award. For example, there were some awards that were only given out to young mathematicians under the age of 40, or, like in the regulations of the Able Prize, if the recipient was not present in person, the award would be treated as turned down. But of course, in the many years since the start of the Able Prize, there had never been a case of anyone turning down the award. For such an important international math award, an award that your country places so much importance on, if they saw how close you were to getting the award yet met with such an unexpected roadblock, I won't believe you won't be anxious. Johannes thought about how no matter whether Zhang Yi begged him or hopped around in anger, he could still assert this grudge of his. By then, he would have considered himself to have stifled Zhang Yi's momentum and taught him a lesson on how he should never try to rebuke him again. With that, his purpose would have been achieved. As for not granting Zhang Yi the visa, thus making him unable to go to America, that was clearly not going to happen. Johannes did not dare to do so. He was only trying to scare Zhang Yi a little. He did not have the guts to block Zhang Yi from receiving the award, because if he did, then it would be a huge problem. Johannes was not stupid, so of course he wouldn't do that. On the phone, his 2 friends were eyeing him and starting to urge him a little. One of them even poured Johannes a glass full of wine, hinting for him to quickly start eating. Johannes, who was still holding the phone, smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. The Peking University administrative staff member said anxiously, "If you can't make it over here, why don't you give them a call instead? On the other hand, you could get someone from the Able Foundation to communicate with the embassy again. The paperwork is definitely not a problem, but since we're so close to the day of the award ceremony, we're just afraid we won't make it in time." Johannes put his arm around his wife's shoulder, and declined while grinning, "We can't clear up such matters over the phone. It's not like the embassy staff knows me, so why don't we wait until I get back before we do anything? Yes, probably tomorrow or the day after, get Zhang Yi to look for me and I will help you all get it done." Earlier, he said tomorrow. But just a few moments later, it had become either tomorrow or the day after. The Peking University administrative team was anxiously going around in circles. If they messed this matter up, they wouldn't be able to handle the consequences and responsibilities. This was the first time a Chinese citizen was going to receive an Able Prize. However, Zhang Yi, who was on hand, had heard everything that was said over the phone very clearly. He was not anxious or angry like the Peking University administrative team and appeared to be very calm instead. He walked over and stretched out his hand, stating, "Hand the phone to me." The school administrative staff member was taken aback at this and subconsciously handed the phone over to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi took it from him and spoke into the cell phone, "Mr. Johannes, let's not wait for the day after tomorrow. Since my visa application was denied, I can see the attitude and sincerity of you and the Able Foundation from this. If that's the case, I don't think there's anything else that we should be talking about anymore. You might not know me, but from now on, you will get to know me better. I am officially informing you right now that I fucking won't be going to this year's Able Prize award ceremony, so you can find anyone else you like to receive the award instead." "What? What are you saying?" Over at the other side, Johannes' expression had shifted drastically. He immediately said, wait a while." With Johannes' panicked voice still shouting, Zhang Yi slowly hung up the phone and threw the phone back to the similarly aghast-looking members of the Peking University administrative team. Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Everyone, you've all worked hard today. Let's go." A young member of the team said in shock, "Professor Zhang, are you out of your mind? Turning down the award? You want to turn down the award? Holy shit. Professor Zhang, don't be messing around at such a time. Please stop messing around like this. Professor Zhang, stop scaring us like this. Ayo, don't go away, come back." Zhang Yi had already exited and entered his car to drive off. The several members of the Peking University administrative team were all panicking. Something big had happened. Something big had truly happened this time. 775 Zhang Yi turns down the award. Chapter 775, Zhang Yi turns down the award, at Peking University. Starting from yesterday, Peking University had set up a team to be responsible for communicating with the media and reporters. Because it was the Math Department's Associate Professor Zhang Yi who was going to receive the Able Prize, it was considered an achievement in the field of mathematics. Naturally then, the team would be led by Dean Pan Ying of the School of Mathematical Sciences. Officially, he was known as the team's deputy chief, while the appointed chief was a vice president of the university. Today, they were receiving a lot of reporters again. For the past 2 days, the television stations, newspaper firms, and many industry insiders from the domestic mathematics field had dropped by wave after wave to pay an official visit. There were even some people who were sent by some foreign mathematics institutions and research facilities to get in contact with Peking University, with some of them expressing their hopes to meet Zhang Yi in person and had called to schedule a meeting. There was also one foreign research facility that flatly mentioned that they would like to work with Peking University on a project, but of course actually meant that they wanted to work with Zhang Yi. Pan Ying and his team were busy up to their ears. Dean Pan, a reporter from Liudong television station, has arrived. Let him wait a little while, I need to finish this first. Hi, there will be several dozen people coming today again and we have to receive all of them. Our Peking University is going to be famous this time. Should we call for a press conference instead, Dean Pan? If they keep coming one by one, when will all this end? There's too many people. We can't handle it as we are. We have to wait until the award has been accepted before we can do that. Professor Zhang's visa has yet to be approved as there was some issue with the invitation documents sent by the Able Foundation. How is it at Professor Zhang's side now? I don't know yet, but I'll ask. Okay, that's the more important issue here, so ask clearly. But before they could call to check on the latest development, the Peking University administrative team who went with Zhang Yi to the embassy called back to Dean Pan first. The first words they said made him feel like something heavy had struck his heart. Dean Pan. Something big has happened. A person from the school administrative team said in panic. Dean Pan said, rather taken aback, What big thing has happened? What kind of an institution was Peking University? It was the top educational institution in the country and also ranked in the top 50 globally. All related staff were people who had seen the world before. If anyone mentioned that something big had happened to them, it would just be a small event. They shouldn't be reacting in such a strong manner as they did right now, shouting that something big had happened. This clearly put things in perspective. It was definitely not a small incident. When they heard that, everyone looked over in surprise. What's happening? Something big has happened? What's wrong? The Peking University people gathered around Ban Yang at once. Then, the school administrative staff member on the call said something utterly surprising. The visa application is still not successful. Johannes said that he isn't in Beijing at the moment and would only be back tomorrow or the day after, obviously trying to make trouble for us. We could all hear that there was something fishy going on, but who could have expected it would trigger Professor Zhang? Dean Pan said in shock. What did he do? The school administrative staff member didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Professor Zhang turned down the award. A buzz was heard in the silence as the people currently at Peking University were stunned. Dean Pan nearly fell over and hit his head on the ground. What? Turned down the award? Yes. The school administrative staff member said. What should we do now? Dean Pan asked very angrily. Where is little Zhang at now? He already left. The school administrative staff answered. Then what are you all doing? Why didn't you guys stop him? Why didn't you discourage him? Dean Pan said with a shortness of breath. The school administrative staff member said, feeling wronged, we tried to discourage him, but that didn't work. Professor Zhang's temper. It's not like you don't know it. When he gets angry, how can we possibly stop him? Other people might have only heard of Zhang Yi's bad temper, either from the internet or from hearsay, but had not witnessed his temper for themselves. However, as a staff member of Peking University, these people had not only heard of it, they even saw for themselves Zhang Yi's bad temper on more than one occasion. That ruthless character of Professor Zhang, who in Peking University did not fear it. Even the Peking University head could not handle him. He was someone who dared to point his finger at foreign dignitaries and scold them as idiots. With him that fierce, how could they possibly talk him out of his decision? After ending the call, Dean Pan stood there dumbfounded in silence, clearly stunned by what had happened. The Peking University people were also causing pandemonium. I'm gonna faint. Professor Zhang is. This is going to be a big problem. Not going to receive the Abel Prize? No one at Peking University believed this to be false. If it were anyone else who said that, they would surely take it as a joke, or at most think that it was just an empty threat in response to their visa not being approved. No one would take it seriously. After all, this was not some small award but the world-famous Abel Prize. However, the person who said those words had been Zhang Yi. As reality had always shown them, even if this course of action was unthinkable for other people, when it came to Zhang Yi, he was the type who would do it for real. Shit. This time, it's going to be really messy. What if Professor Zhang is serious about this? On main road at Second Ring Road. Zhang Yi was not home yet, but Dean Pan was already frantically calling him. Little Zhang. What are you doing? Dean Pan said. Zhang Yi laughed. I'm not doing anything, just driving. Dean Pan sighed. Do you really intend to turn down the award? Zhang Yi confirmed. I've already decided. It's just a lousy award, not even one of the top 3 international math awards, but they're selling themselves so prestigiously. Do they think that this bro would beg them? Stop horsing around. Dean Pan said toughly, I will pretend that I didn't hear you say that you'd turn down the award. I will get your visa application done and you won't need to worry about it. I'll definitely get it done for you. Zhang Yi said, don't bother, Dean Pan. I won't be going to America, so let them give it to whomever they want. Little Zhang. You know my temperament, so don't try to discourage me. That's it then. Little Zhang, you. I see a traffic police officer up ahead. I can't talk any longer, hanging up now, Dean Pan. After ending the call, Zhang Yi put his cell phone aside and continued to drive. Although he claimed to have disdain for this award, but honestly, it was still worth some popularity. If he did not have to miss out on it, of course it would be good. At the beginning, he was not biased against the Abel Prize at all. Since their foundation had chosen him to receive the award, that meant they acknowledged him. That was also the reason why Zhang Yi was very happy at that time. When he first met Johannes, he was very polite with him and spoke courteously. But the issue now was that their Abel Foundation did not respect him to begin with. A simple award like this was made out to be so incredible by them, and they came to him to condescend to him for no apparent reason as well. Now, they even made it very difficult for him to get a visa. That was totally unacceptable to Zhang Yi. Naturally, His impression of this Abel Prize was also tarnished with no trace of any wishful thinking left for it. If I didn't accept your award, would I die? Bull fucking shit. Then all the more I won't fucking accept it. 776 Things are getting out of hand. Chapter 776, Things are getting out of hand. Peking University was chaotic. With such a big thing happening, Dean Pen and the rest couldn't possibly not report this to the higher-ups. The university president and several vice presidents were also startled by this news. After hearing about this matter, their expressions all changed. What sort of bad temper does this kid have? Hurry, get told Pen to keep trying to contact him. No matter what, this award can't be turned down. It wasn't easy for our Chinese mathematicians to come so close to the Abel Prize, yet he intends to turn down the award? Why is this Zhang Yi always doing things that no one else dares to think about? Get me a little Zhang's contact number. I'll call him. As the matter blew up, it was impossible to keep it under wraps. Beijing Times. Inside an office at the headquarters. After suddenly receiving a call, a newspaper editor froze. The phone in his hand slipped out of his grip and dropped onto the table with a bang, making a very loud noise. The staff in the office were startled by this. Old you, what's going on? I was nearly scared to death. What's the matter? What happened? Brother you? What's wrong with you? Everyone looked at him baffled. Old you looked at everyone in a daze. I just received news that Zhang Yi won't be going to America anymore. He wants to turn down the Abel Prize. The moment this was said, the office went into an uproar. What? That's impossible. Fuck. How's that possible? Old you, is your news reliable? Following that, the people in the office started to receive some calls as well. They were from either their friends or the foreign correspondents of their editorial department. Everyone received the news from their own various channels. It was true. Zhang Yi really was turning down the award. At Beijing television station. The 20 or so staff members of Do You Remember's program team fell silent. They had just heard from the news channel that Zhang Yi had turned down the award. Hoof gasped and observed, if little Zhang didn't intend to accept the award, why did he still attend the public meeting at Peking University earlier? He even did a few short interviews? There must be a reason for this to happen now. Zhao Lu said anxiously, I heard that it was the Abel Foundation's people who deliberately made it difficult to approve Teacher Zhang's visa, so Teacher Zhang turned down the award in a fit of anger. Dai-Fi face-palmed repeatedly. Oh my god. Hudi said, are the Abel Foundation's people dumb? Teacher Zhang is such a bad-tempered individual. Tell me, why did they have to provoke him? Huj also exclaimed, how will this situation end now? Central TV Department 1. Zhang Yi's team who had received the news were all stunned. Hakiki was dumbfounded. Zhang Zuo was left with his eyes wide and tongue-tied. Everyone was shocked by this piece of news and they failed to react in time. Even Central TV Department 1's deputy director, Zhang Yuan, and several executives of Central TV Department 1 who hated Zhang Yi to his core were taken aback when they heard about this event. They couldn't believe that Zhang Yi would really turn down the Abel Prize. He didn't want it anymore? Has that Zhang fellow gone crazy? He even dared to do such a wicked thing that would upset a grandma? It was the most lively on the internet. The latest news had scattered everywhere like crazy. A major revelation. Zhang Yi turns down Abel Prize. Zhang Yi turns down award. No line to Peking University. What's the reason behind turning down award? Zhang Yi rejects Abel Prize long awaited by Chinese mathematics field. The netizens' comments came as fast as the speed of refreshing a page. Heavens. He's really turning down the award? I thought everything was still fine yesterday. There were even many news sources praising him to the heavens. What made the wind change direction today? This turn of events is too great. This is the Abel Prize we're talking about. Teacher Zhang is too fucking fierce. He's turning it down just like that? What the hell? I just got online and I'm already hit with such huge news? Teacher Zhang was still just doing Plants vs. Zombies 2 days ago. How did he get into a war with the Abel Foundation in just a blink of an eye? He really won't stop fighting unless he dies, isn't that it? What happened exactly? The storm was becoming bigger and was getting more and more turbulent. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi, the person at the center of the controversy, was already back at home. He poured himself a cup of coffee and drank it leisurely. He switched his cell phone to vibrate mode and placed it on the table, leaving it there to buzz non-stop. Zhang Yi did not pick up most of the calls from the reporters and his friends. However, there were still some calls that he could not avoid answering, like the calls from the Peking University heads or the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Hello. Little Zhang, come back to Peking University immediately. Vice President's son, I'm still busy here and can't get away now. Don't try that with me. It's utter chaos here. Hurry up and come back now. We'll pretend that you never mentioned turning down the award. The visa matter will be easy to handle since Johannes from the Able Foundation has already taken the initiative to contact us, saying that he will coordinate with the embassy staff and complete all the necessary paperwork for your visa application. Vice President's son, there's no need for that. Comrade Zhang Yi. Vice President's son, I still have something going on. Let's end the call here. I will treat you to a meal as an apology someday. Following that, a call from Xenia arrived. Yo, Professor Xin. Don't yo me, come back quickly and finish your visa application. I won't listen to you regarding this matter. Does it make you uncomfortable if you don't cause trouble for a day? I already know all about the matter. That incident with the visa was just a small misunderstanding, so it's fine as long as it's settled. In my opinion, it isn't a small misunderstanding. Professor Xin, I won't say any more. How can you be like that? Although the Able Prize in an individual award, do you know this also concerns the honor of our country's mathematics field? Alright, since I can't persuade you, then I'll give your girlfriend a call. I don't believe you won't listen to Sis Wu. Go ahead and call her, but don't worry, old Wu will definitely listen to me regarding this matter. There has not been a single time that she did not support me before. I'm hanging up. You're making me so mad. After hanging up, a call from a certain fellow of the Chinese Academy of Sciences also came in. Hello, fellow Zhao. What's wrong with you, Professor Zhang? I just decided at the last minute that I do not want to go. Do you understand what this award means to the Chinese mathematics field? And what this award means to the Chinese academic world? I know, but it's precisely because I know that I'm turning down the award. You're turning down the award even though you know what it means to us? Then let me ask you a question. What do you think is more important to a mathematician of any country, the award or our dignity? The other side of the line suddenly fell silent. Zhang Yi said, getting the award is to showcase our mathematicians of China to the world and earn dignity and respect through it. But setting our dignity aside to gain the award and then using the award to earn us back the dignity, do you think that is meaningful? Isn't it a bit ridiculous? Fellow Zhao, I am not a professional academic, so I admit that I can't quite understand the desire of wanting to be recognized. But I know that if others don't respect me, you shouldn't expect me to show respect to them either. However others treat me, I will treat them the same many times over. That's the kind of person I am. Zhang Yi remained impenetrable and did not give face to anyone. Soon after, more news was published. Even the television stations followed up on this matter. Problem with visa application, Zhang Yi denied by embassy. Internal staff reveals reason for Zhang Yi's snubbing of award is due to Able Foundation's contempt and ignorance of him. Clearly invited by them to receive award, Zhang Yi was then denied a visa. Hidden rules within Able Prize? Able Prize's authority met with doubt. Source confirms news, Zhang Yi's visa application denied. Very soon, with the many headlines, the truth and insider news of the incident was uncovered bit by bit. Some netizens were still crying what a pity, hoping for Zhang Yi to go and receive the award. Didn't you see the news? You guys don't know a fart. It was the Able Foundation's people who schemed and purposely made it difficult for Teacher Zhang. They invited Teacher Zhang to receive the award yet refused to approve his visa application. What's the fucking meaning of this? This is too infuriating. Even I got furious when I heard that, so you don't even have to mention a bad-tempered person like Teacher Zhang. I knew that Teacher Zhang wouldn't turn down the award for no good reason. Although Zhang Yi doesn't have a good temper, he isn't an unreasonable person after all. So that was what happened. I'm unconditionally giving all my support to Zhang Yi on this matter without a doubt. Johannes? What an arrogant snob. Fuck, that bunch of foreigners really look down on us too much. Such contempt. Teacher Zhang did well. That's the way it should have been handled. Do you think we fucking want your lousy award? Teacher Zhang is awesome. Beautifully handled. That's right. This is really uplifting for our countrymen. The prerequisites of giving and receiving awards should be respect for each other. If you don't show any respect to our Chinese mathematician, then it's better to not receive the award. We don't care if you are able or Uber. We don't want it. How can such an important award in the global mathematics field be infused with personal emotion? Would that make it an impartial award? How utterly disappointing. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yi is still as charismatic as ever. The only person in the country capable of doing such morally upright and uplifting things is Zhang Yi alone. Speaking of boldness, no one in the country can match up to Zhang Yi. Not everyone has the determination to make such a decision as turning down the award. Not only does he need to withstand the pressure from the different fields in the country, he even has to bear with the doubt from the global mathematics field. Brothers and sisters, this is the moment when Teacher Zhang needs us. If we don't support him now, then when should we support him? That's right. Go to hell. teacher Zhang, you are way too fucking domineering. Losing the Abel Prize is definitely not a loss to us. The loser here is the Abel Foundation. This is what I've always liked about Zhang Yi. Even if it's the most prestigious award in the mathematics field, if they angered this bro, he would still turn it down, much less the Abel Prize. What can they do about that? Losing the award and honor isn't a big deal, but Zhang Yi has won us back our dignity, and that is more important than anything else. The netizens' vocal support was flooding in overwhelmingly. Of course, there were still some critics. A few members in the mathematics field cast doubt and criticized Zhang Yi's behavior. Some even cursed at him, saying that he had embarrassed all Chinese citizens by turning down such an important international award. In the future, be it the Abel Prize or some other international awards, who would still dare to award it to someone from China? All the different voices were clumped up into a big chaotic mess. 777 Johannes pays a visit. Chapter 777, Johannes pays a visit. It was quite a mess after all the praise and criticism of Zhang Yi mixed together. Johannes was at a Beijing hotel reading the comments from those professionals and Chinese citizens. He did not know what Zhang Yi was feeling at this moment, nor did he want to know. All he knew was that he wanted to vomit blood right now. This person has gone mad. He is simply a lunatic. Johannes, what have you been doing? What have you been doing? His boss at the Abel Foundation had called up Johannes directly. Clearly, back in America, they had already been informed of the news. Johannes panicked and said, there was some misunderstanding, this matter. The superintendent shouted, I don't care what misunderstandings there are. Can you settle this matter? Yes, I will settle it immediately. Johannes replied quickly. His boss made his stance clear. If you don't handle this matter well, then you can prepare to resign as administrator of the Abel Foundation tomorrow. The call ended. Johannes was taken aback. For the past few decades in the history of the Abel Prize, there had never a case of anyone turning down the award. Even when they awarded it to an 89-year-old French mathematician in the year before last, he earnestly came in person to the award ceremony with his grandson and granddaughter helping him walk up to the stage to receive the award. The value and achievement of this award were obvious. No matter which country's mathematician you were, it was impossible to remain unmoved by the Abel Prize. They would definitely feel excited to receive the Abel Prize as it was an honor of a lifetime to a mathematician. But now, an idiot who wants to turn the award down has appeared. Someone who would become the first person in history to turn down the Abel Prize. Johannes's wife, who was beside him, panicked. Think of a solution quickly. Quickly. Johannes slammed his hands on the table and said, I've already contacted Peking University and the embassy. Make a few more calls. Tell them that the visa application can already be processed. All they need now is for Zhang Yi to show up at the embassy and submit the necessary paperwork, and that it will be approved immediately, today. His wife said anxiously. Do you think that I didn't say all that? Johannes exclaimed. They only said that they will try to communicate it to Zhang Yi. But did they communicate it to him? They have already communicated for so long, yet there is still no news from them. His wife said, you should call Zhang Yi. And tell him directly. Johannes said, exasperated, I've called him already, but he won't pick up. His wife was all pale by now. What should we do now? Johannes took 2 deep breaths and then said, I'll get Zhang Yi's address. I don't believe he would dare to turn the award down if I pay him a visit personally. He might just be making an empty show of strength. When his wife heard that, she hurriedly agreed, that's right, he won't have the guts. Initially, Johannes's plan was working well. He thought that by stifling Zhang Yi with the visa application procedures, he was showing him his authority. It was to tell him who the decision-maker was for this Abel Prize. But who could have expected that when Zhang Yi reacted with his move, Johannes would become totally flustered by it. By wanting to turn the award down, Zhang Yi had really caught him and the Abel Foundation in America completely off guard. Johannes understood that a comment posted on a discussion forum was very true. He couldn't be sure how badly affected Zhang Yi would be if he gave up the award, but to the Abel Foundation and Johannes, there would be grave repercussions. As such, they couldn't afford to bear it. Zhang Yi must definitely accept the award. There was no room for negotiation. Otherwise, the Abel Foundation's reputation would take a big hit. No one could bear such a consequence. At home, Zhang Yi was currently on the phone with his mother. You are not going to accept the award? You know about the news already? Of course, how can I not know about it? We were bringing the child out to sightsee when we overheard some nearby tourists discussing about this matter. It wouldn't be difficult for me to find out even if I tried to pay no heed. Anyways, I won't accept the award. Let Dad know about this as well. Rascal, are you crazy? This is a major international award and you're just turning it down like that? That Johannes was making things difficult for me, so tell me, Why should I treat him nicely? But that doesn't have anything to do with the acceptance of the award. The Able Foundation has nothing to do with that. Zhang Yi shook his head and said, how could they be not related, Mom? You sure are funny. Would Johannes alone be able to halt my visa application? Do you think he is capable of that? Does he have the capability to do so? The problematic invitation documents were sent from the Able Foundation. Do you believe that no one from the Able Foundation knew about this matter? He has been coordinating on both sides all this while. His mother said angrily, I can't help but wonder why all the good things always end up badly when it involves you. Why didn't the other award recipients have any problems and only you are running into problems every time? Zhang Yi smiled and said, that's because this bro abhors evil. I can't bear having grit in my eyes. Come on, you. You might as well drive me to the grave. His mother mocked at him for a brief while before hanging up. She did not go on rambling anymore as she understood her own son well. What type of person was Zhang Yi? He could make something out of nothing while lazing around, much less if there was something going on. She was already used to it. At this moment, the doorbell rang. Zhang Yi wondered who was at the door. When he answered it, he saw Johannes standing at the doorstep. Whoa, the person in question had arrived? Johannes was sweating profusely. He immediately said, Zhang, I've finally found you. Zhang Yi smiled. Mr. Johannes, didn't you say on the phone that you were currently out of the country? And that you could not make it back within the next 2 days? So what is the meaning of this? Did you come here in a space shuttle? Upon hearing this, Johannes looked somewhat awkward. He coughed and replied, Zhang, after knowing that your visa application was denied, I hurriedly rushed back. Who could have guessed that when I got back, I heard that you wanted to turn down the award? You are being too rash. Was there a misunderstanding on this matter? Zhang Yi smiled but did not speak. When Johannes saw that, he immediately said in outrage, the embassy staff were too much. I will be honest with you, I couldn't stand those bunch of people since a long time ago. For such simple paperwork formalities like a visa application, they insist on going through so many troublesome procedures. Even I would get angry when I see them like that, let alone you. Don't worry, Zhang. When I return to America, I will give feedback about this situation to the relevant people. We must deal with them seriously. Criticize them. We will expedite the process with a separate channel for such famous academics like you in the future. We must be able to change the procedures for the processing of visas. Simplify. And further simplify. Efficiency. And more efficiency. We cannot let such a diligent academic like yourself waste your precious time worrying about the procedures of a visa application. As Johannes's wife was Chinese, he had fully mastered the essence of Mandarin. Zhang, you don't have to worry about this matter anymore. Give me your passport and we will go to the embassy right now. Just show your face and I will make sure they handle all the paperwork for you. Johannes offered to bear all the responsibilities on himself. But Zhang Yi smiled and said, there's no need to. Johannes hurriedly said, Zhang, you don't have to worry about troubling me. Please don't be so polite with me. I'm your old friend from America. I will definitely handle this matter properly for you. Zhang Yi stayed silent. Zhang. Johannes tried his best to convince him. You shouldn't be turning down the award just because you're angry with those detestable embassy staff. It's not worth it. It's really not worth it. Although they have made some mistakes, you must also give them a chance to turn over a new leaf. Zhang Yi looked at him. Johannes said, Zhang, I'm begging for leniency on behalf of them. Give them a chance and don't take it up with those embassy staff. Can you give me, Johannes, some face regarding this matter? Zhang Yi asked, is that all? Johannes, yes. However, in the next moment, Zhang Yi closed the door lightly. Bye. Outside, Johannes, who was rebuffed, was becoming even more anxious now. He banged on the door and shouted from outside, Zhang, come out first. Let's discuss this again, please don't be rash, don't be rash. You're being irresponsible to yourself, your family, and the field of mathematics. Please open the door, Zhang. Let's talk it over again. Zhang. Open the door. Open the door. Zhang Yi. Open the door. Zhang Yi, I'll curse your great-grandfather. After shouting for a long time, he finally let out a curse. Zhang Yi was angered when he heard that, so he rolled up his sleeves, stood up, and opened the door. However, after opening the door, Johannes had already disappeared. Zhang Yi could only hear the sound of running footsteps coming from the corridor. Zhang Yi shouted down the corridor, fuck your grandpa. He closed the door and returned to his room, doing whatever he wanted to do. A while later, his cell phone rang again. This time, it was a number calling from America. Even if Zhang Yi thought with his feet, he knew for certain that the Able Foundation's people were also getting anxious. He rejected the call immediately without picking up the phone. He had already made up his mind, so it was useless no matter who they sent. Online, on Hueco, and even on a debate program on TV, the experts and industry insiders were still divided into two camps and arguing non-stop. A fellow of the Chinese Academy of Sciences said, "Dignity is always greater than the award itself." A social affairs commentator, Zhang Yi, makes a mockery of the entire world. "I have never considered this to be so-called dignity and respect. In my opinion, this shows a lack of magnanimity and self-restraint instead. An educator, magnanimity does not equate to tolerance." The famous songstress, Zhang Ziya, this is Zhang Yi's personal award. Whether he accepts it or not, we should respect Zhang Yi's decision. Why is everyone scolding him? Today, all the news headlines seem to have been occupied by Zhang Yi. Actually, back when Zhang Yi proposed the solution to Dale's conjecture, he had already caused a stir in the world. At that time, those who knew him already knew him, so even if he received the award now, most people would find it unexpected in a sense but not beyond reason. Although it was rather surprising, it was not that shocking. Therefore, based on common sense, even if Zhang Yi went to America to accept the award, his popularity would still not increase by much. However, Zhang Yi's sudden turning down of the award today had instead allowed his exposure to rise dramatically. With the ongoing debates and discussions, Zhang Yi's popularity soared along with them. He wouldn't have gained much popularity if he chose to accept the award. However, by turning it down, his popularity surged instead. That's right. In this world, there were just some things that worked in mysterious and dramatic ways. 778 His infamy spreads overseas. Chapter 778, His infamy spreads overseas. The next day. Monday. It just passed 6 a.m. when the doorbell at home rang. His parents had returned home with Chenchen from Tianjin last night. Everyone was still sleeping except for his mother, who was up early, so she answered the door. "Who is it?" his mother asked. Han Henian asked anxiously. "Andy, hello. You must be Professor Zhang's mother, right?" His mother looked at Han Henian. "Who are you?" Han Henian immediately answered, "I am Han Henian from Peking University's Math Department, a colleague of Professor Zhang. I was assigned by the university to come invite Professor Zhang back to the school for a meeting." "Oh, your teacher Han?" his mother said. "Little Yi is not at home." Han Henian quickly asked, "Where did he go?" "Everyone is waiting for him now and Dean Pan is also worried sick. They told me that I have to bring Professor Zhang back no matter what." His mother said, "I don't know either. He left last night but did not tell me where he was heading." After dragging the matter and rambling on for a long time, she finally got him to leave. When his mother closed the door, she went and knocked on his bedroom door. "Little Yi, your colleague came over just now, but I've fending him off for you." A few moments later, the door opened and Zhang Yi walked out sleepily and yawned. "Okay, Mom, thanks. No matter who comes over in the next few days, just say that I'm not at home." Then he went straight into the bathroom. His mother stared in the direction of the bathroom and said, "It's easy for you, just ignoring everything after creating such a huge mess. I even have to be your shield in this situation now. When will ever let me and your dad not worry about you?" Zhang Yi said rather helplessly, "I've already said that I won't go to America, but they're still very insistent. What can I do about it? I've even turned off my cell phone." He sighed, then added, "This bro has been in the industry for over a year now and has gotten into all sorts of incidents before, so it's not like they don't know about my temper. If I say I won't go, then I definitely won't go. What's the point in them coming and trying to persuade me?" Just as he was saying that, the home phone rang. His mother went to pick it up. "Hello, who is this?" "Hello, I am calling from Peking University's Math Depart." "Oh, you've dialed the wrong number." "Ah. It can't be, I'm sure I dialed the right number. This is the restaurant delivery hotline. Would you like a rice bowl or pulled noodles?" "One, Zhang Yi." His mother hung up the phone and gave a Humphrey in annoyance. Throughout the afternoon, another 3 groups of people came to the house and around 8 calls were made to Zhang Yi's house. There were even a few people who managed to get their hands on Zhang Yi's parents' cell phone numbers and called them, showing just how much effort they were putting into this. However, still, none of them managed to get to Zhang Yi himself. As evening approached, the calls gradually became fewer, probably because everyone understood Zhang Yi's determination by now and knew that they could not change his mind anymore. Meanwhile, the Able Foundation located in America suddenly released a public statement. First, it announced that the Able Foundation had removed Johannes from his administrative position at the foundation. When the citizens of China saw that, they all applauded. "Beautiful. Well removed. You even dared to make things difficult for Professor Zhang? Of course you'd be removed from your post." A person who throws their weight around like him is a maggot in academia. However, the Able Foundation released another statement, but it was not the Chinese citizens' expected clarification or apology. Moreover, there wasn't any written explanation on the already known situation in which an Able Foundation staff member had made things difficult for the selected award winner. Not even a single line. Instead, the statement condemned Zhang Yi. The original excerpt read as follows: Able Foundation. The foundation has verified the news of Zhang Yi, the Chinese man selected as winner of the Able Prize, turning down the award to be true. It leaves us with deep regret, and at the same time, we find this to be a very naive and ridiculous behavior. The Able Prize is one of the most prestigious awards in the global mathematics field, therefore turning down the award is hard to understand. We do not know what kind of arrogance led Zhang Yi to make this decision, but we hereby clarify and announce that in the future, Zhang Yi will never again be nominated for the award. When this news came out, many people started scolding. What dog shit is this? Forever rejecting Zhang Yi for consideration of the award? It was clearly teacher Zhang who rejected you, yet you people are still trying to make yourselves look good? Stop pretending. Zhang Yi might be arrogant, but you guys are 10 times more arrogant than Zhang Yi. I guess we have finally found out what kind of an organization the Able Foundation is. If you give the award to someone, they have to ingratiate themselves to you. If someone turns down the award, you lose your temper from the embarrassment? Even issuing a public condemnation? Never nominate the person for the award again? What sort of lousy international math award is this? Is this all there is to it? Teacher Zhang was right to reject such an award. This sort of lousy award is not worth receiving. The entire statement was contemptuous and pretentious. It makes me want to scold someone. I don't see how this award will still exist in several years from now. The domestic sentiments were frenzied as countless Chinese citizens waved Zhang Yi's flag and shouted for him. There were even a lot of people who went to the American Able Foundation's official website and its affiliated mathematics research website to air their opinions. At this moment, the incident had been pushed beyond China's borders and into international attention. Due to the lag in the global news flow, coupled with how the Chinese mathematics field was not too integrated with the global mathematics field, and time zone differences on top of everything else, even though some people had already learned of this news, it wasn't until the Able Foundation's public statement was announced that every country's mathematics field truly learned of it, even finding out about the scandal from the news in China. With that, the global mathematics field blew up. Every country's mathematicians were also dumbfounded. 2. A German mathematician publicly stated, "This is truly unbelievable." A French mathematician, "What on earth happened? Can someone tell me?" A famous American mathematician, "This has to be the darkest day for the Able Prize since its inception. I still can't believe that someone would actually turn down the award." An American mathematician even publicly criticized those haughty and arrogant Chinese mathematicians. One of these days, they will surely pay for the naivety. The global mathematics field was full of criticism flying around. Some overseas citizens raised some doubts instead. In Germany, "Aren't you people getting it all wrong? Wasn't it the American embassy that denied the visa application first? If I am the award recipient and my visa was denied, that is basically a great insult to me. If I were them, I wouldn't have gone to attend the award ceremony either." United Kingdom. "This is the first time I've learned of a Chinese mathematician's temper. I like them, ha ha ha. They actually went ahead and turned down the award. There's such a big scandal regarding the Able Prize now, yet they did not give an explanation? They did not explain why the Chinese mathematician's visa was denied? I used to think that this award was an authoritative one with great international prestige, but I no longer feel so. So even the Able Prize has a shady side to it." Following the overseas citizens' questioning of the Able Prize's authority, many global mathematicians also gradually calmed down from the shock of Zhang Yi turning down the award and started noticing the cause and development of this incident. Several mathematicians who had been at Summer Palace when Zhang Yi solved Dale's conjecture and had struck up a friendship with him then also stepped forward one by one to openly question the Able Foundation. The English mathematician who had invited Zhang Yi to the United Kingdom back then said, "I'm sorry, but I don't see any hint of arrogance from Zhang Yi in this incident at all. Instead, it is the foundation's attitude that makes people very uncomfortable." The German mathematician who led the youth team for Germany said, "I do not know the exact details of the scandal, but what I know is that Zhang is truly quite a good person." All at once, the Able Foundation was under enormous pressure. Of course, in the global mathematics field, there were also many who called out Zhang Yi for being unable to judge what was good for him. Turning down the Able Prize wouldn't be that big of an issue for many of the foreign citizens. A 6th-ranked mathematics award in the global mathematics field would not even raise an eyebrow on these people. But to the global mathematics field, this was a big deal. It was a earth-shatteringly big deal. Back in China, some of the international reactions and news were gradually published by the newspapers. The netizens were yelling. There are many people overseas who are very understanding as well. Yeah, there's even quite a number of foreign mathematicians who are supporting Zhang Yi. But similarly, there are also those who are scolding him. Damn, this is so maddening. This Abel Prize really has no morals. Why are those at the Abel Foundation behaving like a bunch of bastards? However, a person familiar with the happening said, don't bother scolding anymore. The Abel Foundation is already paying for their arrogance. Teacher Zhang's rejection of the award has not only ruthlessly slapped their faces, those issues like the denied visa application and other matters were also revealed. The situation that everyone's seeing now should be how Zhang Yi is being scolded and how he has lost the award, while everything's still going on as usual for the Abel Foundation, right? But that's not what's happening. The Abel Foundation has suffered the greatest loss already. Someone asked, what do you mean? Hurry up and tell us. That person said, I just heard some news from a friend that the International Mathematical Union has sent their people to the Abel Foundation's headquarters to investigate the affair. Although it's not likely they'll be able to find anything, what can be said for sure is that the Abel Prize will no longer have its glory days like before. Do you guys know what the most important thing an international award has to have? It isn't the size of the funding or the number of research facilities, nor is it the rigorousness and strictness of the award committee, rather the authority it has and how impartial they are. That's what makes an international award gain credibility in the eyes of the public. Once they lose their impartiality, everyone will doubt the authority of the award. That's when the award is relegated from its place. A 5th or 6th ranked award of the global mathematics field? Starting from tomorrow, I'm afraid that will be history. With someone rejecting the award and the revelation of the scandal, it will be considered lucky if the Abel Prize can still stay within the top 15 awards in the global mathematics field. Perhaps, after years pass, they won't even be able to maintain that rank. It can be said that the Abel Prize has had its reputation stripped by more than half. Hurt by this affair today, it might take them a decade to several decades to recover their reputation. This Weibo post was immediately forwarded by countless people. Is that true? Just because teacher Zhang turned down the award, he managed to deal such a big blow to the Abel Foundation? Fuck me. If that happens, I'll be damned. In the end, it didn't take long for the news of the International Mathematical Union sending personnel down to the Abel Foundation to spread. There was shock throughout China. The global mathematics field was also shocked. At this moment, people didn't need any explaining for them to know that beginning today, the Abel Prize had entered a period of slow decline. The incident had been blown out of proportion so much that it even alarmed the International Mathematical Union. All of a sudden, the global mathematics field was lively once more. Over a dozen Abel Prize laureates collectively came forward, some of them casting doubt on Zhang Yi's proof to Dale's conjecture, saying that there had been logical errors in his reasoning. There were others who attacked Zhang Yi regarding his morals and also someone who suggested that Zhang Yi's name be rejected by all international math awards. They were all Abel Prize laureates. The award was one of their greatest achievements and a gloss on their resumes. If the Abel Prize depreciated from here on out, then who would be affected the most? Of course it was them. That was the reason why they all started scolding Zhang Yi without sparing any effort. They did not want to see the value of the Abel Prize drop. It was chaos. Everything was in turmoil. Zhang Yi? Many of these foreigners and foreign media reporters were hearing Zhang Yi's name for the first time. In China, if you went around the streets and pulled anyone out of a crowd to ask, they would definitely know who Zhang Yi was. If you picked 10 people from those who knew Zhang Yi to ask about Zhang Yi, then 9 of them would tell you the same thing. Zhang Yi was very infamous for beating his leaders, battling his peers, fighting a Korean celebrity, and scolding foreign dignitaries. All of those incidents were no longer a secret in China. Even a 3-year-old child likely knew of them. Zhang Yi's notoriety was known to all within the country. This time, however, Zhang Yi's name had finally spread outside of China. For the first time, his infamy had spread overseas. Chapter 779, Feats or Faults, Leave it to the future generations to judge for themselves. On the same day, Peking University's Dean Pan had called Zhang Yi's mother several times. When his mother could no longer bear this incessant hounding, she finally gave in and allowed him to speak to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi took his mother's cell phone. Dean Pan, I'm really busy right now. Even if you're dying, you still have to come back here. But I've already turned down the award. What's the point in me going over there? The reporters have already clogged our doorsteps and there's also foreign reporters. Then why don't you help me handle them a bit? You're the main character. If you don't make an appearance, who can possibly handle them? Everyone is waiting for you to show yourself. You'd better hurry and come back here right now. The whole world has already found out about your rejection of the award. The Able Foundation has also issued their statement. None of us are going to ask you to accept the award anymore, so even if you want it, there's nothing to accept. I want you to come back here and handle the media and clear up the incident yourself. There has to be a follow-through no matter what. How can you just say nothing and not show yourself? What would that demonstrate? If the foreign media sees that, they might even think that all of our Chinese professors are this unreasonable. Alright then. The press conference will begin immediately, so come down at once. Okay, I got it. You must be here at the venue. I know. I won't make things difficult for you. After he put down the phone, Zhang Yi informed his parents and changed into formal wear. Dean Pan was right. Ever since yesterday when this incident occurred, Zhang Yi had not made an appearance in public at all, nor did he express his attitude. Now that everything could no longer be changed, with his award turned down, Johannes getting sacked, and the Able Foundation suffering a great blow, Zhang Yi was receiving a lot of criticism in the global mathematics field. No matter how it went, Zhang Yi still had to make an appearance and not let Peking University and Dean Pan bear the brunt of this pressure. In any case, Zhang Yi was used to such situations. At Peking University. Evening, 7 p.m. When Zhang Yi arrived in his car, a small-scale press conference was in progress in one of the smaller halls. Zhang Yi was escorted by Peking University's people through the back entrance, where he immediately saw the small hall packed with media reporters. The camcorders and cameras were set up all over the place, and about 9 blonde and brunette foreign reporters stood out in the crowd of people. Every one of them was staring at Dean Pan and a vice president of Peking University, posing questions to them. When Zhang Yi appeared, the entire venue's atmosphere changed at once. Professor Zhang. Zhang Yi has arrived. Teacher Zhang, did you turn down the award because of the Able Foundation's contempt for you? Professor Zhang, do you know the stir that you have caused in the global mathematics field with your rejection of the award? What are your views on the criticism from the foreign academics? The reporters were asking questions like they were on stimulants as question after question was raised. A Peking University staff member immediately tried to maintain order. One by one. Please raise your questions one by one. Dean Pan gave Zhang Yi a look. That vice president of Peking University also looked at Zhang Yi with blame. Ever since the incident, this was the first time they were seeing him in person again. Regarding Zhang Yi's rejection of the award, it would be a lie if they said they didn't care. Which person of Peking University did not hope to see Zhang Yi be honored with the award? Yet it was too late to say anything anymore. It was already a foregone conclusion, so what else could they do? They could only hope that after the proof of Dale's conjecture had been validated, there would be another chance at getting an international award. By then, Zhang Yi had better not act impulsively like this anymore. Though coming back to the point, after this incident, which international award would dare come knocking on Zhang Yi's door again? This fellow's handling of matters was simply too unreliable. He was too much of a troublemaker. Zhang Yi went up on stage and took a seat near the Peking University vice president. Compared to the glum people up there, today's VIP, Zhang Yi, had a much more relaxed expression than everyone else. He even occasionally showed a smile, making that vice president and Dean Pan grit their teeth. Zhang Yi spoke after he took his seat. Good evening, dear friends from the media. The reason for my rejection of the award this time was entirely personal, so please don't speculate about it. Hearing that, the Peking University vice president and Dean Pan nodded slightly, looking a little better this time. They knew Zhang Yi had explained it this way because he had given it proper thought. The matter was already laid to rest. He had also gotten his revenge and vented his frustration. If he still raised the issue of the visa application, then that would have been very meaningless, and would also show his pettiness. Therefore, at this point, he might as well not bring it up anymore. Otherwise, if he continued being aggressive about things, the criticisms against Zhang Yi would surely increase. If that happened, it would guarantee that no one would ever consider him for any international awards in the future. This was something that Zhang Yi clearly understood. But the more Zhang Yi understood this, the more Dean Pan and the school leaders felt hopeless about this situation. Who said Zhang Yi was dumb? This fellow was definitely not stupid, and he knew and understood everything very well. However, for all his cleverness, it made the things he did seem even more unreasonable. Sometimes, this really made people not know how to react. Zhang Yi continued answering the questions. As for the criticism against me from the global mathematics field, since I did not go online today, I'm unclear about them. However, I must make clear that rejecting the award was purely a personal decision. Therefore, if anyone has anything they want to say, please aim it at me alone. Do not make things difficult for my bosses and colleagues at Peking University. More questions were thrown out in quick succession. 1. 10. 20. Zhang Yi answered without reservation, with a mostly bureaucratic tone. An hour passed. The vice president looked at his watch and then interrupted the reporter's questions to announce, "It's getting late. I'm sure everyone has asked enough questions, so let's end the press conference here." Zhang Yi and the Peking University people stood to leave. The vice president successfully left the stage, with Dean Pan following close behind, nearly making it out as well. However, it wasn't so smooth for Zhang Yi as he got surrounded by the reporters who had rushed up onto the stage. "A reporter from the Morning Post, give us a little more detail, Teacher Zhang." Zhang Yi said helplessly, "Alrighty then, I will answer one last question." A foreign reporter asked, "Zhang, I heard that there were some Chinese mathematicians who also expressed their dissatisfaction with your rejection of the award. How do you view your fellow mathematicians' comments of you?" A female reporter from Beijing Times asked, "Professor Zhang, there are people who are praising you, but at the same time, a lot of people are scolding you. There's a great amount of controversy surrounding you, so what I would like to know is not how others see you, since that is already publicly known. I'm curious about how you view yourself. If a monument was erected for future generations and you could write your deeds or achievements on it, or if you prefer, your regrets and self-criticism, what would you pen?" This question was very interesting. Zhang Yi looked at her and smiled. "On that monument, I would not leave any words. Not carve anything onto it?" "Why? What do you mean by that?" Zhang Yi said very calmly, opening his mouth to slowly speak, "Feats or faults, leave it to future generations to judge for themselves." With that, Zhang Yi turned and left without another word. When Dean Pan heard that, he was taken aback. The vice president also heard and immediately stopped in his tracks. He gave Zhang Yi a slightly startled glance. The reporters on scene also showed shocked expressions. Zhang Yi's words had not been heard by the people of this world before. However, this saying was very well known in his previous world. The most widespread version of it was "there will be future generations to judge or give it to future generations to judge." The meaning behind these words was that perhaps several decades or centuries later, future generations would give a fair assessment. However, Zhang Yi did not put it this way here, as he chose the words "leave it to future generations to judge for themselves." He essentially did not care how the future generations judged him. Be it praise or criticism, however the future generations judged him, Zhang Yi would not care. The only thing that mattered to him was this, a clear conscience. As for anything other than that, you can say whatever you like. 780 Central TV Department 14? Chapter 780, Central TV Department 14, the next day. The incident of the award rejection had created quite a stir for the past 2 days. At yesterday's press conference at Peking University, they had somewhat reached a conclusion on the matter. It was gradually subsiding as well. Zhang Yi, who had been idling at home for several days now, noticed the good weather today and decided to wake up early to go back to the office for a rare day of work. He drove and arrived at work. He could feel the fresh autumn air outside and see the clear blue skies when he looked up. Zhang Yi bought a morning newspaper at the entrance of Central TV Tower and flipped through it as he walked to his office. Within just 2 pages, he saw his picture that was taken during the press conference at Peking University yesterday. The headline of the newspaper was very prominent, occupying about 1/7 of the page, with color added to it. Zhang Yi's original words were quoted, "Feats or faults, leave it to future generations to judge for themselves." Actually, not only did the Morning Post's newspaper feature him in their report, all the other major newspaper outlets also commenced wide coverage and commentary on this news. The earliest report was published yesterday, while those who reported it late published the news this morning. Live recordings from last night's press conference were shown on some television stations, portraying the scene in its unedited form. Zhang Yi's quote of "feats or faults" immediately created quite a stir in the online community and went viral, with countless netizens labeling it a famous quote. You could just randomly go online and most of the updates and news would be about the untricked steel. He folded the newspaper and scanned through the Weibo app on his cell phone. Overnight, more than 10,000 private messages and comments were left on his Weibo. Chinese cabbage, idol. You said it so well. Orioles Flygrass 117, I really like you. What a great feats or faults, leave it to future generations to judge for themselves. Only you could say such strong words that shock the hearts of all of China. Jvoik, I've never chased any stars in the past and do not pay attention to anyone in the entertainment circle. At most, I just watch some celebrities who I like on television, but I can't even remember most of their names. But when I heard about this quote on feats or faults yesterday, I was greatly moved by it as it was too shocking. I immediately looked up your works on the internet and even checked out some of your past incidents. After reading everything, I just want to say this, you really are different from all of the other celebrities. From now onward, you will have another person added to your fan base. I'm not chasing after stars, what I'm chasing is the special or you am an 8. Little f, I will support you forever. Teacher Zhang, I'm cheering you on." Everyone was very supportive of him. During the past few days, his Weibo followers grew by a few 100,000 to around 3 million fans in total. Although his follower numbers could not be compared to the S-list or A-list celebrities who had tens of millions of followers, and could not even compare to those Korean idol groups who came to China to develop their careers, everyone knew that these fans of Zhang Yi had an irrepressible combat strength that no other fan clubs could ever have. Posting for the sake of posting? Scolding others? Making trouble? Stirring up trouble? They were experts in all of these. In a fight, one fan could take on 3. This was not merely empty talk, the notoriety was earned from all the fan battles fought in the past. Zhang Yi was delighted when he saw everyone's messages and noticed that his fan base had once again expanded in scale, so he simply chose a few random messages to reply back to. Just by rejecting an award and making a comment inspired by the unstructured style, it had brought him so much popularity? Indeed, this was something that Zhang Yi did not expect. This world also had Wu Zishan, and a part of the important history remained the same. However, the quote feats or faults, leave it to future generations to judge for themselves about the unstructured style was not said by Wu Zishan herself. It was the later generation who came up with such a theory. There were some other similar theories. For example, how Wu Zishan thought that her feats were too great, and a style was not enough to describe them all, therefore leaving it blank. Another theory suggested that Wu Zishan knew she lacked virtue, so she did not write anything on it. But in this world, some of those theories by the later generations did not surface at all. He knew this because he had spent a lot of reputation points after the college exam question setting duty, reading up on books and audiovisual materials of this world, then reviewing them from memory after that. He was familiar with a lot of this world's workings now. That was why he dared to graciously bring up the quote regarding the unstructured style. Some long-lost classics must never be buried. That would be disrespecting history and the past generations. As the only spokesperson in this world, Zhang Yi naturally had the responsibility and duty to plagiarize the classics. No. To pass down the classics. Hey, isn't this what Lei Feng's spirit was about? He took the elevator and went upstairs. Ding. The elevator door opened and he reached the floor his program team office was on. The moment he stepped out of the elevator, Zhang Yi saw 2 people engaging in a shouting match not too far away. Who were they? Why were they arguing this early in the morning? After fixing his eyes on their faces, he saw that they were Zhang Yuan and another middle-aged man. Yan Tanfei stared and said, "Old Zhang, are you people from Department 1 finding trouble with us? Our department has just recruited 2 high-caliber fresh graduates to join us, but look at what your department has done. You took both of them for yourselves? Leaving nothing for us at Department 14? Zhang Yuan looked at him, feeling troubled, knowing that this person was not easy to get along with. He was also the director of a department. If not for the special status that Department 1 had in Central TV, in terms of rankings, Yan Tanfei was still ranked higher than him as a vice director. Department 14 has already been established for 2 years and still couldn't make a mark in the industry, so why would you still need so many people and equipment? After the deputy station head considered all the factors and thought that those 2 graduates were not suitable for your department, he sent those 2 saplings to Department 1. Old Yan, we did not snatch your people, the deputy station head was the one who made this arrangement. If you think it is improper, you can approach him to discuss it. As long as he gives his approval, we will release them immediately. Yan Tanfei replied, since they went to your department, I should look for you. Zhang Yuan countered, but it's useless even if you look for me. This matter was decided by the station heads after holding a meeting. Yan Tanfei declared without giving him any face, Old Zhang, don't try that with me. If you people did not request for them, would the station transfer away from my department? I can't understand this. Your department gets all the money, talent, and everything else good. Are all the other departments treated as stepchildren of Central TV? I'll fucking have it out with you today. After I finish with you, I will go and look for the station head. I'll demand an explanation for our Department 14 today. Otherwise, we'll just be dawdling around here. If I can't work properly, then none of you will get to work properly either. Zhang Yuan knew that Old Yan actually dared to kick up a fuss over this. Old Yan was a veteran in Central TV and his qualifications were even higher than Central TV Department 1's Zhang Naixin, much less Zhang Yuan. He had worked at Central TV all his life and had decades of experience. He even worked alongside 2 of the deputy station heads at the same department before. So even if Yan Tanfei had a bad temperament and would shout or scold others over small things, he could still maintain his position as the director of Department 14. The station heads did not bother him much since they could not control him anyway. Zhang Yuan exclaimed, Old Yan, what are you intending to do? Yan Tanfei asked, where's Zhang Naixin? Zhang Yuan said helplessly, Director Zhang is not here yet. After thinking a bit, He got a little worried about the unyielding temperament of his opponent, so he took a step back and stated, "I'll make a decision on behalf of the director. If you think you lack people on your side, except for those 2 fresh graduates, you can choose anyone who is idle or not doing any shows in our department now. Just one, be it an editor or a producer. Will that be good enough for you?" Yan Tanfei sneered. "Of the 2 graduates you took, one of them was the top scholar from Jiangsu's college entrance exam while the other was the vice president of the student council who had just graduated from media college this year. For such good saplings, even 10 of your staff cannot compare to them." Zhang Yuan threw up his hands and said, "Then I can't do anything about that." Yan Tanfei added, "Fine, if you want me to choose, I'll take Zhang Yi from your department. Even if it's 10 college entrance exam scholars who you took, I won't care. Just give me Zhang Yi and you can take as many people as you want from our department." Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yi, who had just stepped out of the elevator, was a little taken aback by this. "Eh? Why did they mention me? Central TV Department 14? What is this all about?" 781 Director Zhang looks for trouble. Chapter 781, Director Zhang looks for trouble. The both of them were still disputing. Zhang Yuan, "No, definitely not Zhang Yi." Yan Tanfei sneered. "Then were you just making an empty offer?" Zhang Yuan said, "Old Yan, I was only giving you face by letting you pick a person. It's not like our Department 1 owes your Department 14 anything. If you want to be that way, then just take it as if I'd never offered at all." Yan Tanfei replied, "Department 1 has badly fallen out with Zhang Yi, even going all the way to court for a lawsuit. You people no longer have plans to arrange any work for Zhang Yi, but with a person like him whose popularity ranks within the top 3 at Central TV and is able to plan programs and even host them, he's just going to be doing nothing all day long at your department with that cold storage treatment, right? Since you have no plans for him, then Department 14 will make plans for him. We lack talent on our side. Just tell me, which TV channel works in such a way like you do? With such a top host in your ranks, you've chosen to censor him instead. A bunch of prodigals." Zhang Yuan was furious. "How can you talk that way, old Yan?" Yan Tanfei rebuked, "Since you have taken my people, then you ought to make it up to me." They did not notice Zhang Yi, who had just came out of the elevator not too far from them. Zhang Yi caught a glimpse of them and overheard most of what they said, but did not go up to greet them. He just made his way back to his program team office. Half the staff were here, while the other half had not arrived yet. Little Wang's eyes lit up. "Director Zhang." Hakiki also smiled and greeted, "Good morning, Director Zhang." "Good morning, everyone." Zhang Yi smiled back at them. "Those words you said yesterday were amazing." "Yeah, it made my blood boil with excitement after hearing it. What a great feats or faults, leave it to future generations to judge for themselves. I got goosebumps all over when I heard that. That's the strong spirit our Director Zhang carries. Not mentioning the entertainment circle, even in the academic world through the ages, there haven't been many people who carry that strength of character and domineering spirit like Director Zhang." All of his staff immediately started flattering him. Hearing that, Zhang Yi could feel his face flushing and he couldn't help but laugh. "Oh come on. What strength of character could I possibly have? You're all praising me to the heavens too much." A person said, "It's just a pity about that international award." Another person beside said, "What's there to pity? Even if Director Zhang didn't receive the award, what he did was even more prestigious than receiving the award. Who wouldn't give Director Zhang the thumbs up if they saw him now? That able prize and its undeserved reputation, it's better not to receive it." Haha. "That's true." Little Wang suddenly looked in the direction of the door and asked, "Listen, does it sound like someone is arguing outside?"